There he is. Okay, welcome everybody. I want to call this public meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. I'm Tom Imison, chair of the board. Obviously, this meeting is being held virtually. It's our second board meeting that we have coordinated online, but we do have a couple of additions this time. We are live streaming this meeting on YouTube, and for the decision items on the forefront of the agenda today, oral testimony opportunity is available in real time. With these additions, panelists and presenters, we want to ensure our viewers online can follow along in today's virtual meeting. So before we start, I'll go over some housekeeping tips to help keep us on track. For everyone participating or presenting, please silence your cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to use the mute feature when you are not speaking. If your video is enabled, feel free to disable if you need to step away, and don't hesitate to use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF support team in Salem during the meeting. To ensure that folks online can follow our board proceedings with the live testimony incorporated, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations for the day. Generally, I'll briefly introduce the item and invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function and I'll call on you. And I've got help from others who will make sure that we're seeing those hands as they're raised. Presenters, we'll do our best to ask questions one at a time. After presentations, the public comment period will be open to those who signed up previously. Commenters will be provided 3 minutes to offer testimony. Please help us with that and keeping us on track. Note that in the case of two topics, the Forest Protective Association budgets and the request for a temporary rule in the Siskiyou georegion, we have scheduled a block of time for invited testimony, and then that will be followed by general public comment. Following public comment, board members may have follow-up questions for presenters, but we generally begin our discussion or a motion is proposed. Board members, we will use a roundtable approach for the voting process, which seemed to work well at our previous meeting. So we'll need you to unmute while we're voting to make sure we correctly record you. Additionally, members of the public, we ask that if you would like to submit written testimony for this meeting and have it included in the record of this meeting, please send your comments to us by June 17th. This will help in the preparation of our board's meeting minutes. Please note that pursuant to ORS 192-6602I, the board will meet in closed executive session starting at 5 p.m. The purpose of the session will be to review and evaluate the state forester's performance. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. This session is otherwise closed to the public. We will take a break after the main meeting portion is concluded and join the virtual executive session. So, any questions about this? Then if not, we'll move to a roll call to ascertain that we have a quorum. So please unmute board members so you can do that. Nils Christofferson. Here. Cindy Deacon-Williams. Here. Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly. Here. Brenda McComb. Here. Mike Rose. Here. And I'm Tom Imison. I'm obviously here. So we'll now move on to consent agenda items. Is there a motion for approval of consent items A through C?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I guess we're sorry. I'll call your names again so we do this and make sure that we have you appropriately recorded. So Nils Christofferson.
Aye.
Cindy Deacon-Williams.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Mike Rose, and I'm Tom Imison.
Aye.
I'm aye on this motion also, so the motion carries unanimously. And now we'll move to agenda item 1, which is the state forester's opening comments.
Good morning, folks.
I'm going to provide a brief update on current issues, which really includes COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the organization, including financial. I'll also provide an update on our fire finances. But I'm going to start with a comment on our broader social issues. We're living in stressful, uncertain, and often unsettling times. It's only the halfway point, but 2020 has already tested our resolve in many ways. Months of physical distancing to keep the coronavirus at bay gave way to a new reality of record unemployment and economic crisis. Then as states began to cautiously reopen, we were dealt another blow to our sense of community, safety, and equity in the form of the nationwide civil unrest in response to the death of George Floyd in Minnesota. Vulnerable populations of all types are currently in crisis. Early studies suggest that the COVID-19 death rates among Black and Latino persons are substantially higher than in other ethnic or racial groups. People of Asian descent worldwide have faced discrimination since the coronavirus first took hold in China. Many of those working lower wage jobs risk COVID exposure and infection to go to work every day because they cannot afford not to. Racism, prejudice, and social inequity are still life-altering and potentially life-ending societal issues. This week's protests are a stark reminder that while progress has been made, we are nowhere near true equity in America. As public employees, we have chosen to serve our fellow Oregonians, all of our fellow Oregonians. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are at the core of who I am, and as director of ODF, I'm committed to those values being at the core of this organization as well. Every ODF employee has a right to feel welcome and safe, and the responsibility to ensure their coworkers feel the same. While we can't solve the problems of social inequity or institutional racism and prejudice on our own, that does not mean we cannot work towards solutions every day. We will continue to incorporate and emphasize the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our hiring, decision-making, and engagement process in all aspects of our business. We remain committed to embracing the value of differences in experience, ideas, views, and beliefs. We are more effective as an agency when we have diverse voices and perspective throughout our ranks. The COVID pandemic has affected most aspects of our organizations, including adding stress and creating uncertainties. The recent events only add another layer of stress and concerns for the vast majority of Oregon's public servants who are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The pandemic has significantly increased our workload and have affected all aspects of the way we conduct business. Some workload increases came with the need to transition our organization to a teleworking environment and to provide a safe working environment for those that cannot or choose not to telework. We also had additional planning to prepare for fire season, coordinating with our federal cooperators at the national and regional levels, and refining at the local level with our landowner and operator partners. This workload came at a time when our fire leadership and all three of our incident management teams were deployed to assist with the COVID-19 response. As I discussed at the April meeting, the pandemic has affected the state's economy due to our response to the virus. The impact is occurring in the timber market, with mills implementing temporary shutdowns and with a decline in log prices. We project that state forest revenues will decline as timber prices decrease. We also project declines in harvest tax revenues that partially fund our private forest administration of the Forest Practices Act. The June economic and revenue forecast was released on May 20th by the State Office of Economic Analysis. Overall, it's projecting $2.7 billion less in state revenues for the 2019-21 biennium, with $1.9 billion less in general fund and the remainder in lottery and corporate tax revenue. As the state lifts restrictions, the economy will have a strong but incomplete initial rebound. The forecast also projects a larger decline, $4.4 billion less for the 21-23 biennium. We are also seeing increased expenditures as we provide support for the state's response to COVID-19, as well as in the additional preparation needed for fire season. For March and April, additional personal service costs totaled nearly $790,000, and additional service and supplies were nearly $12,000. So what does this mean for our budget? Unfortunately, we do not know at this time. There are three ways the state can address the budget shortfall. The legislature can come back at its regular scheduled 2021 session in January and bring the budget back into balance. The governor can use her allotment authority to bring the budget back into balance. However, that authority would require the governor to reduce general fund appropriations by the same percentage. And the third is the governor calls a special session of the legislature to rebalance the budget. The governor and the legislative leadership have been having conversations about this option, and while nothing is definite, late June is still a possibility. At the request of the Chief Financial Office, we did plan for an 8.5% reduction to our general fund allotment by appropriations. Our reduction target was approximately $6.3 million. $3.3 million was from Protection Division, $1.4 million from Private Forest Division, $1.3 million from our Administration Division, and $264,000 from Federal Forest Restoration, and a small amount, $17,000 general fund reduction for land purchases by the State Forest Division. This was an anomaly. We got $200,000 to purchase some property. Reductions of this amount would significantly impair the department's ability to meet its mission. Reductions to staffing level and service supplies in private forests will mean less consistency and effectiveness in Forest Practice Act administration. The reduction in stewardship capacity means slower response time to complaints, less landowner assistance, and less FPA enforcement. Holding positions vacant would result in a 50% reduction in the division's forest health unit, which would mean significant degradation to the ability to evaluate and monitor the health of Oregon's forest lands. The proposed cuts would also reduce our ability to conduct sudden oak death treatment activities and our ability to perform critical maintenance and improvements to the electronic notification system. Finally, continued vacancies in private forest positions will directly affect the division's ability to provide support to the Board of Forestry, such as the West Oregon Streamside Protection Review, planning work on future compliance audits, and other monitoring related topics. Much of the Protection Division's reductions would happen at the district level and would result in the inability to provide an adequate level of fire protection. The $3.2 million general fund cut equates to a total reduction of $8.1 million because of matching payments by landowners. While the districts did plan to take one-time savings such as deferring maintenance and equipment replacement, the plan affects 90 fire personnel, including total reduction to 65 seasonal firefighters, including 3 10-person crews and 13 engines, 2 equipment operators, 2 cache coordinators, a dispatcher, lead investigator, a PEP coordinator, an IT technician, and a public information officer. It also eliminates 3 helicopters and 2 fixed-wing aircraft and $185,000 of funding from the Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. With fewer resources, it would be more difficult for us to catch fires early and keep them small, which means more acres burned, higher firefighting costs, and more smoke in communities throughout Oregon. And particularly with COVID, smoke's the last thing we need. Our federal forest restoration program is facing reduced funding for seasonal workers, for timber sale and restoration project work, and reduced funding for technical analysis and science support of the collaboratives and their partners. We are exploring opportunities to use federal funds to lessen these impacts. Finally, the various programs within administration would all have to carry vacancies for the rest of the biennium, resulting in less human resources, information technology, public affairs, facilities, finance, and motor pool support for the entire agency. Reductions in administration would also affect the department's ability to implement the forthcoming recommendations by MGO, the financial consultant hired by the state to review and improve ODS financial processes. Given this uncertainty, we have taken action to minimize potential impacts. We've implemented a hiring freeze on all permanent positions on April 27th to stay in effect through May 31st. I just extended the hiring freeze until we have a clearer understanding of the potential impacts of reductions. The effect of this freeze is lower current capacity. For example, we're not filling Chad Davis's position, reducing capacity for the work on the climate change and overarching issues board work plans, as well as support for federal forest restoration and shared stewardship. This same thing is true for private forest. We are holding vacant all the positions identified in the reduction plan now. So the division is currently experiencing the loss of capacity I just described. On a brighter note, while state forests are expecting decreased revenue from decline in timber prices, they will continue to implement the reorganization to a more efficient structure, including hiring staff. As designed, their self-imposed hiring freeze several years ago, business improvement and cost containment measures have positioned the division to weather a recession. The division did take a pause to prioritize recruitments and to identify positions that may provide options for other of our employees. They will be using a set of financial metrics to track and adjust as the economic impacts of the pandemic continue to play out. With these tools in place, they will prudently restart their hiring to complete their reorganization. The uncertainty in the financial situation also affect decision topics on today's agenda. In the first decision topic, the board considers approval of our forest protection 2021 fiscal budget and assessment rates. The budgets were designed to provide an adequate level of protection given the legislatively approved budget. As indicated by the recent submitted letters from forest landowners and their associations, they are concerned with the impacts the budget reduction would have on level of protection and the certification of rates. We must submit certified rates to the counties by July 1. Given the uncertainty, we will be asking you to approve the submitted budgets that were approved by the associations. And if we find out about reductions in time, we will call an emergency board meeting to approve adjusted budgets and rates. In the second decision topic, the board considers approval of our policy option packages, which were developed under an assumption of a growing economy. The projections are now for a $4.4 billion decline from original estimates, indicating a likely need for a 16% reduction in current service level throughout the state. The state has not issued revised budget instructions, and these POPs do reflect key needs of the agency. We will be asking for approval to move forward, knowing we will be bringing back the full budget in July for approval, allowing us to make appropriate adjustments. I think I'll stop there. I sent you the Ways and Means letter, and I was going to recap that, but in deference to time, I'm going to stop here. And then I'll check, are there any board members that would like to provide comments?
Peter, I'll offer a short comment. First, I want to thank you for your opening remarks. I think the events over the last several months and the last couple days are deeply troubling on multiple levels and cause for serious reflection by all of us. And so I appreciate your remarks and your calling attention to the various people that are suffering deeply in this country, not just now, but have been for a long time. So thank you. My understanding is this may be my last Board of Forestry meeting. And I plan to prepare a statement to kind of summarize that, but the events of the last few days have really absorbed my thoughts, and I didn't take as much time as Peter obviously did to prepare his statement. So let me just offer two quick thoughts. One is that the last 8 years serving on this board have demonstrated unequivocally to me the integrity, the commitment, and the positive motivation of everyone who works for Oregon's Department of Forestry. They have a difficult job managing a large and complex landscape with limited resources, and we've attached diverse and very conflicting social values to that landscape. And it's a landscape that's under increasing pressure, environmental, social, land use, etc. So I encourage everyone concerned about Oregon's forests and the roles these landscapes, these critical ecosystems play to support the quality of life we all cherish in this state, to work with the department as partners, not adversaries. There's much to be gained by transitioning from aggressive and defensive postures on all sides. To that end, I hope that the vision, leadership, and effort that went into the recent MOU between major stakeholders prevails and sets the stage for a more collaborative and productive era in the governance and management of Oregon's forests. No one stands to win anything durable by maintaining trench warfare, and that trench warfare has existed far too long in the arena of Oregon's forest policy. Banking on new appointments to this board to tip the scales mirrors the politicization of the Supreme Court and the uncertainty thus created in the interpretation of the foundation of our nation's law. It's time that a radical, practical center emerges with the vision and leadership needed to embrace the real environmental, social, and economic challenges we face, and that we commit to a real and lasting partnership to the mission of this department. And in this effort, equity must be our keystone. For without embracing equity, mutual benefit, we will never achieve durable political solutions. And we won't build the capacity and systems needed to address the challenges in our immediate horizon. It's been my honor and privilege to serve on this board with all of my fellow board members. I appreciate all the relationships I've benefited from over this time and hope they will continue. Thank you all, and good luck to the next board.
Thanks, Nils. And I see Joe has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, and thanks, Nils. I really, being this may be the last board meeting with Cindy and Tom and Nils, thank you for all the work that you've done for Oregon And I've learned a great deal from each and every one of you. So thank you very much for that. And thanks for your comments, Nils. I really appreciate that. My comment was to update the EQC and the Board of Forestry liaisons met on May 13th to discuss really the upcoming sufficiency decision related to the SISCUs and the MOU. And of course, we had conversations related to the temporary rule that we'll be discussing today later in the meeting. And that, I think the conversation between the board and the EQC will shift to kind of what's next related to the temporary rule coming forward. And both agencies will really continue to work on alignment. You know, the EQC and Richard Whitman are really interested in this temporary rule and the MOU process. And I think are very hopeful for what that brings forward to protection of streams in Oregon. And there was one message that Richard continues to talk about that I really appreciate, and he stresses in these liaison meetings and such is that really protection of cold water doesn't always have to be regulatory, and that voluntary measures are also a very viable solution. And landowners in Oregon have had a long history of these kind of voluntary measures that have far exceeded the Forest Practices Act. You know, currently right now, I'm working on one of those such projects in Northeastern Oregon. And I think as landowners, we often don't talk enough about those sorts of voluntary measures that are doing great work targeting restorations in streams across Oregon. So that's the update. And if anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer that.
Any questions for Joe or any other comments from board members? Okay, I'd like to also thank you, Peter, for your opening comments. I think that it's really important for us to consider the context in which we're working, and I think you did a great job laying that out. Our next item, I just want to make sure that Ken Cummings is virtually available. I know you were on earlier. Okay, great. Are you here?
I am.
Okay, then this next item, as was mentioned, is to deal with the Doug Graff will set this up, but this is an action item to deal with the Rangeland Association budget. So Doug, are you ready to start? We can actually see him, I think.
Okay, good morning. Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forest Authority, here to speak on fire protection budgets. And I too would like to acknowledge and thank the opening comments today, bringing a sense of humanity to what we're dealing with as a society today, both from State Forestry and the board. Really appreciate that humanity in the work we do every day. So thank you all for that leadership. Today, I'm joined with Ron Graham, who will present the protection budgets. He participated, Deputy Chief Ron Graham will join me. For the record, my name is Doug Graff, Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. My apologies. He'll join me in the annual budget presentation. He joined all the local protection district budgets, so has firsthand knowledge of that work. He'll close with the recommendation to approve the budgets as presented and worked through at the local districts, given the process that Peter outlined this morning. We'll close before decision for the board, but with a handoff to Ken Cummings, who is the chair of the Emergency Fire Cost Committee. Ken Cummings is truly a leader in Oregon's natural resources and has been for many decades in service to this board and this organization. In our fiduciary responsibility with landowner dollars as a partner in Oregon's fire protection system. He serves as the chair of that committee appointed by this board, and it's a really good time to hear his voice as we consider the budgets this year and the role that those budgets play in protecting large fire costs by providing an adequate level of protection to protect against catastrophic wildfire that costs the state in many ways, including dollars, but smoke impacts and economic impacts also. So Ken will close this presentation with that. I would turn to Ron Graham to carry us forward.
All right, thank you, Doug. Good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, I'm Ron Graham. I serve as the Deputy Chief of the Fire Protection Division. You can go to the next slide, please. All right, what we're here to talk about today is the requirement under Oregon Revised Statute 477265 that requires the Board of Forestry to annually review the Forest Protection District budgets and pass final approval on all district budgets, including the prorated acreage assessment rates. I'll be walking through these district budgets, as Doug said, after attending all of the Forest Protective Association meetings and budgets, which their boards approve these budgets for the adequate level of protection. We've got three basic levels of our budgets that make up our fire protection system. The base level of fire protection, and that's really what we call our fire department, the backbone of our system. This is what provides the adequate level of protection to enable an effective and safe initial attack. And that's what we'll be presenting today, are these fiscal budgets. We also have our severity budgets and our severity statewide resources through a special purpose appropriation. These include air tankers, single engine air tankers, helicopters, our hand crews and extra detection aircraft. These bolster and support that base level of protection when resources are not adequate enough to stop fires. And then also our large fire funding system, and that's the extra fire, large fire costs. All three of these are a complex and intertwined connected system that includes landowner dollars, general fund, and at the large fire funding level includes FEMA reimbursements and potential payouts from the catastrophic insurance policy. Again, today we're talking about the base level of protection and those budgets in our fiscal 21 budgets. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is a complex funding partnership. It's based on over a century-old system, well over a century old, very unique in the country as far as, state forestry systems go and their budgets and the involvement of landowner dollars. Part of this is what makes this a very complete and coordinated fire protection system, includes our federal partners as well. This is all started through state office here in Salem headquarters budget development. We kick that off in January of each year, developing that level of our budget. We include area budgets for our area fire protection. And then down to the district level, these unit budgets all make up the whole entire complete and coordinated system. And again, very complex. You can see it's very involved and very complete and coordinated. The general breakdown of this budget is, as you can see, private landowners and general fund share a portion of that, and then public landowners through the assessments, share a portion of that too. The private landowner contribution, as you can see, is made up of a match of general fund as well. Go on to the next slide, please. So again, the district develop their fiscal budgets based on when the headquarters budget is completed, area budgets are completed, and district budget committees meet usually starting in late January, February, and go through their budget development process, all towards developing a budget for an adequate level of protection. This is a very, again, involved process. The districts look at their previous year's spending and previous year's capability to meet our key performance measures to keep fires at 98%, 10 acres or less, and what are the needs to have that adequate level of protection. Each of these are reviewed and guided by the association boards. The boards meet in April. Those meetings that Doug Graff referenced that I attended, all those were held virtually as well. All of those were approved by those local boards. And again, this establishes the adequate level of protection and the associated costs. Our legislative policy determines the ratio, as I mentioned, and that's in Oregon Revised Statute 477230. Next slide, please. So what we protect with that base level of fire protection is roughly 16.2 million acres, or half of the forested land in Oregon. This is a mixture of private land and federal land, some county acres protected in that, a complete mix of that. We do this through the 12 fire protection districts, as we mentioned, and we do this with this robust initial attack and extended attack capacity through fire engines and seasonal firefighters staffing those, district contracted helicopters, initial attack, heavy equipment and dozers, and our frontline seasonal firefighters, the core of our on-the-ground firefighting resources. And then again, that is bolstered through that severity program as well. But again, here to focus today on the base level of protection. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, kind of uniquely this year, the association meetings were all held remotely, virtually, utilizing the same technology that we're utilizing here today. That way we could comply with the governor's executive orders and social distancing guidelines. I have to say I was very impressed with the nature of the meetings, how well they were organized and facilitated and attended. It's unfortunate that we were not able to do those meetings in person and have those one-on-one relationships there, but again, very, very well done and attended. And business took place as normal and as required. So end result was all of the associations recommended approval of their fiscal budgets. There was a lot of conversation, as there usually is, around the adequate level of protection, the rising cost of protection, and that's just occurring nationally as costs continue to rise associated with crews and equipment and personnel and aircraft costs and insurance, all of those things that go into it. Next slide, please. After those association meetings took place, as State Forester Daugherty had mentioned, the governor requested that agencies do a budget reduction plan. I won't dwell on this too long, as State Forester Daugherty covered this very well, but ultimately what you see before you is the Fire Protection Division portion of the general fund budget reduction, what that equates to in an other fund cut as well. And the fact that right now, as State Forester Daugherty had mentioned, there has been no final decision made on budgetary adjustments or reductions. Ultimately, what we're presenting to you today are the budgets as approved by the Forest Protection Associations for the adequate level of protection. Pending any final decision on budget reductions, it could require us to come back before the board after developing a second or new fire protection fiscal budget for your approval. Next slide, please. Ultimately, what we have is referenced in your packet. You have agenda item 2, attachment 1, that displays the forest protection budget summary by district and by area. Ultimately, we see an overall increase of 4.9% statewide. That's very much in line with the increases we've seen over past years. So at this time, the department recommends the board approve all the fiscal year 2021 district and association protection budgets as presented in agenda item 2, including attachment 1. I'll stop there for any questions or turn it over to Chief Doug Graff.
I don't see any hands raised, meaning no questions at this point.
Thank you, Ron. At this time, then, we have invited guests, Chair, as highlighted previously, and that's Ken Cummins on the line. I do see Ken now, so I would ask Ken to join for a comment.
All right. Thank you. You hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Well, good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Peter Daugherty. For the record, my name is Kenneth Cummings, Chair of the Emergency Fire Cost Committee. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. The entire committee appointed by the Board of Forestry takes their fiduciary responsibilities in overseeing the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund extremely seriously. It is within this context we offer the following comments. We at the EFCC completely support the budgets presented before you today for the following reasons. The current budgets allow for adequate level of protection across all ODF jurisdictions and additionally hold the following 5 areas in check. First of all, our health. These current budgets as proposed will minimize the impacts of large fires that have direct and dire impacts on our health. One less large fire will minimize long periods of smoke and exacerbate an already frustrated public around increased health concerns. Additionally, reduce potential loss to critical municipal water and drinking supplies. While not an ODF fire in 2017, the Eagle Creek fire could have easily burned the Bull Creek watershed down. We'll minimize increasing concerns around climate change. The smoke created by that same fire in 4 weeks was equal to all of the people in Portland not driving a car for a year. These budgets will save lives and potentially minimize loss of community infrastructure, like in 2018 in the Camp Fire in Paradise, California. Again, not an ODF fire, but in 2018, the Klondike Fire in Southern Oregon threatened the towns of Selma, O'Brien, Cave Junction, and Grants Pass. Another area that it keeps in check will be the general fund. Current budgets allow for maximum focus on initial attack to keep fires small. Fire suppression costs, as you've already heard, will increase this fire season regardless of the number of large fires due to all the extra requirements in keeping workers safe during this pandemic. Oregon's complete and coordinated system has benefited in the past from multi-agency emergency response teams coming to Oregon to help when needed. We are now in an unprecedented time of competing catastrophes. In the face of COVID-19, there will be a more limited and less timely response from national and even international resources as everyone in the world is responding to concerns about how to deploy teams, travel to and from a fire, and manage the all-around safety in regards to firefighters. Because of the pandemic, there are indications that a large number of firefighters connected to these teams will not respond when asked to participate. This alone might create a huge gap in the potential workforce available to fight fires on an extended basis when they become large. Additionally, beyond COVID-19, researchers are already predicting a hurricane season of, quote, above average intensity. And prior to Monday, June 1st, the beginning of hurricane season, there have already been 2. This situation alone could seriously limit the ability of some multi-agency emergency response teams coming to Oregon to help. The threat to the general fund could easily be 2 to 3 times the average net fire costs that we've experienced from an average of $20 million annually to more recently over $40 million. The most rigorous approach to mitigating north of $100 million risk is to make sure that ODF has the budget and the resources to aggressively suppress fires and take advantage of the contributions of landowners and other agencies in Oregon's complete and coordinated system. 3, firefighter safety and effectiveness. These current budgets will provide for staffing levels to meet the current need. In 2019, the Governor's Wildfire Council identified many opportunities for improvement to shore up ODF's resources over time so people are not worn out and experiencing safety and effectiveness problems. Over the last 10 years, the department has been operating with personnel on an overtime basis and the use of retirees that equates to acting like they have 55 more staff than actually exist. As this situation continues, leadership will be faced with tough decisions that either limit response time and effectiveness or take unprecedented risks of deploying people who are overworked, overtired, and could incur large safety issues. Fourthly, a public and private partnership with landowners. Private landowners match the general fund contributions, as you just heard from Ron, dollar for dollar, providing great leverage. In addition, landowners contribute significant fire protection, prevention, and suppression resources at their own expense and standby costs that never hit the ODF books. Additionally, effective and efficient wildfire response requires the agency to have high caliber, experienced personnel and excellent teamwork. It is extremely clear that this is what they have, as witnessed over the last several months with many top leadership positions across all incident management teams being deployed on various assignments to help with the unfolding pandemic. Not only are ODF fire team members trained for long-term disaster engagement, they are highly respected for their tenacity and patience in the midst of chaos. Together, landowners and ODF staff make an undeniably effective fire suppression force. These proposed budgets ensure longevity of that fundamental expertise and minimize jeopardizing effective response during this fire season. And lastly, access to insurance markets. These current budget proposals underwrite the collective commitment we have made to our partners at Lloyd's of London and maintains a positive standing for Oregon regardless of the outcome of this fire season. As you know, the Lloyd's of London policy is a $25 million policy in excess of $50 million in large fire costs for one single season. That policy is in place. Long-term relationships with underwriters, a stellar record at ODF of being effective at keeping fires small, along with all the many other facets of Oregon's unique, complete, and coordinated system, all of those contribute to maintaining this policy. The cornerstone of the risk mitigation plan for Oregon is a fully funded base level budget, which meets an adequate level of protection across all districts in Oregon. ODF professionals and landowners sit down every year and painstakingly deliberate and ensure that these criteria are met across the landscape they manage. If initial attack were compromised and more large fires occurred, it would severely jeopardize Oregon's integrity in the insurance markets. A practical review of a partial or full claim on the insurance policy, which revealed Oregon leadership knowingly did not completely fund the base level of fire budgets as proposed, could be disastrous. In fact, that outcome could be the end of a 40-year relationship that has successfully maintained a one-of-a-kind policy in the world. Overall, by any calculation, this is a critical time to fully fund budgets that maintain capacity and resources to allow for the highest degree of success possible. In summary, fully funded budgets as proposed will, number one, offset the drain on Oregon's beleaguered economy by saving substantial general fund dollars. Number two, reduce impacts to losses in private timberland assets and the environment. Number three, and most importantly, protect the health of all Oregonians. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to comment today.
And thank you very much for those comments. And we also received comments from others in writing, which we appreciate. And I see a couple of hands up. I think we also have, Hillary, do we have public comment on this issue as well?
We do. We have one joining us today, Mr. Moran. Feel free to let me know if you want to take care of those after the questions.
Good morning.
You have a question?
Okay. Mr. Moran?
I see hands up. I'm just trying to see, to call on folks. Cindy, Brenda, Jim, you have questions?
Yeah, what order do you want us to go in?
Why don't we just do it in that order? Cindy, Brenda, Jim.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you both for your presentations. I've got sort of two questions. One is looking at the proposed budget percent changes across the regions. There's some widely different regional changes in budget. Some going up by significant amount, some going down by significant amount. Was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about how the change allocations were determined, as my first question.
Doug Graff here. Chief of Fire Protection. There is a range typically on an annual basis depending on carryover and the intensity of fire conditions experienced district by district. And what you see often relative to the grazing lands, you see more dramatic changes there because any changes in fire conditions on that landscape has greater impact relative to the small acreages associated with that landscape. So a slight additional cost for fire protection on those lands swings significantly because you have less acreages associated with those grazing lands. Ron, do you have any further detail that you would like to add?
Yes, thanks, Chief Graff. All I would add is that, these budgets are impacted by the actual cost computation from our fiscal 2019 budgets. That is the 2018 fire season. And as you recall, 2018 fire season was a fairly intense fire season. So what you'll see is in districts where, there was significant fire activity, where they potentially overspent on their district budget, had extra large fire costs that they didn't intend on, didn't budget adequate district deductibles, et cetera. Those are reflected in where you see those pretty big increases in some of those districts as well. And you can see conversely, districts that did not have quite the intense fire season, the reverse effect on their budgets.
Sounds good. Yeah, that explains the high % increase in Southwest. That was a tough fire year. Yeah. Then my second question actually has to do not so much with budget, but with personnel. At the end of every fire season, we have a lot of discussion about how our fire staff has been stretched to the limit and needs to take time off to recoup. Since so many of our fire crew have been, our leadership team has been involved in the pandemic, I'm wondering if we're entering this fire season with those folks already stressed and overloaded, or if it hasn't really affected their entry into the fire season, both in terms of sort of mental tiredness and physical tiredness.
Board member.
Chief Graff, if you would, I can kick off if you would, Doug. There's two sides to this, certainly. On an individual basis, we have seen the pandemic and the deployments in support of the state's emergency coordination center take an impact on people individually. Everybody has experienced it differently. On the positive side, though, having our 3 incident management teams deploy in support of that provided a valuable training experience. We had to cancel our incident management team training as a result of the pandemic. And, this was really great on-the-job training for our incident management teams. We strategically made sure that, as our teams rotated through those assignments, we did 1 team rotation each, and then we stood our teams down so that they could rest and recover for fire season, anticipating possibly, what we'll hear later today is an active fire season. So again, individually, we see some impacts. Everybody experiences and deals with things differently. But I think the overall health, I would summarize for our incident management teams and folks going into the season, is very good.
Thanks. Yes. Ron and Doug, assuming that we get some guidance regarding budget reductions and a revised budget is needed, what's the process that will be taken to develop that revised budget?
Ron, could you detail the budget exercise to date?
Yeah, so we've actually gone through the budget exercise at the headquarters level, the district level, and identified where we would take those general fund reductions. What it would require ultimately is dependent on the outcome and what final percentages. We basically have to do a very abbreviated budget development process, starting with our headquarters budget, identify the exact dollar amount and where that's taken, and filter that down through to the district associations. And then ultimately, whether it requires a special board meeting or when we can approach the board, depending on the timing of all of that. Ultimately, it would require some kind of approval by the board based on, the new budget that's presented. It would be very abbreviated as far as, as I mentioned, the districts and the process, because we know the target dollar amounts. And so what we ultimately have to do is then figure out what does that do for the rate, and the discussion on, what level of protection do districts, still want to provide.
So the associations will be involved in those discussions then?
Absolutely. They've been involved with the entire process as far as the budget reduction plan that was required by the governor's office, and they would be required to participate in, whatever the final outcome is.
Thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here, but assuming that we approve this budget, I'm concerned, obviously about the upcoming possible reduction. And I think there's very strong arguments against that one, that the state would lose the leverage of the private payments. And certainly endangering this catastrophic insurance policy is a big one. But to me, the other strong argument, I think, generally as different government agencies face cuts, most everybody is arguing that this will cost us more in the long term to fix. This is different. This will likely cost us way more in the very short term. And I think those are very strong arguments, and I am wondering, would like to get Peter's perspective on this, whether both approving this today, but also putting together a letter that would go to the legislature, addressed to the legislature, obviously copied to the governor's office, that would make these points, that we consider this to be a minimally adequate fire protection budget, and then make some of these other really very strong arguments and to try to head off them reducing this budget, which I think would be catastrophic. Thank you.
Do you want to comment? And Jim, the only thing I'd say is right now we're in the, I think you know this, we're in the process really through the executive branch is the first step of all of this. And my understanding is the governor hasn't made a determination about using that authority that folks have discussed, which is, in that case, she is limited to across the board cuts in general fund. She can't pick and choose. And whether she does that and that precipitates legislative action, or whether she doesn't do that and she calls for legislative action, I think has not yet been determined.
That was my understanding, is that all she could do was be across the board, and that's what led me to say, should we address something to the legislature? So I'm not real clear there. My main point is, what would be the smartest thing for us to do to try to head off this reduction actually happening and us having to face that?
Thanks for that question, Jim. It is a challenging position to be in because there's a lot of uncertainty around it. But what I'm hearing you say is that if there's a right opportunity, the board would like to provide some letter of support for the given budget. I think when we would send a response and what that response would be different depending on how the situation plays out. If the legislature doesn't agree to meet and the governor is forced to take an allotment reduction, my understanding, she's prepared to, but she doesn't think it's the ideal instrument for balancing the budget. But if the legislature doesn't act, she's prepared to act. Again, it depends on the size of the allotment reduction. There is some amount we can absorb by deferring cost, and we would want to look at the impact. But if it was going to affect the adequate level of protection, as you've heard today, then that would probably precipitate having a letter to the legislature to urge them to come to agreement to rebalance and protect the budgets, because they're the only ones to do that. If they agree to go into session in time that we know about this, then a letter of support for not taking reductions in fire protection budget would be the right kind of tone to have. I am sure that we can work with the board to prepare sort of general talking points for either type of letter. Should the board choose to be prepared to send a letter to the legislature. As Tom mentioned, we are in the executive branch, and closing a loop with Jason, the Natural Resource Policy Advisor of the governor, would probably be a good thing to get his advice on this as well. So I'll be glad to do that after the board meeting.
Okay, great. I am confident in your leadership on that, and thank you.
Okay, I see no more questions at this point. Hillary, can we move to the public comment then?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Mr. Moran, thank you for being ready to provide oral testimony for the Forest Protective Association's budgets. We'll be unmuting you here shortly. We have a limited amount of time today, so you're allotted 3 minutes. A timer will be displayed to track your time on Zoom, and I'll inform you when your time's up. So before you begin, please state your full name for the record.
Milton I. Moran, Jr.
And you're good to go.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Emerson, board members, and State Forester Doherty. Appreciate the comments this morning. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. It's a tough time. I'd like to start off by saying thank you to you all for the hard work, cooperation, and commitment to the people and the forests of Oregon. I manage 145,000 acres of private timberland, all here in Lynn County, owned 110 years by the Hill Timber Limited Partnership. I'm a board member for the Lynn Forest Protective Association, and I am on the, and in Lynn County, we are in that part of Lynn County that is covered under the ODF South Cascade District. I'm the OFIC Protection Committee Chair. I chair the Oregon Forest Protective Association, representing private forest landers and the 12 forest protecting associations across the state. You have received letters from those FPA presidents, and I don't want to go into details because those letters are very, very well detailed and show our concerns. Governor Brown's across the board reductions to the agencies, if implemented, would be devastating to ODF, the protection from fire, and significantly reducing our adequate level of protection, as you've been discussing. As has been said, the state and the ratepayers working together, us as landowners, as required by statute, work on these budgets. These reductions would put Oregon and Oregonians at great risk. Fewer firefighters and aircraft will result in more fires escaping. More fires escaping will lead to increases in smoke, which will have negative impacts on health and the economy of the state. I have a long-term concern for the viability of the department, their ability to fill critical positions on fire management teams and levels of sufficiency, something that the governor's welfare surface is a major issue. Taking care of the staff that are seeing longer fire seasons, longer duration deployments, exhaustion and stress. We need to consider the people factor and take care of these folks. I also agree with what has been said with the long-term relationship with Lloyd's of London and our firefighting policy, insurance policy. That can be jeopardized having anything less than the adequate level of protection. Our cooperative spirit and commitments are made annually to procure this policy. I've sit at this table and it's a very, very important when we're talking to those folks, and we don't want to lose this unique policy. It is truly a key element protecting Oregon's general fund. We as private landowners are gearing up and investing in our people and equipment to take on what is predicted to be long, dry, tough, expensive fire season 2020. As a representative of Oregon's private forest landowners and as part of the complete and coordinated system, I encourage you to approve these forest protection budgets as presented to help us do what we can to keep Oregonians safe, our air clean, and our economy growing. Again, thank you for your service.
And thank you very much for your comments.
You're
Hillary,
welcome.
that concludes public comments.
That's the extent. I sent the board this morning and we're posting online all the written testimony on the board website.
Thank you. So now we could move to a motion to move the staff recommendation to set these, to move forward on this issue. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Cindy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Joe. Any further discussion? All right, then let me have you unmute yourselves and we'll vote on this question. Nils Christopherson.
Aye.
Cindy Deegan-Williams.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye.
Brendan McComb.
Aye.
Mike Rose.
Aye.
And I'm Tom Imison. I'm for it. So we will. We have adopted that motion unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Next item is item 3 on our agenda. This is the agency budget development and request, also requiring board action, and Bill Herber will present this item. Another item I might add, like the last one, we're taking up in the midst of great budget uncertainty. As I think I said at the last meeting when we were considering the same, but all will be revealed at some point.
Exactly right. Good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration. Today was James Short, my Assistant Deputy Director for Administration, was also going to join me today. He couldn't be with us today, so he was going to lead this conversation, but we'll work through it. And given time, I think we can do that relatively quickly. So we are here today to ask the board for approval to include the agency requested policy option packages into the 21-23 agency request budget. You have seen these packages in the last 2 board meetings at various levels. As we develop our budget, we work under budget instructions provided by the Department of Administrative Services. As State Forester Doherty mentioned earlier, currently those instructions provide direction from an environment that looked very different than the one in front of us now. Currently, we are on track for the technical checkboxes we must work through as we complete the budget process. Budget staff have been entering, auditing, and submitting our current service level into the state's position inventory control system, and is on track to submit our data into Oregon's budget information tracking system, which is due at the end of the month. So all the technical aspects of budget development have been going on behind the scenes. On the agency side, we have been working on our budget narratives and these policy option packages in front of you. The next steps, to give you a sense of where we're going with this in the process, is pending approval of these POPs today, we would put these packages into the agency request budget that you will then see and be asked to approve at the July board meeting. Excuse me. So much like our fire budgets, we would likely have time to adjust these policy packages if we hear any further guidance from DAS CFO, either prior to or at the July board meeting. So in the consideration of time, I won't spend too much on this slide. I think State Forester Doherty provided a good context around the economic forecast and what it means to us. He did mention the 16% reduction in the 21-23 biennium. To give you a sense of what that means to the organization, that would equate to nearly a $12 million general fund reduction to the organization. And of course, all the other funds that are leveraged with those dollars, much like you heard in the previous topic. Jason, next slide. So I guess get right to it, and you have seen the details behind the POPs. A couple of board meetings ago, we kind of outlined the operational aspects of these POPs, and then we provided you in your packets the technical or the dollar amounts and position amounts for the policy option packages. And as you can see, There is roughly $60 million in front of you in 100 positions and 100 FTE. Before we get in any particular details, I did want to point out a couple of changes, both to previously what you've heard and then what's sitting in your packet today. So if you'll notice on the last line of the slide, which I can't really see because it's so far away. Let's see. POP 175 is a Toledo Facility Replacement Extension POP. This is new from what we presented last board meeting. This has to do with the shared service work we were doing to relocate our Toledo office with the Oregon Department of Transportation. Unfortunately, we were going to combine forces there and provide a facility that could house both agencies, but due to some issues with the landowner, we could no longer go down that path. So we're going to have to split ways with the Department of Transportation and find a new position or new place for our Toledo facilities on our own. Due to that, we have to change some of the bonding, debt service, capital outlay things we have to address with moving them into the further biennium, since this is going to take more time. So that's what that policy option package is about. It's really moving that debt service along the path so we can utilize it further down the road. So a little bit of a technical piece there. And then the other change in front of you that you do not have, but which is in this presentation, is on POP 171, which is fire life safety, firefighter life safety. That policy option package has two components. One is a fire safety officer, which is in your packet, and then also a communication specialist, which is also in your packet. But it also this POP was primarily driven by the need to implement automatic vehicle location services statewide so we could track our fire engines. And the S&S portion of that policy option package, the actual components needed to be installed in all the wireless towers across the state, was not included. So you'll see $1 million line item in the general fund category, which brings up our total to $58 million, $600,000 and $873. So with that, I think I don't think we're ready to leave that quite yet, Jason. Thank you. I think with that, we'll open it up and see if there's any questions or comments from the board before we move into next step on recommendations.
I don't see any hands up. Are there any questions from board members? Okay. So,
all right. Well, with that, the department recommends the board approve the proposed policy option packages for inclusion into the 21-23 agency request budget as presented for board consideration at the July 22nd meeting. Like I said, you'll have an opportunity to see these again as they're rolled up into the agency request budget. I did add on the recommendation subject to additional budget instructions from DAS CFO, as has been mentioned many times this morning. So like I said, we could see these again either in a emergency session or altering them at some point in the July board meeting.
good idea.
That's all I have. Thank you.
And this does apparently require a board action to move this forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved. Tom, this is Mike.
Okay. Second?
I'll second it. Joe.
Okay. Mike and Joe then no further discussion. I'll go through the vote once again. Nils Christopherson.
Aye.
Cindy Deacon Williams.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
You and I didn't hear. Brenda.
Aye.
Okay, gotcha, thanks. Mike Rose.
Aye.
Tom Imus, and I'm an aye vote as well. So that takes us through item number 3. We're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule. I think we can live with that. So Hillary, why don't we, if this works for everybody, do we need to stick to the time we had for the break? and come back at 10:30 to accommodate those who are getting on for the next item, or can we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:25? I'm in your hands.
Thank you, everybody. We do have some folks coming in to sign up for item 4 and 5, so I would appreciate if we could extend this until 10:30.
I think we can do that. All right. You might want to mute while you're away. You could stop video if you'd like to, or else we can sit there and watch you. To reconvene for agenda item 4. This is the discussion of the board's authority and constraints on climate change policy. And John Tokarczyk will be the main presenter on this. So John, we'll turn it over to you.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Dougherty. I'm John Tokarczyk, Acting Planning and Analysis Program Director. Along with me today, virtually, are Danny Norlander, Forest Carbon and Health Analyst, and Matt DeBoer from the Department of Justice. The topic at hand is an initial step in what is a significant climate and carbon board work plan. Sorry, thank you. And today we are asking for a determination and approval of board questions that can inform and address the board's authority and constraints relative to forest climate and carbon policy. Given the nature of the subject and subsequent legal analysis that will follow, Matt is present to listen and provide thoughts where he is able, but will not be able to provide analysis today. On the other hand, Danny can provide all manner of perspective and has prepared a background and an initial set of questions that should be supportive in the board's deliberation. With that, I'll turn it over to Danny.
Good morning, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forest Authority. For the record, I am Danny Norlander. I serve as the Forest Carbon and Forest Health Policy Analyst at this time. And I put together this presentation for us to go through some preliminary questions that have been put together for you. Let's go ahead and slide. There we go. Okay, so just as a refresher, our climate change work plan is kind of broken into 2 different topics. We have the first topic, which is analysis of the statutes and administrative rules. And topic B is mitigation and adaptation efforts. So there are a number of steps that will take place in this. Click. So today we're going to be looking at assessing the statutory authority, which is kind of that first block, and once more. And really we're just looking at, go back, this first bullet today. So identifying the primary questions of interest. And this is an opportunity for the board to really outline what their questions are in regards to their statutory authority. And we need to identify those questions so we can pose them to DOJ, which is that next bullet, and then we can proceed down the list there. So next slide. So today we're going to present some potential questions that we've drafted up and reviewed through the department. The board can have discussion on their questions or the questions that are posed. And then we will have some final clarification and questions that we'll pose to the Department of Justice, and public comment will be in there as well. So go ahead with the next slide. So today's outcomes, the department would like to see at the end a set of questions we can provide to the Department of Justice with clear expectations and a timeline kind of laid out for that. As John stated a few moments ago, today is not getting legal advice from DOJ. We're merely generating the questions that we will pose to DOJ, and that will in turn be answered later on by them. So if you have kind of mechanistic questions or questions about how the process will go, we can ask Matt those, but nothing that would be specific legal advice from them today. Slide. So to start, the summary, background, and analysis was mostly included in the board work plan. So, or the staff report that was provided. So the summary is basically, as I was talking about, the board has expressed interest. The summary and background is that the board has expressed interest in what their statutory authority is over the last year or so that I've been in this position. And a lot of that has come down to what can and can't be done within the statutes that the board has. So go ahead and next slide. I think with that, we can get into the questions. So all these questions, I'll go through the process on how these were developed real quick so you have an idea, and then we can look at each question. And if you have questions as we're going along, there are four questions that, 4 blocks that were posed. We can discuss them at the end as a block, or we can do them individually. I'll leave that up to you, Tom, if you want to make that decision either way. So the questions were arised by going through our statutes and kind of identifying where the board has expressed interest and expressed questions, and going through old notes and board minutes and seeing where that kind of lines up with what statute is in place, and seeing where there may or may not be questions that could arise based on what the interest has been. None of these have been posed to DOJ at this time. They've been provided them as with everybody, but they haven't had a chance to do any analysis on them, kind of waiting for the board to weigh in, because I really see these as the board's questions to DOJ, not so much the department's questions, but how are we going to get these kind of outlined and figured out long term. So with that, the first set of questions is, does the board have the authority to supervise all matters of forest policy and management, including establishing climate change and forest carbon goals? So that's more related to what the board can do in 526.016. And then the second part of that is carbon storage and sequestration included in management of all forest lands in Oregon should be encouraged to provide continuous production of all forest benefits. So that's kind of getting to, is carbon and forest carbon specifically a forest benefit that we need that the board can regulate. So Tom, do you have a preference on if we do this individually or at the end?
Why don't we take questions kind of as we go through?
Okay, sounds good, Peter. So I thought Joe's hand go up.
Yeah, so Chair Imeson, I guess I have a question related to this, this question. Are we implying or including all benefits of forest carbon in this question? Obviously trees store carbon, but also forest products store carbon. Should we expand this question to get clarity related to those both kind of how Oregon is very unique in its ability to store carbon both in growing trees and also storing as forest products? Is that the intent of this question, just for my own understanding?
I think the intent for this question was more related to forest benefits in the woods, because after it leaves the woods, it would be more harvested wood products. If you want it to be, like I was saying, these are your questions. So
yeah, I mean, I would be interested. Obviously, in my mind, forest benefits also include forest products. Our forests have a unique ability to store carbon in the form of forest products also, and replace other building materials of higher carbon usage. So I guess I'm interested in that. Is that really a part of this? So that's, I guess I would like that to be added. Both in obviously the benefit of trees, and I mean, we store carbon with trees, obviously, and growing of trees, but also we also store, our forests can store carbon in the form of forest products.
And I've got several hands up, and excuse me, I'm not as good as knowing whose question popped up first. So I'm going to say, I know Brenda has a question and then Jim has a question. So why don't we have those questions? They may be on the same topic, and we can discuss this. So Brenda?
Yeah, one quick comment and then one question. To Joe's point, I think carbon stores in forest products is good to be added, but I would encourage that it be the net carbon stores after carbon emissions have been deducted from those products. The question, though, deals with the rationale if the statute is to maximize benefits. And maybe, Danny, I apologize if you're going to cover this in a future slide, but climate change not only could, mitigation measures could be viewed as a benefit, but climate change itself is also a constraint on maximizing benefits. And so I'm wondering if there's some way, maybe in this question or a future one, to consider how we must consider climate change in order to maximize benefits now and on into the future.
And Jim?
To Joe's point, in terms of carbon storage and building products, et cetera, I think that really needs to be a separate question, because potentially legally that gets quite expansive and probably could potentially go far beyond what would otherwise be reasonably thought of as part of Board of Forestry's authority. So I think it's a good question, but I would like it to be a separate question.
And I guess if this if our purpose is to determine what kinds of questions we want to ask the board to understand what our authority and constraints are, I guess one of my questions associated with this, I'm not sure about this yet, but you've got the question and you've got the rationale. So I have the question I have around the rationale is: does the board need to make a finding or declare a policy around this, or have we already done that, such that we could then include climate specifically in terms of our is there some step we need to take, I guess, to establish that authority? And that would be, I think, useful to have. In other words, I guess, what is the constraint that I guess that we're trying to deal with? Are we constrained from doing any of this, or are we covered under the rationale as it exists without taking any further action? Does that make any sense?
Tom, this is Peter, and yes, that does. And this is, checking that, yes, in fact, is this the legislature gives functions to the Board of Forestry in a sense through statutes. And, to me, this one implies, since you're doing you supervise all matters of forest policy, and then the term production of all forest benefits, might imply that that's meant to really be fully encompassing. And so, just to get clarification, are we interpreting that correctly? Because in fact, the board has set goals for forest carbon in the forest program for Oregon. So it's to get at that question. And then if it turns out, no, this is really limiting, then I think this next question would be, what would be the steps we would take if you want to be able to weigh in? And that would be, if a statute limits you, then it would be a statutory change. So I think these are seeing if the authority is already there, or is there a constraint?
Right.
The way we would ask DOJ to do their analysis. Does that Am I getting at what you were asking?
Yeah, I think that you are. And I think in trying to come up with and framing the questions, what we want to do is basically find out, again, this isn't doing an action here today. This is making sure that the board understands what the legal underpinnings are or aren't for actions that would, or for policies that it's interested in discussing further, right? Because we want to make sure that in doing this, that if there are what appears to be legal impediments, that we understand what those are. So I guess I don't know that today. Well, I think I do know that today we're not going to have a discussion about every policy matter. We ought to be talking about where we need DOJ to look at some issues to understand what we can and can't do under our existing authorities and policies, right? Okay.
That's correct. And, and I made the point that it was already pretty clear we have the authority to establish a carbon offset program.
Right.
So there's no reason to ask that question. It's clearly stated in the statutes in general for the state forester and then specifically for state forest as well. So in some of there's a clear nexus for climate policy within the statutes. In other ones, we want to make sure. Going back to Joe's question about forest products, as Danny said, we were kind of thinking about the forest ecosystem carbon, but when you think about the climate, what is that called? The climate committee, IPCC.
Yeah.
The IPCC protocol recognizes two pools of forest carbon. One is forest ecosystem, and the other pool is harvested wood products. And so, I think we could expand this question because there are two different types of benefits, and we'll work with DOJ to see if in terms of whether we should have it as one question or break it into two. So I don't think we need to solve that problem today. And in terms of Brenda's questions, I think that's really good. We always try to do net carbon storage based on the IPCC protocol.
Okay.
And Joe has a question.
Well, I'll just, that's great. I think breaking it out, getting clear. I'm just looking for clarity there as to Jim's point, and I'm fine with all that discussion. I just want to make sure that we somehow get, DOJ's opinion on forest products. So, but that's great. I think my question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay. And I see that Nils and Brenda both have hands up here. So Brenda, is yours a continuation of the question you were asking? Why don't you go ahead and then we'll come to Nils.
Yeah, 2 points. I'm afraid my comments maybe not have been understood correctly. First of all, the net carbon stored in wood products is not considered unless the transportation and processing emissions are deducted from that. And my understanding from past discussions is that's not the case. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what has been done, but I think that needs to be clarified. The other point I want to make is coming back to my other question. The question that, as it's written here, talks about establishing climate change and forest carbon goals, when in fact, one part of that question is, should we be considering climate change when setting policy such that climate change will constrain our ability to attain those goals in the future?
And so is that the legal question you want explored related to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've been told when we were talking about the Siskiyou rules that we were not to be thinking about climate change as a factor when designing those rules, when in fact climate change will have an effect on our ability to maintain water quality standards in the future.
Okay. And for me, I just, again, there's a policy question of whether we should do that. And what we're trying to get at is not the policy question, is there a legal impediment to that? And is that what you're trying to explore here?
Are we legally allowed to consider climate change as a constraint on achieving goals in the future when we set policy?
Yeah, and that'll come up, I think, in the third question.
Yeah, okay.
But I have this written down as a new question, Brenda.
Okay, and I see Nils with a hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of add on to, I think, the discussion I'm hearing from Brenda, and then Peter's clarification. I mean, I do think this, that we would want to look at this in a holistic systems way that's looking at, net contributions or deficits in carbon through the system. And I think, as Andrew Yost has presented to us a couple times, it's important we try to tier to the IPCC approach so that there's some consistency and the use of the accepted, sort of internationally accepted methods of doing this, unless we have strong reason to believe that we can do it better. But I'm inclined to go with that IPCC model and the two pools, and really think about and make sure, and I'm not an expert in it, but make sure that it is, accounting for all the additions and subtractions in carbon, but also, as we know from the Western U.S. versus Eastern U.S. and Europe, et cetera, thinking about offsets of emissions and offsets from the alternative building products that may or may not be used, or offsets in wildfire from doing fuel reduction work and trying to utilize that material effectively. To me, all of that's important, and it obviously becomes complicated, and that's why I think it's important we try to use some accepted systems and models and calculations to do that. But it certainly needs to be both the forest pool and the external or wood products pool.
Okay, and Brenda, I think you, I'm assuming you've got another comment.
Just to follow up on Nils's comment, being consistent with the regional protocols through IPCC is fine, and I encourage that. I think it does provide some consistency. But on the other hand, those protocols do not necessarily consider the carbon costs associated with producing those products. So we could do both, and there's really no reason why we shouldn't do both if we feel that one is going to give us a better sense for what the net carbon stores are in those products.
Right. Okay, and Cindy.
Just kind of a follow-up on that discussion. I think that's sort of a policy decision that the board will have to make in future as to whether or not that's an element they want to consider. I obviously, if I were still here in the future, would concur with Brenda that it's an important element. For the purposes of today's discussion, I think we need to find out from DOJ if there are any legal constraints and or authorities for us to include consideration of the carbon costs associated with the transport when we're talking about carbon storage in the wood products. So, the discussion of whether that's an element that the board wants to include in its deliberations in future is a policy question. We need to find out from DOJ if there's any legal constraint / authority for that consideration.
Right. And I really underscore your point, because I think there can be a tendency to want to discuss or debate the issue about how we do this, and what we're really trying to do is make sure we understand the legal framework to do what the board intends to do in the future, so we don't run up unwittingly against a legal issue somewhere down the road on this for those who are discussing it.
This is Peter, Tom. I mean, and that's great. And these are really good discussions and good questions, and about the methods of how you calculate carbon. And I don't think there's a legal question here about the methods. This is really a policy question and a methods question. And we are not only following the IPCC, we've joined the Western states in the memorandum of understanding so that we would have a consistent policy from California through Washington. And we're also coordinating with a multi-agency research group to look at these kind of very questions. And we've reported a little bit on that, and we will be reporting more as we go forward. And there'll be a time for these kind of methodology questions. But I think that, how we actually measure it isn't part of the legal question. The legal question is, can we count it as a forest benefit?
Right.
And
I'm a little concerned that we aren't gonna, that we won't, we need to, I'm trying to kind of move this along to see the next questions. Cindy, do you have another comment on this though?
Just sort of a follow-up. If we're asking if we have legal authority to look at and manage and regulate, propose policies and adopt rules associated with carbon storage on forest carbon on the landscape and in the wood products, I think we ought to include in that question whether we also have the legal authority to consider the carbon costs associated with harvest and transportation. The policy discussion and decision of the board in future about whether or not they want to include it is a separate thing, but I suspect that question will be debated. And so since we're already proposing to ask the legal question of whether we have the authority on forest carbon in the trees and in the forest products, we might as well at the same time also ask if we have the authority to consider the carbon costs in harvest and transportation.
So if there are legal impediments to that. So,
yeah.
Okay. Can we move on then?
Yes. Next slide. So question 2 is, does the board have the authority to regulate forest carbon under the Forest Practices Act? And that comes about because we need to determine if the duties and the powers of the board to make rules provide for maintenance of resources, including forest carbon and or climate change. So I think that this question is kind of getting to some of what the conversation was.
Whether this is a really important, I agree. I think this is a lot of the discussion we just had really would fit under this this question.
Yeah. So this one, and I think actually the next one also will kind of get into some of the conversation that was just had. So this one, we start off with a real broad one. Can the board supervise or take climate change into account for making carbon goals? And is carbon a forest benefit that the board can regulate? Yeah. So then we get a little bit more specific to the Forest Practices Act. And I do want to step back real quick and talk about the work plan again. So we had the whole list of all of the bulleted points there, and some of those are dealing more with each specific policy and rule within the FPA and within protection within state forests also. So that's another process that will take place later on in the work plan. So doing an assessment and analysis of all of the rules and everything that are in place in relation to climate change. And that may be things that also came about in the discussion that we just had. So this one is specific to the Forest Practices Act under 527710. And those statutes are where these questions kind of came up, but it could be much broader than that. And it could apply to the entirety of the Forest Practices Act, or it could be more specific.
Right. Okay. Cindy, your hand is up.
Yeah, I like this question, you know, both in its general focus and, well, I like the question. I'm wondering if we need sort of a companion overarching question that covers the adaptation part of climate change management. This is sort of the mitigation. Do we have the authority to regulate carbon storage and carbon emissions associated with forest practices? I think there's a similar kind of question of, do we have the authority to manage in order to increase forest resilience in the face of future climate change, just as a broad general thing. I know the next question kind of speaks to that, but I'm thinking in terms of, you know, do we have the authority, for instance, to identify and establish rules to protect climate refuges? That's more on the adaptation end of things. So I think we need to make sure we deal both with mitigation, you know, carbon issues and ecological resilience issues in an overarching and broad perspective.
Okay. I don't see other comments or questions.
So next slide then. So this one is specific more to the 714 analysis that take place. So can the board adopt forest practice rules based on future projections or models, or does there need to be a measurable degradation currently? So this kind of gets to the idea of, we know that climates are changing. We have models and projections that kind of outline that and show that. Can we take those into account when the board is in rulemaking processes, or do we have to have something that's measurable today? All right.
Okay.
So next question then. And this one is specific to the Good Neighbor Authority. So the Good Neighbor Authority lists specific outcomes for pursuing projects. So does this specifically does this apply to climate change projects as well? There's a list of them in there. Is climate change and forest carbon included in there? Or is it one that is one where it would be more broad and we would need to specify with the Forest Service more clearly?
And Jim Kelly has a question or comment.
Yeah, I actually wanted to go back to the last question. I'm being picky here, but the question does not include the point that we're talking about climate in the actual question, or climate change. So I'd just like to see that question clarified to make sure that we know what the question's about.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you, Jim.
You got that, Danny?
Yeah, I'm just taking some notes as we go through.
So question 4, just to give you a little bit different background. These two statutes were passed subsequently to each other. And it's sort of a question, one gives the board broad authority around the types of management goals we can do under shared stewardship in the Federal Forest Restoration Program. And the other one has very specific requirements of where we should focus one of the tools. And so there's potentially a conflict there. While the board might be able to set a broad policy to consider climate change in federal forest restoration, the one tool may be focused for other very specific goals. So we just want to see if there's and it wouldn't be a conflict between the statutes. It's just limiting one of the tools from achieving one of the goals the board could set. And so we wanted clarification around that.
Okay. So those are the questions you had in the material, right, Danny? So,
correct. Those are the ones that were included. So we can go on to the next slide. Jim still has his hand up. I don't know if that was
Well, I guess I want to say, I just want to make sure that nobody had something else that wasn't on the list that is an area that they think ought to be included. Is there, Jim, I see your hand still up. Is that because you're muted, but your hand is up?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why my hand is still up, and I'm trying to figure out how to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Tom?
Yeah.
So we do have 2 new questions that have been added through the discussion that I have that we can work on.
Okay.
One was from Brenda, how, must we consider climate change in achieving the maximizing of benefits? Not just can we set goals for what benefits we want to maximize, but do we have the authority to consider it? And then Cindy's question, which was new, is do we have the authority to identify and protect climate refuges, and ecological resilience? So I've got those down, and we'll work those questions into the request to DOJ, if that's what, just to be clear, we sort of have 6 questions now.
Right, okay, good. That's great.
Okay.
Okay, Danny.
Okay, next slide, please. So again, on to recommendation and next steps. So click. So the board or department's recommendation is providing questions outlined to the Department of Justice for statutory review and analysis. Click. Limit the questions the board's rulemaking ability in relation to climate change, given what is currently known and what is projected into the future. Next. And further analysis of rules will be considered as outlined in the climate change work plan, just as a reminder. So next steps, click. Staff will work with the Department of Justice to obtain answers to the desired statutory authority questions. Next. The Department of Justice will present their findings to the board at a later board meeting. We're not exactly sure which meeting that will be, but it will be in this calendar year, I suspect. Analysis of current rules and statutes related to the FPA protection and state forests can commence once the DOJ clarification and answers have been obtained.
Okay.
And Jim has his hand up.
Yeah, I do. I just want to make the point that, yes, you're correct that we have been talking about getting clarification from the DOJ for I believe, a full year. And I've been surprised that it's taken us this long to get to this point where we are ready to ask the questions. And so I just want to make the statement that it's time to move along and to push the DOJ to get this done and get this done quickly. And I see no reason why this should get pushed out and not back in front of us until the end of the year. So just expressing my displeasure about how long this has taken and wanting to see us move as quickly as possible and push the DOJ to get there and get these questions into them as soon as possible. Thanks.
All right. Any other, Danny, I mean, my sense is this is not, you've gotten the direction that you wanted to get, and we don't need a formal board action on this. Is that what you're thinking, you and Peter, or did you want sort of
why don't you go over your, Danny, do you have the recommendation there?
Yeah, so can we go back a couple? So our recommendation was that we provide questions that we have outlined today to DOJ for statutory review and analysis. I think it would be helpful for us to go through the questions. I can just read them quickly. And there may be some wordsmithing that takes place to incorporate some of the comments that were made, and then incorporate the 2 additional questions, and then have a vote that those are the questions that you guys would like.
That's fine.
Pose to DOJ. So
okay, as long as we're not as long as you can wordsmith the questions, especially, I would assume you want to have some conversation with DOJ about the questions themselves. And if they've got questions about the questions, then we're not getting very far. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the next steps, the timeline and stuff, I am anticipating that we will be able to get the questions to the DOJ pretty quickly, probably within the next 2 weeks. They could have them in hand and start working on them. So that's just kind of the timeline that I'm thinking about when they would be able to get them.
Okay.
So go ahead and go to the next slide. So
I see Cindy's hand up. So Cindy, or Brenda's hand up.
That's okay. I was just ready to make a motion, but if we've got public comment on this, we're not ready for that.
Okay. Brenda.
Danny, if the DOJ will have them within 2 weeks, any sense from DOJ about how long it will take to get a response?
So conversation with DOJ indicates it would probably take about 2 months to complete the whole process and review process that they have internally. So after they get them, it'd probably be about 2 months.
I just want to echo Jim's frustration that it's taking so long to get clarity on this.
Okay. Back to you, Danny. Then.
Okay. So that's the extent of our presentation. So public comments, and then we could come back for clarifying conversation, and then maybe we could have a vote after that.
So I think, I guess the motion would be that we direct staff to complete the questions that we've discussed today and submit them to DOJ with the request and submission that the work, I mean, obviously they've got processes they need to undertake, and we haven't given anything to DOJ yet. So I understand the frustration, but it's not, DOJ hasn't had something from us to this point. So that we ask them to develop responses and with all deliberate speed or something to that effect, and then provide them to the board, the answers to the board to those questions. So if somebody wants to move something like that or modify that somehow, that's fine, but that will help us move forward.
That seems great. We want to go to public comment now?
Or do we have public comment? I'm sorry. Yeah. So let's take the, Hillary, can you manage the public comment again?
Yes, we have 4 members of the public signed up for item 4 today. Everyone who's in the Zoom queue who's providing testimony in real time will be listed in your attendees window in the Zoom and will be called on in sequential order. And for those on the line, thank you very much for being ready to provide oral testimony today for the Evaluating Board's Authority and Constraints on Climate Change. We have a limited amount of time, so each of you are allotted 3 minutes. A timer will be displayed to track your time on Zoom, and I'll inform you when your time's up. So to help us stay on track, I'll announce the names in the order who signed in today, and then call on each of you one at a time. And for all of those providing the testimony, please state your full name for the record before you begin. First, in the order, we'll have Samantha Kropp, John Talbert, Maria Sase, and David Tweet. And I will go ahead and begin with Samantha, but let me go ahead and share my screen so I can get you your time. One moment. Samantha, your time starts now.
Thank you. Chair Emerson, members of the board, and State Forester Doherty, my name is Samantha Kropp, Wild and Working Forest Campaign Manager for the Center for Sustainable Economy. Governor Brown's recent executive order number 2004 gave the Oregon Department of Forestry a clear directive to use any and all of its authority to take action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But despite these obligations, the ODF's report to address this EO was inadequate in substance, insufficient in tangible targets, and absent of a clear public process for engagement. Goal G of the Forestry Plan for Oregon, the board's strategic policy document, reads, quote, improve carbon sequestration and carbon storage and reduce carbon emissions in Oregon's forests and forest products, end quote. While this goal was adopted in 2015 and the board reaffirmed its commitment to it in 2019, no material steps toward climate smart forestry have been taken. Many community members share in the frustration that we just heard expressed by some board members about how long the timeline has been and how little has been accomplished. We believe that in order to meaningfully achieve the directives outlined in the EO and the board's strategic plan, the board should explore its statutory authority to truly advance climate smart forestry on state lands by, 1, halting ongoing clear-cut practices that are currently transitioning healthy carbon-safe forests into unstable carbon sinks, 2, restoring young unhealthy plantations into climate smart and stable forests, and 3, adopting climate smart, science-backed, and site-specific management alternatives to direct state forest management in the future. In 2021 alone, Oregon Department of Forestry's operating plans would result in an additional 5,932 acres of clear cuts on the landscape, which reflects a management direction that would continue to prioritize short rotation clear cut style logging practices and further degrade forest lands. For 13 years, these future clear cuts will not only fail to sequester carbon, but will also serve as net emissions, releasing more CO2 from logging decay and the combustion of logging residuals than can be sequestered by young seedlings that take the place of that forest. I'd also like to express my support for the board's focus on climate adaptation measures in addition to the mitigation measures. We have science-backed studies, including many recent science-backed studies, demonstrating clearly that clear-cut practices reduce the resiliency of forest lands to climate impacts. Clear cuts reduce water quality and water flow, with recent watershed studies finding supplies to be reduced by 50% or more with the transference of healthy watersheds to tree plantations. We also know that clear cuts increase wildfire risk and contribute to the problem of climate change on a huge scale. So the Board of Forestry cannot conceivably advance its climate goals while turning a blind eye to the clear cuts currently occurring and being planned on state lands. As supervising body of all forest management and policy in the state of Oregon, the board should explore the full extent of its authority granted by the Oregon legislature to develop an honest and transparent accounting of forest carbon and immediately begin the process of adopting science-backed climate smart management alternatives, beginning with the ending of clear cutting on all state forest lands. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Samantha. Up next is John.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, my name is John Talbert, President and Senior Economist for Center for Sustainable Economy and Co-Director of the Forest Carbon Coalition. On July 10th, 2018, and again last month on May 6th, we were joined by dozens of scientific, conservation, and community organizations in providing you a roadmap for embracing best available science, best practice, and sustainable economics in developing a forest carbon agenda for the state. Our forest lands are unrivaled in their ability to capture and store carbon, but only if we abandon the antiquated practices of clear cutting and short rotation timber plantations. As meticulously documented in our submissions, the science on this is crystal clear. These practices are the leading source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, though presently uncounted in the official greenhouse gas inventory, and are making the land more susceptible to climate change by increasing the risks of drought, disease, wildfire, floods, landslides, low summertime stream flow, thermal pollution, fish kills, regeneration failures, and harmful algae blooms. These are the resiliency issues Cindy raised. As such, a rapid transition away from business as usual practices must be front and center of this board's agenda, especially in light of Executive Order 2004. To comply with its requirements, specific measures outlined in our May 6th submission include halting any further logging of carbon-rich, native and old-growth forests. This includes identifying and limiting such logging projects in state forests and use of your good neighbor authority to be advocates for this on federal public lands. Using direct regulation, incentives, and technical support to help expedite the transition to climate-smart forest practices like long rotations, variable retention thinning, and other alternatives to clear cuts on private lands, establishing forest carbon storage targets for all Oregon forest lands that reflect nature's baseline, the amount of carbon that is stored in the fragments of old growth forests that remain, initiating rulemaking processes to eliminate harmful logging practices in drinking watersheds. Already, we've lost 50% or more of the annual water supplies as a result of these practices. Climate change will only add to this stress. Initiate rulemaking to regulate and reduce CO2 emissions from the logging and wood products sector. And finally, work with Oregon Department of Revenue to change subsidies so that they don't go to Wall Street and foreign investor-owned corporations, but go to small family foresters in Oregon who know how to log and leave a climate-resilient forest behind. You already have broad statutory authority and discretion to implement these measures, yet in ODF's May 15th submission to Governor Brown, not a single such measure was proposed. As a result, ODF will continue to work on false solutions advocated for by Peter Dougherty and his staff, such as forest carbon offsets, mass timber, cross-laminated timber, burning trees for energy, storing carbonated wood products rather than forests, and thinning projects in federal lands that actually make wildfires worse. This is unacceptable, and perhaps Mr. Dougherty is not the person to lead this agency as it strives to reorient its mission to be a leader on mitigating the effects of climate change. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, John. Up next, Maria.
Maria, are you able to unmute?
So I start again. Hello, my name is Maria Sauce, and I am a resident of Lincoln County. I live in the Coast Range, and the topics of forestry and climate change have been in my mind, heart, and action for several years. We have been seeing privately owned forests clear-cut at an alarming rate, both in the size of cuts and frequency of harvests. Today, we face clear-cuts wherever we go. Northwest forests used to be one of the world's largest carbon sinks. Even though trees are replanted after being cut, the new generations, all of the same species, raised with pesticides that kill the microorganisms in the soil and poison all new non-coniferous growth, do not regenerate the same ecosystems that existed, nor the same capacity of the forest to store carbon and emit oxygen. Today, Northwest forests have become one of the biggest carbon emitters in the world. Profits to be made from clear cutting and pesticide spraying drive the continuing destruction of forest land, and with it, the increasing scarcity of water, pollution of streams, and take place at the expense of health and safety of the people and of all forms of life that exist in our forests or near them. I hope the Board of Forestry is aware of the grave injustice to humans and non-humans alike of continuing extraction and replanting of Oregon's forests in the manner it is done today. There is work being done on carbon offsets as a way to increase carbon storage. That means that the reduction in CO2 emissions by some people can be used by others to pay for failing to reduce emissions. We do not have time for such gains, which inevitably inhibit the rate at which we could slow down the warming of our planet. Our window of opportunity to prevent catastrophic and irreversible climate change is small and getting smaller. We now have 10 years to change course. Trees must be allowed to grow to an age that gives them the ability to store carbon that truly counts. Most of today's trees grow thin and spindly. We desperately need those huge, centuries-old trees that timber companies are so eager to get their saws on to save our climate and keep our planet home livable for us and all other beings. Let us keep what we have left. It is precious. The Forest Practices Act can be reformed to do that. Forests have grown without pesticides for millions of years, creating the wealth of life and the wondrous ecosystems of which so few remain intact. We cannot restore or replace what nature took millions of years to make with chemical intervention or genetic modification. We have to protect what we still have of nature from further unraveling and destruction. It is we who need to adapt to nature, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. We have concluded our public comment period, Board Chair.
All right, thank you, and thanks for those who provided comments. So we are now back to the matter of a motion to move forward with the
I
questions.
apologize, Chair, to interrupt. There was one more, David Tweet.
Okay.
I apologize, David. Let me get you up.
No problem.
My name is David Tveit, T-V-E-D-T. I live in the Eugene, Springfield area. And most of what you talked about today was your authority and constraints on your authority. And considering, I think you all know that logging is the biggest single carbon emitter in Oregon. An OSU study confirmed that, and the Center for a Sustainable Economy also did. And considering that, I think it's really important you go beyond what your current constraints are and push for reform of the Oregon Forest Practices Act. That is the only way that you will be able to make much of a difference in the carbon emissions from logging. The industrial model of logging is incredibly petroleum dependent. The fertilizers, all the heavy equipment, aerial spraying, the herbicides are made from petroleum, and of course flown by helicopters that use petroleum. All that is unsustainable, and it all needs to change, and you can be leaders in pushing the legislature to make changes, necessary changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we've concluded. Thank you, everybody.
Right. Thanks, Hillary. Okay, is there a motion on this issue?
I thought you made a motion, Tom.
No, I didn't. I outlined what I thought would be a motion, but I wasn't proposing a motion. I generally
avoid that. Okay.
Remember to propose. So could be that, could be something else. Uh-oh.
I think you were about to propose a motion.
Cindy's hand is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a phone ringing in my background, so which I can't do anything about. So Cindy, I'll mute myself.
So I move that the 6 questions discussed earlier be submitted to DOJ for an answer to clarify what our current authorities and constraints are regarding climate change.
I second that as well, but I would also offer a friendly amendment that that the decisions be made with all due haste.
I'm perfectly happy with that modification to the motion.
All right.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification on that first question, we were going to have the question related to forest products that we discussed earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And as I understand, the other modification was to include the question with respect to harvest and transportation carbon costs.
Whether you could regulate harvest and transportation cost, or
whether you could consider it.
That, I don't know if that's technically a legal question. That's a methodological question in terms of how to calculate carbon.
No, it's not. It is a legal question in that can we use that information when we are assessing the net carbon costs associated with any policies around carbon stores?
Seems to me if we have a legal question of whether or not we can consider carbon storage in wood products or in trees in our rulemaking. We also have a legal question of whether or not we can consider carbon costs associated with harvest and transportation. And while I think the policy question that will ultimately be before the board as to whether or not we want to, we might as well ask right now whether or not we have the legal authority to take that into consideration. I thought that was one of the modifications in the 6.
Yeah, it is, Cindy.
I think that would be more of a separate question, whether you have the authority to track or consider transportation carbon and wood harvesting equipment carbon. But we can add that. We can incorporate that in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. I really see that as down the road. I mean, I think fundamentally it's just a question of whether or not forest products can be considered. But I think that we can, go to that. I think that's the question really that we need to pose to the Department of Justice. But
yeah, Joe, the reason I'm wanting to include that is I believe there was some discussion a couple of meetings back. I can't even remember where the comment came from, but it was the effect that, the carbon associated with transportation is not within our authority, that's in DOT's authority. So I think we need to find out whether or not that's something that is within our authority to consider. And I agree with you, Joe. The policy question of whether or not we will come later. But we might as well now, since we're asking DOJ for answers, find out whether we have the authority to do so should the board decide they want to.
all right.
Okay, so we have clarification, right, on what the motion is, I think.
Correct.
So, we'll do another roll call vote.
Do you need a second?
I thought.
Seconded it.
Yeah, I think Brenda seconded it.
Yeah. Okay, so Nils Christofferson.
Aye.
Cindy Deacon-Williams.
Aye.
Kelly.
Aye.
Brendan McComb.
Aye.
Mike Rose.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
And Tom Imison is aye, so the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to our next agenda item. I want to make sure, first of all, that Bob Van Dyke and Greg Miller are both connected to us. I see Greg, you're muted, but I assume that you're there, Greg. Can you confirm that you're here?
I am here.
And Bob, are you connected to us?
I am here as well.
Great. Thank you both so much for being here today. This is agenda item 5, a request for a temporary rule in the Siskiyou georegion. Kyle Abraham, Private Forest Division Chief, will be the main presenter on this item. So Kyle.
Great, thanks Tom. Good morning, Chair Imison, board members, and State Forester Doherty. For the record, I am Kyle Abraham and I serve as the Division Chief for Private Forests. This agenda item before you today is a request from parties working collaboratively within a memorandum of understanding to pause the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review and to implement a temporary rule that would enact salmon, steelhead, and bull trout protections similar to the rest of Western Oregon in the Siskiyou georegion. And before I go into more detail on those items and what it means for the department, I would also like to introduce Greg Miller and Bob Van Dyke. Greg and Bob are the chief signatories on the MOU and of the request to the board for those items I previously mentioned. The request in front of the board today is also in attachment 1 in agenda item 5. Greg and Bob will highlight the request of the board and describe how the board's consideration will help continue the momentum for the continued collaboration on the MOU effort. And so we'll invite Greg and Bob to speak now, and then we'll take some other public comment towards the end of the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg and Bob.
Well, good morning, Chair Imeson, board members, State Forester Doherty. Thank you very much. Or I should stop there and say, for the record, my name is Greg Miller, and I represent the forestry signatories of the Forestry Memorandum of Understanding. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to express our support for this temporary rule request. If I could, just for a moment, and Bob, I'm sure will have some introductory remarks as well, but just for a moment, if I could, to add a little humor to our circumstance. When Bob and I were testifying in the legislature earlier this year, at least I did, reference this as Bob and Greg's most excellent adventure. So thank you for that modest indulgence. Bob, I'll stop here and let you introduce yourself too, and a couple remarks.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, obviously I'll speak to the rule in a moment. It's Bob Van Dyke, and I officially work for Wild Salmon Center. I appreciate the chance to be here today and the consideration of this temporary rule. And I'm representing the 13 fish conservation and environmental groups who signed the forestry MOU. And it is a excellent adventure indeed.
Well, to that end, the letter is in your packet. The letter is a joint request. So let me just back up a little bit. In January of this year, we, along with our conservation partners, embarked on the series of meetings that Governor Brown facilitated to explore the possibility of setting aside past conflicts to chart a new collaborative course towards science-based updates to the forest management in Oregon. So that produced this historic MOU, and we reaffirmed, as you know, the short session ended and we were unable to have the final bill, House Bill 4168B, passed due to the Legislative Assembly adjournment, sine die. So in April this year, we reaffirmed our commitment to the MOU work together with a letter to the governor. And part of the work that we were doing in the MOU has been couched in the legislation, but we wanted to keep the momentum going. And therefore, one of the items that we focused on to do that was, one of the elements of the legislation was to apply the salmon, steelhead, and bull trout stream buffer regulations that were adopted for Western Oregon into the Siskiyou georegion. And so, since we weren't able to have the bill passed, the opportunity for a temporary rule is what we have asked the board to consider, and that is the letter in the packet that asks for that. We believe that making this request honors the spirit of the MOU, and believe that such a temporary rule will provide benefits to water quality. And we're very pleased that the board has expressed a unilateral support for the MOU work in your February meeting and conveyed a willingness to help. And it was in that vein that we're coming to you for this request to adopt the temporary rule to implement the SSBT stream rules for the Siskiyou georegion. I think to sum up my remarks, and we may be a bit repetitive here, Bob and I haven't had any opportunity to do some rehearsal here, but just to sum up, it's in light of all of that that we request the board to pass the temporary rule, to have it become effective at the earliest date possible, consistent with prudent administration of forest practices. We think this step will provide resource benefits sooner. It avoids a process that could likely reignite some acrimony between parties that are working towards mutual goals. And we think it will help conserve some limited state resources. And we respectfully request that also that the final expanded Siskiyou literature review also be presented to the board as we think this information would be informative. And also, it's hard for us to judge the department's timeline, but we'd hope that it would be no later than September or sometime around that time frame. And so with that, I'll turn this over to my partner, Bob.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. Thanks again for this opportunity, board members. I guess I'd just like to encourage you to adopt the temporary rule today. I don't think it'll be a surprise to you that Wild Salmon Center and the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition, Rogue River Keeper, other groups have come before you asking for a change of the SISTU rules. And not only do we think this rule should be adopted, but we've testified in support of more robust rules than these rules on the larger stream network across the state. So from our view, the MOU process is going to present an opportunity to look at that larger stream network across the state. And we're going to need ODF private forest program specialists to help support that process, ideally. So approving this temporary rule today is going to allow us to make some progress consistent with the MOU, as Greg described, but hopefully will also free up some time for ODF to help with the larger MOU process. We still think it's critical that the upcoming lit review come before the board. The staff has put a lot of time into that. There's been public comment on that. DEQ has gotten to weigh in, other parties. So we'd like that still presented to the board in the near future, even if there's not going to be a degradation decision. So just in closing, I'll encourage you to not only adopt the temporary rule, but also bring forward that SISTU study, the work that's being done. And I'd also encourage you to revisit the ODF work plans looking ahead, if you do make this decision on the temporary rule, to think about how staff might be able to support the MOU process going forward. I'm happy to answer questions, but thanks again for the chance to testify.
Any questions for Bob or for Greg? I don't see any hands up. So thank you, both of you. This is really terrific that you've come here together. We hope that you, at least I hope, I'm sure the board does, that you continue on your most excellent adventure.
Thank you.
And then Kyle, we'll go back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg and Bob, for participating this morning. So as I mentioned, the request to the board contains two items. One, pause the SISTU Streamside Protection Review. Somehow I don't know how to use the clicker today. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Jason. And two, implement a temporary rule for SSBT protections in the Siskiyou georegion. So with a pause in the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review, the department will cease planning for a sufficiency decision in July on the effectiveness of the current riparian rules for maintaining stream temperature on small and medium fish-bearing streams in the Siskiyou. The department will continue a limited amount of work necessary to finalize the expanded literature review, which the board directed the department to do back in January. The department has recently completed a draft report and have shared the draft report with the Siskiyou Advisory Committee. The committee has provided comments and feedback to the department, and we are in the process of finalizing that report. The department also anticipates bringing the expanded literature review summary to the board as an information item during the annual monitoring report in September. September should allow us enough time to finalize the report. The only caveats are that we are entering into fire season across the state, working within a hiring freeze, as mentioned by State Forester Doherty this morning, which has the monitoring unit currently at about half capacity. And of course, we're working under a COVID-19 pandemic. That said, our goal is September, and I'm encouraged by our monitoring unit staff that feel like we can definitely meet that. We will also continue to work with our colleagues at the Department of Environmental Quality to continue to learn how Forest Practices Act sufficiency and total maximum daily load policies may work together to meet water quality goals. This work so far has been enlightening, but there is still more to do. And as mentioned earlier, DEQ is also in alignment with this temporary rule pause. So they have also identified that there is more work to do between the two agencies and support the continued collaboration. The pause in the Siskiyou Wood review, as mentioned, would also allow the monitoring unit to reopen other high priority monitoring projects, which have been on hold as remaining staff resources have been focused on the Siskiyou project. Namely, ones you will remember, the compliance audit and the Western Oregon review for large wood recruitment and desired future condition, both of which will likely be picked back up if the board chooses to pause the Siskiyou Streamside review. So with that, I'll answer any questions on the first item.
I don't see any hands up, so I don't think you have questions on that first item.
Okay, great. And now for the second item, implementing a temporary rule for salmon steelhead and bull trout protections in the Siskiyou georegion. You've heard from the signatories on the intent of their request to you today, but I'll run through a bit of the administrative process to implement a temporary rule. An agency has the ability to implement a temporary rule according to Oregon Revised Statute 183.335 sub 5. And there are several steps needed to address this statute, and we have been working and will continue working closely with Department of Justice as this is new ground for us. To highlight the steps in the statute, it describes the agency needing to prepare a statement of findings that failure to act promptly will impact the public interest and provide reasoning for these findings. There must be a citation of the legal authority to promulgate the rule, in this case, the board's authority under ORS 527-710, and a statement of need and how the rule is intended to meet that need. Finally, a list of the principal documents in considering and preparing the rule. In this case, a principal document is a letter to the board requesting the implementation of the temporary rule. The statement of findings describes the temporary rule is needed to advance the continued collaboration of the parties interested in the MOU and forthcoming legislation, while also being an efficient use of limited state resources. As the parties have identified in their letter to the Board of Forestry, adopting a temporary rule would help maintain the collaboration expressed in good faith by the parties and provide support from the board to further their work. Based on this, the temporary rule is needed to support the continued collaboration by the parties to the MOU and building towards a habitat conservation plan for private forest lands. It is in the public interest to support moving forward with long-term solutions for Oregon's forests. 2, minimize the inefficient use of state resources that would be required to continue on a rule analysis process that may become moot if proposed legislation is enacted. Capacity is limited within the department, and those resources would be reallocated to work on other high priority projects. The temporary rule will meet these needs by temporarily implementing riparian protections for the Siskiyou region while awaiting further legislative direction proposed by the parties to the MOU. The department is near completion with these documents and will submit them along with the rule language to the Secretary of State to make the temporary rule effective. With regards to timing of when the rule would be in effect, we have not identified a specific date. In the spirit of the MOU, the legislation that was proposed in February 2020 identified an effective date of January 2021. The department needs to complete education and training with stewardship foresters, operators, and landowners in the affected areas and complete the update to the type SSBT stream database in coordination with ODF and W. As you'll hear probably this afternoon, we are entering into fire season, actually are in fire season in the Siskiyou region. We'll be continuing to deal with COVID-19 ramifications, which will limit our ability to provide training and outreach through our traditional pathways. And we are also currently in a hiring freeze. So we'll have limited capacity over the next few months or perhaps longer. With that said, we do have a plan in place to begin our education and training efforts immediately if the board does direct the department to put a temporary rule in place. Additionally, we would work with the board's advisory committees, the Southwest Regional Forest Practices Committee and the Committee for Family Forest Lands, along with our landowner and conservation parties to help this outreach. And so with that, I'll pause for any questions, and then we can take public comment.
Cindy has a question or comment.
Yeah, Kyle, I understand your inability to forecast how rapidly you'll be able to go through all the administrative steps necessary for implementation. But if you were to gaze into your crystal ball and guesstimate when you think you will be ready, the department will be ready for implementation, could you do so?
Yeah, you know, this is always sort of a good lead into a Star Wars quote, which the always in motion is the future. Some folks may not get that entirely, but you know, I think it'll be months for us. It won't be immediate, and it won't take us until January. So I would say we would have some ability, even within our current scenarios, to get started on this immediately, and we could have something, you know, within probably the fall time period, if I was forced to look into my crystal ball.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't see any other hands up, Kyle, so we can go to public comment and then come back.
Great.
Motion. So Hillary, can you facilitate the public comment again?
Definitely. Board Chair, we have one member of the public signed up for item 5. Mr. Kios, thank you for being ready to provide oral comment for the request for temporary rule in the Siskiyou Geo-region. You are allotted 3 minutes. A timer will be displayed to track your time on Zoom, and I will inform you when your time is up. And before you begin, please state your full name for the record.
Dana A. Choate. Good morning, Chair Imerson, State Forester Doherty, and board members. My name is Dana Choate, and I was a member of your Riparian Rules Advisory Committee. I'm here today representing Southwest Oregon Regional Forest Practice Committee, the commonly known as the RFPC, as its chair. Our committee is appointed by this board and meets throughout the year, as mandated by law, to assist you in developing, reviewing, and identifying the need for new or amended forest practices rules. I'm here today to give testimony on the potential implementation of temporary Siskiyou streamside protection rule. Our Southwest RFPC met last week and discussed your agenda item to implement a temporary SSBT rule in the Siskiyou Geo-region. The temporary rule, as discussed, has unanimous support from the Southwest RFPC. However, Southwest RFPC respectfully wishes the board to use caution and implement this rule in a measured fashion, as has been common in the past when implementing new rules. Time is necessary to allow for proper education and training of landowners and operators, necessary stream layers, and technical guidance to be developed and implemented. Most landowners and operators perform field layout of units and RMAs well in advance of harvest. Layout of an RMA often takes several days and requires multiple people taking multiple trips to and from a unit. Please do not require operators to redo already completed field work. Allowing time for implementation will help foresters learn the new requirements and apply them to future layout. Our Southwest RFPC also believes that the board should evaluate using the ODF monitoring program in a different fashion than its current use. These questions regarding Siskiyou streams began back in 2016, and there has been no substantive data collected regarding stream temperatures specific to the Siskiyou Geo-region since that time. We believe that the ODF monitoring program should be used to collect data for areas of concern to help make informed decisions based on science going forward. Thank you for allowing me to give testimony today.
And thank you for taking the time to do that. And thanks to your committee, and thanks for the service you provide. I guess I'd ask if anybody has any additional questions for Kyle or any of the others who appeared. Jim Kelly.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I think 6 months or so ago, during a board meeting, we were having a conversation about our stakeholders collaborating in some format. And at the time, I was frustrated and scolded everybody, basically stating that nobody seemed willing on either side to give an inch, and that they were incapable of collaborating on anything. So I just kind of wanted to say how much I appreciate being wrong and officially eat crow on that particular point, and congratulate everybody involved in this. Thank you.
Thanks. Joe Justice.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jim. I also want to really point out the work that Greg Miller and Bob Van Dyke have done in that group on that. I think it's wonderful work. I hope it continues, and hope that spirit of collaboration will certainly continue into the future. In regard to the temporary rule, as managing lands and understanding what's involved in rule changes of this nature, and we're all very, very interested in when it'll be implemented. And I think as soon as possible is definitely everybody's interest. But I just want to echo the thoughts that Dana talked about regarding making sure that we do this appropriately with landowners, to let them make sure it's an effective implementation, that it works well, and I trust the department's going to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Mike Rose.
Yeah, Joe asked the concern that I had, but first I want to thank the parties that have unilaterally come together and done this. Seems we need more cooperation like that these days. But I would like to ask if that's a possibility for the work that's already been done. Is there time or reprieve for that concern as far as the units that's already laid out, and when this goes into effect?
Yeah, Mike, that's a question that we will be addressing through our training and outreach, and certainly connecting with the Southwest Regional Forest Practice Committee and their network of landowners and operators that participate in that function. So we will be working with them to make sure that everybody is aware of the rule change before anything goes into effect. So that's part of our outreach and work that we need to do over the next little bit before we would make the rule effective.
Okay, any other questions? I would welcome a motion that's pretty clearly stated. The staff recommendation is, and the two items that Kyle discussed. So is there a motion to adopt the staff recommendation? Jim Kelly? Oh, yeah, I think your hand may still be up, Jim, unless you put it up again. Okay, Cindy?
I move that we adopt the staff recommendation to adopt a temporary rule, and that we suspend the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review with the exception of the work needed to finalize the lit review, and that the implementation of the temporary rule proceed as expeditiously as possible, with the understanding that we need to take the administrative steps to effectively implement the rule, but that we have a target implementation date of no later than January 2021.
I just want to make sure, so you're basically moving the staff recommendation, but also with the target date for implementation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So one of the last minute additions, and I apologize that we've been trying to adapt a little bit on the fly, and I appreciate what Cindy provided. We do have an additional recommendation that's, I think you're seeing it on the screen.
Yes, I see that.
Also part of the presentation materials, but
yeah, Kyle, I attempted to incorporate that with the clause in my motion that said with all the necessary administrative processes to assure effective implementation. But since you've got it all in writing before us now, let's use that language rather than my attempted patch.
Okay. Thanks, Cindy. I just wanted to make sure everybody got a chance to see that.
Okay. So this is really incorporated into the staff recommendation, is what you're saying, Kyle?
Correct.
Move the staff recommendation with the addition that target implementation, it's a target to begin in January of 2021, correct?
Yeah, no later than.
No later than, yeah.
If they can accomplish it by this fall, that would be lovely.
Got it. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Who seconded that? Is that you, Mike?
It was.
Okay, great.
I think me and Brenda seconded at the same time.
She's yielded to you, so
there's further discussion, Kyle.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So basically, if we replace the element that said as soon as possible, if that said no later than January 1st, 2021, that would suffice for the recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just asking for clarification.
Well, Cindy, I don't want to, she used the word target.
So I attempted to include both concepts, sort of as soon as possible, but with a target of no later than January 21.
Yeah. You got that, Kyle?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll vote. Nils Christofferson.
Aye.
Cindy Deacon-Williams.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Jim Kelly.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
Mike Rose.
Aye.
And Tom Imeson is aye as well, so this passes unanimously. Thank you again, Greg and Bob, and thank your colleagues for their work on this. I think we all really, really appreciate this. It's a great step. And Kyle, thanks for all your work on this as well. So that concludes our morning session. We're running a little bit early, but I'm assuming, Hillary, that we need to reconvene when we said we'd reconvene so that we accommodate those who are going to be connecting for that time. Is that correct? So we would reconvene at 1:20?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. So board members, you may want to stop your video and mute yourselves. And you can, but you don't have to, but I'd advise it. And we'll be back at 1:20. Thanks. Great. We are reconvening right now. We are going to agenda item 6, fire season readiness, where the department will provide an update to the board on the 2020 fire season readiness. This is an informational item, and the main presenter is Doug Graff. So I'll turn over to Doug, and he can introduce whoever else is going to be involved as he goes through this item. So Doug, you there and ready to go?
I am. Thank you, Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forestry Authority. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Department of Forestry. I'll hand this over once again to Ron Graham, Deputy Chief Fire Protection, to walk us through the outlook for 2020 fire season. A few stats relative to activity to date. The main theme will be, of course, COVID-19 fire season readiness, the work we've done and efforted towards there to be ready for fire season, and close with some resource readiness. With that, Ron, if you could take it away, thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. Once again, for the record, my name is Ron Graham, and I serve as the Deputy Chief of the Fire Protection Division. Go ahead, Jason. Okay, we're going to get right into the presentation, and as far as our fire season outlook, we'll start with our drought outlook and monitor. This data is released as of the 28th of May, and it's actually from the 26th of May. And what it shows is that drought continues to persist in the state, throughout most of the state. We've had a little bit of a reprieve lately with some rainfall, Not enough to really turn the drought around, but at least slow it down a bit. It does continue to persist. What this represents is about 13% of the state is abnormally dry, 44% of the state is in moderate drought, and 31% of the state's in severe drought, with a little bit over 7%, that dark red areas now in extreme drought. So again, really the only area that you see kind of excluded right now is a little spot up in northeast Oregon. So we continue to build and persist with drought, not as severe perhaps clearly as like 2015, but this is quite a concern to us. And you see with the lower graphic on the left-hand side also that a good portion of the West is experiencing that. We're always watching what is going on in our neighboring states as far as potential impacts to their fire activity and on resource draw. Go ahead. Temperature outlook remains pretty static from the last time this was released. There continues to be a greater than average chance of seeing above normal temperatures. So as you look at this map, the darker red in color with the A that builds up from the southwest, from Texas through the southwest into the northwest, that's showing an above average chance to see above normal temperatures. You see that middle part of the country pretty normal. The rest of the country all in that somewhat above their normal chances. That's another area of concern that we watch is, are we going to be warmer than normal potentially? This would indicate yes. Go ahead, next slide. Precipitation outlook. This is one area where this has changed with the recent release here, just in the beginning of June, end of May. Prior to this, the precipitation outlook, at least through June and July and August, was showing, some below normal chances, greater chances of below normal, and that continues to be the case. The Climate Prediction Center just released that potentially June itself would have a chance of above normal, slightly above normal precipitation. We'll watch that closely. I think the weather pattern that we're in right now kind of indicates that, there's potential systems moving through on a somewhat regular basis. How much of that we will see throughout the month of June is yet to be determined, but they've backed off on this, how far and how deep the below normal chances of precipitation will be for June. Next slide. And then moving into the significant wildfire potential. What we continue to see is down in very south central, southwest Oregon, we have elevated chance for significant fire potential starting in June. As it progresses through July, it moves upward and onward throughout the state. And then in August, we see it has pretty much all of the state, but the far northwest corner. The newest release also shows that consistent for September. So we'll continue to watch that. Again, as I pointed out, we look at the entire country and looking at specifically the July timeframe, July, August, you can see a good portion of the West having that above normal chances for significant wildfire potential. So we'll continue to monitor resource availability and our other state and federal partners' activity levels. Go ahead with the next slide, please. Some fire statistics to date as of June 1st of this year. What we are seeing is that 96% of our fires we've been able to keep at 10 acres or less, so just below our 98% key performance measure I mentioned earlier this morning. And then you can see where we're at right now with 178 total fires as of June 1st, a majority of those human caused. We have seen a little bit of lightning fires with the last couple of storms, even though those storms have been primarily wet. We've picked up lightning fires in Klamath and Coos and in Central Oregon. Also, you can see that lightning fires have not contributed very significantly to our acres burned so far. Most of those have been single tree kind of fires due to the wet environment and the nature of the wet storms. Again, majority of our acres are coming from human-caused activity, and I'll expand on that a little bit later. So 187 acres burned year to date, puts us well below the 10-year average, while the number of fires continues to be above the 10-year average. That's pretty consistent across the region with federal partners and all ownership as well. Across the region right now, it's particularly in Oregon right now, total of 3,000 acres burned approximately. That includes our federal partners across the state as well. Next slide, please. So as we've highlighted before, you know, one of the trends that we're watching and we're seeing and experiencing is that on ODF protected lands, the number of acres burned continues to rise each decade. We see that starting with the 90s, considerable increase into the early 2000s, and then from 2010 on, considerable increase again. This is what we've experienced in recent years. We've averaged about the same amount of fires, although we might be up slightly above average on a given year. The acres burned continues to, on the average, increase for us. Next slide. A similar story when we look across all acreage, all ownerships in the state. So this is state land, federal land, Forest Service, BLM, BIA included. And you can see the same trend is happening with the number of acres burned. Our number of acres burned on ODF protected lands is in the 40,000 range, that kind of thing. And here you see numbers in the hundreds of thousands range. So while we're experiencing that increase of number of acres burned, the longer duration of fire seasons, complex fires on our ownership and in protection, our federal partners are seeing that at a similarly increased level, and we've experienced that with the amount of fires that are on federal jurisdiction that either involve ODF protected lands or threaten ODF protected lands. So again, just another factor in resource draw in any given fire season and what the fire seasons end up doing for our resources with cumulative fatigue as we progress throughout the year. Next slide, please. This slide really tells the story financially really well. You're all aware of where we are with our financial picture. You heard a lot of that this morning. You can see from 2006 to 2012, we averaged a gross $9.7 million fire season. That's what we were built for financially. It worked really well. And then you see the drastic shift starting in 2013, where our average gross costs from 2013 through last year averaged $70 million. Again, it's really problematic, and I think we're all more aware of the conditions that we have, the structure financially that is built, and the challenges that it poses for the Fire Protection Division and the agency as a whole. Next slide, please. So as Doug highlighted, a large portion of what we've been doing right now has focused around getting ready for fire season, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Early in March, Chief Doug Graff and others directed myself and other staff from the Protection Division and throughout the agency to come up with some plans. How are we going to mitigate COVID-19 this fire season and ensure that we don't have, large outbreak of COVID-19 in our fire camps, et cetera. So we started working in March on some preparedness measures. There's some national direction that we followed from the National Multi-Agency Coordinating Group and National Wildfire Coordinating Group that had some broad perspectives working across the geographic areas to develop some frameworks led by area command incident management teams to give us, some general kind of strategies and framework to mitigate COVID-19, but that was fairly early on in the efforts. So one of the things we realized as an agency is we needed to break this down a little bit and what were we going to do in terms of our readiness and preparedness efforts, what we would do for initial attack, and how we would mitigate COVID-19 in extended attack situations and support our incident management teams. So on the preparedness side, a couple of things we did is followed national guidance and adjusted our training requirements. National guidance allowed us to recognize people's certifications, qualifications, training, and experience from last year as long as those were current, and continue them into this year. That way we would only require the full-blown training and fitness training for our new firefighters and limit exposure to that part of training. We also canceled and rescheduled a lot of our training programs, including, as I mentioned this morning, our incident management team training was canceled, but our teams got to exercise some real-life training in a very challenging environment supporting the Emergency Coordination Center here for the state. But our fire schools, we've been delivering in a modified format. Our Department of Corrections training for adults in custody, we've delivered with smaller classroom sizes to ensure social distancing. And we've included opportunities to do online training. While we're not requiring the wildland fire refresher that normal is required annually for our returning firefighters, we have that option for people to take and complete that training in an online setting to refresh themselves. The other things we've been doing as far as readiness and preparedness, I'll touch on briefly, and then a little bit later on is around wildfire prevention and public information. Early this March, April, May, we were trending towards an increase in human-caused fires, particularly in Southwest Oregon, a lot of backyard debris burning fires that were escaping. So preventatively, the Southwest Oregon District entered fire season on May 1st, one of the earliest since the 60s. And then the U.S. Forest Service suspended their prescribed burning program. And Oregon Department of Forestry, State Fire Marshal's Office, Oregon Health Authority, DEQ, and other state partners combined to ask for a voluntary stay of public burning. And we had great compliance with that. Mother Nature helped out. It wasn't the greatest conditions for spring burning. What we didn't want to do was put in a bunch of additional smoke in the air, not knowing how that might impact sensitive populations in terms of COVID. We certainly know how it impacts smoke-sensitive populations, so we didn't want to contribute to that. So about that time, our area command teams finished the geographic area plan for Washington and Oregon for all agencies. We took that framework. We made a similar plan for the state of Oregon itself. And again, somewhat of a high-level strategy, some best management practices to inform our field units to go ahead and create local plans, as well as we asked our incident management team, command and general staff to complete an incident management team plan and how our teams would consistently respond and mitigate COVID-19. Shortly after that, the Pacific Northwest incident management teams did the same. They invited our incident management team, our incident commanders and command and general staff to participate in that effort to ensure as much, alignment and consistency across the two states and through the different teams as we could. There are certainly differences in the way that we administer our fire camps and our partnerships with our local partners, landowners, Department of Corrections, et cetera, that really required us to have a plan specific to ODF. So we're dealing with multiple plans. We've been communicating this out to the field, working with our partners, contract community, working with landowners and stakeholders, primarily through OFIC. And the final piece of this is Chief Doug Graff and Mariana Ruiz-Temple, Chief Deputy Fire Marshal from OSFM, commissioned a fire camp COVID committee to further look at how exactly we will deal with situations in fire camp when we have potentially exposed people or people who think they might have COVID-19 symptoms, and how we will track, trace, identify, isolate, and deal with any quarantine issues. And so we're working closely with Oregon Health Authority on that, as well as reaching out to OROSHA to close out that effort. We continue to monitor lessons learned nationally from other areas where they've seen fire activity already, as well as our own initial attack efforts and what's working, what's not working. These are all living documents for us, these plans, so we'll continue to update them as things progress. Next slide, please. So part of our fire season readiness, as usual, is our severity or special purpose appropriation program, getting all of our aviation contracts in place for the year. We have all of those contracts in place. We have our plan in place. We'll see similar distribution of our resources across the state as we have in the past. Last year, we added a medium helicopter for the Northwest Oregon area. If you reflect back to that slide where I showed the significant wildfire potential last year, Northwest Oregon area was showing some early significant fire potential. And we saw some fires in March last year in that area. That is not the case for that area this year. So we've not added that helicopter resource back that was based in Salem for that. So it's kind of our recent status quo combination of a large air tanker, 5 single engine air tankers, the couple of light fixed wing aircraft for detection, the medium helicopters, and the heli-tac, as well as the hand crew based out of Grants Pass. So we continue with those resources. Typically, we would see those resources coming on late June, early July, as well as district aviation resources through their local contracts as well. Next slide, please. So kind of a great success story. This is a lot of credit due to KOG and Chris Babbs leading this effort, working with all of the partners. You see the logos represented there. May was Wildfire Awareness Month across the country. And as I mentioned before, you know, we took a lot of preventative measures, trying to really slow that increase of human-caused fires down. Chris Babbs created the theme this year for Oregon, Oregon Our Oregon, and worked with some pretty significant folks. Her success getting the Smoky Bear license plate and the revenue that's been generated from that to help assist KOG and all the partnerships you've seen here led to some great work. And I just wanted to highlight a little sound clip, if I could, from one of the partnerships that Chris was able to reach out and get to do this campaign.
Oregon, this is our home. From its wide Pacific shore to its majestic peaks and open desert, this state has it all. But one careless spark could take all of this away. Whether you're at home, at play, or on the job, the power and responsibility of wildfire is in your hands. Please, keep Oregon green.
So great work by, again, Chris Babbs, and I think that voice needs no introduction. It's actually part of a PSA and series of campaigns. You can go on the KOG website and look at the videos itself. I just wanted to play that audio clip for you because Chris has been trying for a couple of years to get Mr. Sam Elliott on board with that, and was able to meet up with him early this spring and get that work done. So real great job that's going to make a huge impact and reach out to a lot of people with a very notable voice there. Next slide, please. All right, some other key components to what we're doing to get ready for fire season and great initiatives. We've introduced our strategic investments to you a couple times before. These are funded through the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, landowner dollars, in years where the large fire funding cap has not been reached. And there's been significant investments made. We've talked about this forward-looking infrared and mapping system being added to our Partenavia observer aircraft. And that project is nearing completion. It will be ready for this fire season. It has seen a little bit of a delay due to COVID-19. Working with some of the contract companies doing some of the work, we've had to mitigate some of those delays and continue to get that work done. Our aviation staff has done an excellent job doing that. The project is on schedule. They've got most of the equipment mounted and they're doing testing. And if you remember, what this will do is give us the capability not only of utilizing the forward-looking infrared, but enhancing that with night vision capability. We can use this daytime, nighttime, and look for fire starts, some very small, down to campfire size. And this is technology we've used in the past throughout the last couple of years, primarily through contract resources that are in high demand. as well as reaching out to our partners in Colorado who has an aircraft, multi-mission aircraft, but again, in high demand. We're not always able to get those resources available to us when we most need them. Now we'll have that capability for ourselves. And you can see some of the visions of what it looks like trying to see through the smoke columns versus looking at it through infrared technology. You can clearly see where the hot spots are. So we continue to expand on those, as well as building out the camera detection system and the radio network that's required to run that, as well as a couple projects for guard stations that give us the ability to staff remote locations where it's oftentimes hard to recruit and retain staff. So we continue to build out those. These are all part of the first round of strategic investment proposals that we've seen. And there's potentially, as we go through the rest of June here, the second opportunity since this program has been available that there might be funding, again, with landowner dollars to actually support some continued investments in projects throughout the state. So the next time we report out, we'll give you an update on that. Next slide, please. In closing, just need to thank all of our partners in the complete and coordinated system. You know, as we face this fire season, if you look back at the weather and the potential that I gave you, we're all going into it right now, and we're anticipating the potential for a slightly more than average fire season. So that's what we're preparing for. We've been able to secure the funding from the E-Board last month to cover the cost of that severity program for last year and this year, as well as the E-Board released some funding that was in our biennial budget to help us with the increased severity of the fire season, and actually expanded the support and use of those funds to help us prepare for COVID mitigation. So we've been able to buy personal protective equipment, cloth masks, KN95 masks, cleaning and disinfecting products for our districts, for our offices, to support our incident management teams, as well as any and all of the partners listed on this slide that would show up on an ODF incident, where we're going to support them in a non-traditional fire camp setting. So we've got that PPE ordered. Much of it's arriving and being distributed out to our field right now. Some of it came at very low cost through Department of Corrections in South Forks and Oregon Correctional Enterprises, as well as through the ORS Council and the Emergency Coordination Center in DAS, where the state warehouse was helping supply agencies and counties with personal protective equipment and supplies to mitigate COVID-19. With that, I will stop and turn it back over to Doug Graff to close.
Thank you, Ron, for that report. Chair Imerson to the board, that is the end of our report. You may recall we joined throughout the summer to provide a status for fire season. We typically run through September. We've been known to go later. Hopefully that's not the case. And we've also been known to only have a fire update, then canceled all other items if we get into that type of environment. And hopefully we don't enter any one of those environments, and we just see it up and through September for more typical fire season updates. With that, we take any questions.
Brenda McComb has a question, I think.
Thanks for that update, Ron and Doug. I was just curious, though, given the COVID situation, how is the prescribed burning program going? Are you able to continue to burn, or has that been scaled back?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that, and thank you for that question. You know, as I mentioned, the U.S. Forest Service, they actually suspended their prescribed burning this spring, pretty much nationally, especially here in the Northwest, but as an agency, they chose to suspend much of their prescribed burning. We asked for a voluntary, suspension of prescribed burning for private landowners and all landowners. There were still obviously some prescribed burns that did take place. We tried to avoid any of those in really smoke sensitive areas and populations that could be at risk. So while we did that, as I mentioned also, the weather definitely played into that as well, and there wasn't the most favorable conditions for prescribed burning this spring. So all in all, I think it worked out really well.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so thanks very much, you guys. And we'll move to agenda item 7. I want to make sure that David Yamamoto is here and connected. David, are you, Commissioner, are you here? Hillary?
Yes, we're promoting him to panelist. It takes a few seconds.
You're promoting him. That's great. And I know that following Commissioner Yamamoto, that Kathleen Sullivan is also here. And I heard her earlier, so I'm assuming she's still connected. So Commissioner, welcome to our virtual meeting. You've probably done a few of these yourself.
I have done more than a few of these recently, and it's an okay way to meet and have these meetings. It's just not the same as being in person, but it is the next best. It really is.
Well, thank you for participating today.
Thank you for having me today. So, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner David Yamamoto, also Chair of the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. So let me start with just a brief overview of state forest lands managed by the Oregon Department of Forestry. The Oregon Department of Forestry manages 729,859 acres of Board of Forestry lands for which the Forest Trust Land counties have a protected and recognizable interest. This interest has been determined by 3 circuit court decisions. The first was in Marion County Circuit Court, which we affectionately called Tillamook 1. Also in the Tillamook Circuit Court, which we called Tillamook 2. And then finally in the Lynn County Circuit Court, the Lynn County class action. These lands are to be sustainably managed to provide timber revenue to the state, local schools and communities, as well as local taxing districts. I would be remiss to not mention that Judge Tom McKill entered the judgment in the Lynn County class action on March 6th of this year. And since that day, since March 6th, interest is accruing at the rate of $262,000 per day, which as of today, that interest amounts to $23,580,000. The Council of Forest Trust Land counties include Benton, Clackamas, Clatsop, Columbia, Coos, Douglas, Josephine, Klamath, Lane, Lincoln, Lynn, Marion, Polk, Tillamook, and Washington counties. The objectives of the Council of Forest Trust Land counties are, number 1, protect the trust and contractual relationship between the Forest Trust Land counties and the state of Oregon relating to management of the county forest trust lands. 2, support sound, active management of county forest trust lands, which fulfills their primary purpose of forest production and their important contribution to long-term community sustainability. 3, protect the flow of revenues from county forest trust lands for essential local public services. 4, to support forest trust land counties in other matters where they may have responsibility related to county forest trust lands. And number 5, to provide an organization that will effectively communicate these objectives. I need to note that there has been virtually no net loss of Oregon's 30 million acres of forest land throughout our state's recorded history. At the current rate of harvest, it would take about 100 years to clear cut the entire forest. The current FRA, your very own Forest Resource Assessment, shows that there is approximately 17 billion board feet of timber in our state forests. That assessment also says that there are only 8 billion board feet without any specific harvest constraints. If you do that quick math, less than half of the 17 billion board feet of timber in the state is currently available for harvest. Please note that timber available for harvest, according to the Department of Forestry, is less than 1/2 of the timber available in Oregon. We are growing more than 400 million board feet every year. we are harvesting about 235 million board feet every year. All of this shows that we are continuing to age our state forests into classes that will not be harvestable in the future. I'd like to now address the State Forest Annual Operations Plan. The way that forest trust lands are managed is important to trust land counties. Paramount to CFTLC is ensuring forest trust lands are actively managed. Sound management practices lead to high forest production, in turn, sustaining the Department of Forestry budget while providing critical public services and building strong communities and robust local economies. In the new COVID-19 reality that we find ourselves in, decreasing the harvest on state forest will have economic and social consequences to the state of Oregon, the Department of Forestry, our schools, local governments, and our citizens. Indeed, this is the time to be increasing harvest levels. Recently, the Oregon Office of Economic Analysis, the OEA, told legislators that because of the public health measures necessary to flatten the COVID-19 curve, state budgets to June 30th, 2021 are underfunded by $2.7 billion. If the legislature were to use all of the reserves at their disposal, they would still be short about $1 billion in closing the books on the 2019-2021 biennium. Further, OEA is projecting that the state will continue to see substantial revenue shortfalls into 2025. For the 21-23 biennium, a $4.4 billion decrease, and as the economy begins to rebound in the 23-25 biennium, a $3.4 billion decrease in the amount of revenue that was expected before COVID-19. The Department of Forestry has cash flow problems, is grappling with significant receivable issues, is facing potential for a significant wildfire season, and the challenges of COVID-19, as well as facing a court decision with a significant damage award. The probability of being bailed out by a cash-strapped legislature is very low. Increasing the harvest levels for the next few years will be vitally important for the future operation of the Department of Forestry. The education system in Oregon also benefits from increased harvests. With our unique system of allocating funding by student, additional revenue from harvest will help mitigate cuts to education from reduced tax revenues. Revenue that is generated from harvest on forest trust lands support important services at the county level. Sheriff's Patrol, jail beds, criminal prosecution services, road maintenance, parks and rec are just a few examples. Public health COVID measures have put a major dent in transient lodging tax, gas tax, park use fees, lottery revenue, immunization fees, and other revenue streams that support county government. Local taxing districts are seeing decreased revenue related to stay home, stay safe restrictions. As with state revenue, it will take time to rebuild revenue for counties and local taxing districts. Taxing districts that share timber revenue harvest include our libraries, schools, ports, fire districts, and the list goes on. These are critical services that help rural communities have a measure of stability and sustainability. Increasing harvest will help maintain those critical services. It must also be understood that jobs in the woods, our mills and truck transportation, are some of our rural counties' best paying, fully benefited family wage jobs. These family wage jobs contribute significantly to the social sustainability of trust land counties. In most trust land counties, these jobs pay significantly more than the county average wage and pay about twice as much as jobs in the tourism section. I just want to go over very briefly the chart that you have in front of you, which comes from the State of Oregon Employment Department. If you look at the very top, these are Oregon numbers. And I want to compare those to the second from the bottom, which are Tillamook County numbers. So in the first column, total private sector average wage jobs in the state of Oregon amount to just over $54,000 per year. That same total private sector average wage job in Tillamook County pays $38,811. Now, when we move on to the next column, forestry and logging average, the state of Oregon, $53,978 per annum. In Tillamook County, $53,384. Wood products manufacturing in the state of Oregon, $51,808. In Tillamook County, $58,940. And then finally, truck transportation in the state of Oregon pays $55,185. In Tillamook County, that average is $48,704. And we must understand, in rural counties, these are family wage, fully benefited jobs. The last column, leisure and hospitality. In the state of Oregon, average leisure and hospitality wage is $23,798. In Tillamook County, it's $23,502. Unfortunately, many times these are not benefited jobs, and many times these can be seasonal jobs at the same time. So moving on, continuing pressure on timber harvest takes many forms, and one of them is objecting to timber sales. The Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee strongly supports the timber harvests that have been proposed. If any action is required, it should be that the department and state forester should increase sales volumes to mitigate the many negative economic and social impacts of the COVID-19 response. We fully support the state forester and district foresters setting the annual timber sales and cannot support the Board of Forestry making changes to this program. We also note the ORS, the Oregon Revised Statute 526.016, which reads in part, and I quote, "Notwithstanding any other provisions of law, the board shall not supervise or direct the state forester in matters relating to the geographic scheduling, annual volume, and species allocations, appraisals, and competitive timber sales techniques used in the sale of forest products from lands managed under the provisions of ORS Chapter 530, and I unquote. Next, I'd like to turn very briefly to the Forest Management Plan, the FMP, and the Habitat Conservation Plan, the HCP. County commissioners have the public health authority for their counties. The public health response to COVID-19 has been an immense undertaking at the federal, state, and county levels. County commissioners are at the forefront of the myriad of responses, including COVID, testing, isolation, contact tracing, shutting down businesses, in the incredible complexity of phase 1 and now phase 2 reopening, while maintaining a full slate of county services. We have notified the Department of Forestry that we are canceling FTLAC meetings until there is time for us to focus away from COVID. The response to the pandemic, the orderly and safe reopening of our local businesses, and maintaining county services are the necessary focus for county commissioners' time. Currently, it is not a priority for commissioners to spend in lengthy meetings focused on process with no information about harvest levels across counties, revenue that will be generated, or any meaningful metrics that will clarify whether the FMP or the FMP/HCP will be good, bad, or indifferent for counties, local governments, and the long-term social and economic well-being of our citizens. The trust land counties need a management plan that will see jobs in the woods, the mills, and trucking increased or at least sustained. We need to see increased revenue flowing to the Department of Forestry, the schools, counties, and local taxing districts. We do not support a change to the revenue sharing formula, and we would not support a FMP or an FMP/HCP that violates the state's contractual obligations with the trust counties. When we have information that will clarify how the FMP and the FMP/HCP relates to our goals, we look forward to, again, a meaningful discussion. We must remember that timber revenue drives economic development and social stability for rural counties. In an era when the department is struggling to remain financially viable, the best way forward is to increase harvest levels, which benefits the department, schools, counties, and local taxing districts. So again, it seems like I'm always apologizing for being so long and detailed. But as you can see, actions past, present, and future have placed many timber-dependent counties financially on a knife's edge, with some having already fallen off that edge. The need for increased timber revenue is a fact in post-COVID Oregon. Timber counties are composed of hardworking, resourceful men and women. We are not looking for a handout, nor even a hand up. We are used to helping ourselves and our neighbors, but the ever-increasing roadblocks to our livelihoods is becoming insurmountable. And this is respectfully submitted, David Yamamoto, Tillamook County Commissioner, Council of Forest Trust Land Counties Chair, as well as Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee Chair. I want to thank you so much for your time today and be willing to answer any questions you might have.
Hey, Tom, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. I violated the rule myself and muted myself. Thank you, Commissioner. I was saying I don't have any questions, but we appreciate your coming here. And next, we'll hear from Commissioner Sullivan if she is connected. It looks like it.
Thank you for having me today.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, State Forester Peter Doherty, Chair Tom Imeson, board members Nils Christopherson, Cindy Deacon-Williams, Mike Rose, Joe Justice, Jim Kelly, and Brenda McComb. My name is Kathleen Sullivan. I am the current chair of the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners. I am in my 4th year serving as a Clatsop County representative on the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. It has been my privilege and honor to come before this board during my term as a county commissioner. I've enjoyed working with you and respect your expertise and experience. I want to thank you for your service, especially during these times of narrowing available resources. Thank you. I'm speaking today to once again go on the record with the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners' support of a balanced forest management, that includes revenue, recreation, and habitat. We support the Habitat Conservation Plan. We applaud the historic MOU between the private timber interests and multiple environmental interests. We believe collaboration is an important tool in problem solving, and the challenges facing forest management requires that we listen to each other, be willing to compromise, and always keep in mind that we are managing these forests for the greatest common good. The generations to come are depending on us today for their tomorrow. I would like to thank State Forest Division's Chief Liz Dent and her executive team that traveled to Clatsop County on several occasions to participate in public meetings, presenting information and listening to input from the community. Thank you. Clatsop County borders on the Pacific Ocean and the Columbia River. We are a county vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Clatsop has an active seafood industry and an active timber industry, as well as a substantial hospitality sector. As we have said during this time of COVID-19, Clatsop County is 2 hours away from 2 million people. Our population can double on a weekend with visitors coming to Clatsop to recreate and relax. Thus, we are a dynamic county that happens to have the most productive and profitable state forest lands, which is why I continue to be dismayed that FTLC meetings get canceled, and yet testimony is brought to the board that has not been vetted by all the members of FTLEC. In these turbulent times in our country nationally, we must be especially mindful of the need for ethical and transparent public process on the local levels. To proceed without full participation of the advisory board casts doubt over the message and mission of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. I ask that this recurring problem with process be corrected. Diversity of ideas and values is the base of resilience in the public process. So I just want to thank you today for allowing me to speak, and I wish you the best as you go forward with all the difficult decisions that you have to make. Thank you.
Sorry, Tom, we couldn't hear that.
I seem to forget now for the rest of the day, maybe. I'm thanking both Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Yamamoto. There are no questions, and we will move to a related item. Agenda item 8, State Forest Annual Operation Plan Process Overview. Liz Dent will be our main presenter on this item, and so we'll turn it over to you, Liz.
Great, thank you, Tom. It's good to be here with you all today. For the record, my name is Liz Dent. I'm the State Forest Division Chief. And joining me here at the table is Ron Zilli. He is our Deputy Division Chief of Planning and Coordination. This may sound as a bit of a surprise to you because you're used to Brian being introduced as the Deputy Division Chief. With our reorganization that we've done with State Forests, we centralized planning and created another deputy position. And so Ron oversees the planning and coordination for the work that we do annually and the way that we think about that in the context of our longer term implementation plans. So it's good to have Ron here today. He's been with the agency for 25 years or so. So new to this position, but has been around for a long time, including quite a bit of field time. Before I get started, I do want to just take a minute and echo the comments of our state forester that were made in his opening comments. So as we meet here today to discuss our Oregon State Forest, many of our minds are on the broader societal issues that command our attention. All of us in public service must do, and our agency is committed to, doing our part to address and dismantle institutional racism that was most recently expressed and seen with the murder of George Floyd. As managers of public lands, we are committed to an environment of racial justice and equity. So as we think about the management of those lands, the planning for and then implementation of those operations plays out in several ways. So we're going to go through some of this with you today. This is an information item on our fiscal year 21 annual operation plans, and it's on the agenda today at the request of the board, and specifically wanting to understand the planning process and the public comments that were received on these, what we characterize, or what we shorthand, if you will, as AOPs. So you may find us fall into that language that simply means annual operation plans. So to walk through this today, I'm going to give a brief overview of the planning hierarchy and relationships between our various planning levels. And then Ron is going to talk more specifically about our annual operations and planning processes, and at a high level characterize the public comments that we've received on these annual operating plans. We are in the midst of fully evaluating those public comments and forming our responses. And so anything that we're able to put on the table today, I just want to be clear, is preliminary in nature. in terms of responses to public comments. So with that, I'll get started. The graphic before you characterizes the relationship of our forest management plan, characterized there as FMP, our implementation plans, or our IPs, and our annual operating plans, or our AOPs. So I'll start with the forest management plans. Those are both temporally and spatially at a large scale. Those are adopted and approved by the Board of Forestry. And so we manage these lands under 3 forest management plans on the west side, and then a forest management plan, another one on the east side. They basically, they're a strategic plan that is actually adopted as an Oregon administrative rule and characterizes and lays out how that rule will achieve greatest permanent value. As I said, they're long-range plans, considered to be applicable for at least 20 to 25 years. The plan has several important elements, and we've been working with the board for probably close to 8 years on thinking about a revision to the forest management plan. So I think you're familiar with what's in our forest management plan, but they are highlighted there as our guiding principles, our goals, strategies, and then a set of guidelines for our how we construct and what needs to be in our implementation plans, as well as guidelines for asset management and adaptive management. And the plans also describe implementation levels, and we've talked with the board a little bit about that. And that's a recognition in the forest management plan that there are at times trade-offs depending on the financial circumstances within which we're managing these forests. So those are the forest management plans, again, adopted by the Board of Forestry. The next scale is our implementation plans, and those are at a smaller temporal and spatial scale. Right now, we're writing them at the district level, and they're envisioned as 10-year plans, although there are options at times to do modifications to those plans. Those implementation plans are approved by the state forester. We think of those as more tactical rather than the larger strategic or policy level that you have in the forest management plan. And they're designed to achieve the goals of the forest management plan. They're district specific, and they're what we would consider mid-range, again, this sort of 10-year time frame. IPs contain district overviews of key resources, management opportunities, average annual harvest objectives, current forest structure conditions, and our desired future forest conditions. And then we tier down to the last level, which is our annual operating plans. Those are approved by the district forester. And as the name suggests, they're written on an annual basis at this point, so much shorter term. And they are geared towards achieving the implementation plan objectives, and they're district specific. Some of the information that's in our AOPs includes the description of harvest operations and forest projects, so specific timber sales, habitat improvement projects, young stand management, recreation, road management, types of projects, and monitoring and research, to name a few. I don't have my clicker. Oh, Ron has it. Okay. So just to walk through an example of how these relate to each other, and again, with the design being that by the time we get down to the annual operating plans, that they are in alignment with the higher level policies and strategies described in the forest management plan. So for an example, in the forest management plan, it establishes a long-term goal to create a desired future condition of 30 to 50% of the landscape to be in layered or older forest structure. We roll those together, and we often talk about that in terms of DFC complex. So you might have heard that conversation over the years. The plan contemplates how that management will occur to achieve that goal, and what is prohibitive and what is allowed. So it basically establishes that we'll retain all existing old growth, both individual trees and stands, and that existing older forest structure, where mapped, meaning where it's designated on the landscape in our implementation plans, will not be harvested. And then the forest management, of course, is all in the context of a working forest or an active management framework. So if we key off of that 30 to 50% complex structure and move to implementation plans, the implementation plans are now expressing a little bit more clearly and with spatial commitments where we're going to manage for that complex structure. So we call that our mapped landscape design for complex forest development. In our various plans, that ranges from 30 to 45% of the landscape that is being managed to create that complex structure over time. The landscape design is created collaboratively with resource specialists, and it establishes the implementation plans also establish the average annual harvest objectives. So getting clearly a little bit more specific and with its both temporal and spatial commitments than is expressed in the forest management plan. And then the annual operating plans flow from those commitments that are in the implementation plans. So really it's designed to achieve our implementation plan objectives. So some examples would be harvest prescriptions that are aligned with the mapped desired future condition, and harvest goals that achieve the average annual harvest objective. So with that, I'd like to just take a pause, covered a lot there, and answer any questions that you might have.
Brenda, looks like she has a question or comment.
Liz, thanks for that. Could you go back a slide, please? Thank you. So, you know, one of the goals, or several of the goals, that we need to report out to as key performance measures are how well we're doing at producing income. And the other is the proportion of the landscape in complex forests, as you've outlined here, where the operational plan helps to achieve the tactical plan goals, and the tactical plan implementation achieves the strategic plan goals. So my question is, can you tell us how ODF is doing, how state forests are doing in terms of achieving that 30 to 50% or whatever the goal is, and what that trend has been over time?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. A couple things. At this point, there are a couple ways that we can do that. The metrics that are currently in place are reported through our biennial budget to the legislature, so every 2 years. And we characterize, you're exactly correct, two metrics: the percent of the landscape in complex structure, and then the percent increase in revenue over the previous year is the financial metric. And then the legislature actually sets those targets. And so at this point, based on some recent revisions to our stand level inventory, our growth, which includes growth and yield modeling, as well as mortality assumptions, et cetera, estimates that roughly 10% of the landscape is in complex design, or excuse me, is in complex structure. Now, if you look at the trends in those they're called key performance measures in our biennial budget. And if you look at the trends of those over time, it is a significant difference than before we revised our stand level inventory. So before we revised our stand level inventory, we're up at a higher level, somewhere in the vicinity of 16%. So it shows a rapid change, if you will, in complex structure, but we are confident that that's primarily associated with the change in the modeling. So that's a snapshot in time. As far as the trends, there's a couple of places for that. One is that in our forest management, in our implementation plans, the districts estimate how long they think it will take to move from the current conditions, which again were characterized nearly 10 years ago, for most of these plans are expiring in the next year, how long they think it would take to get to the goal for their district. And that ranges across our districts from, I would say, roughly 60 to 100%, or excuse me, 60 to 100 years. And the variation there has everything to do with what the characteristics are on those landscapes. So what are they starting with? And then what's affecting growth and forest conditions. And that varies widely across our ownership.
So thanks, Liz, for that. I appreciate that. My interpretation is that we don't know what the trend is at this time for complex forests. And we don't know how long it will take to reach that, except that it's probably anywhere from 60 to 100 years. Is that correct?
I think that that's a fair statement. Yeah.
Justice has a question or comment.
Yeah, so, but Liz, can you talk a little bit more about the mapped landscape of this complex forest development? I think it's understandable that it takes a very, very long time to reach complex structure. I guess we talked a little bit about the criteria, which pushes that into that definition. And I know the revision of the forest management plan is going to look at that. Could you give a little explanation of that for me?
Just to make, certainly, thank you, John. I just want to make sure I understand your question, which is to provide some perspective on how the mapped landscape design is created. Yeah.
Yeah. Why are those chosen? Why is that 30 to 45? What is the criteria by which those lands are chosen? And then secondly, I know that we're talking about the criteria, and I know there's some very specific criteria that have to be met to qualify for complex structure. That's my understanding. I just want to make sure that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Ron to answer that question.
Good afternoon, Chair Amundson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. Joe, to answer your question a little more specifically, so the landscape design is a collaborative process that looks holistically at the landscape and takes into consideration a variety of factors. So it's really looking at the key resources on the district and the current condition of the forest, and developing a landscape design that provides for a variety of benefits over time, which include patch size distribution, connectivity amongst patches, forests and different vegetative types, different elevation zones, considers proximity to neighbors and what their management objectives are. Really anchors into, for the spatial mapping, where we have existing threatened and endangered species locations and where we have habitats that are most likely to develop into habitats for species of concern. So those are the fundamental building blocks, and it's done collaboratively with our district staffs and our staff specialists. And we include ODF&W in those conversations as well when we're mapping those landscape designs. And we also consider how they affect other adjoining districts where we have adjacent ownership on the different administrative districts.
Okay, and I see additional questions, Cindy and Brenda.
Yes, thank you. Liz, one of the reasons I in particular asked for this to be added to the agenda was that we had received a copy of a letter that was signed by a number of organizations that basically contended that the proposed annual operation plans were designed in a way that was not sustainable over time, and that the rate of harvest was unlikely to be sustainable, in particular that they did not contribute to the achievement of the implementation goals and therefore the direction in the management plan. Could you sort of speak directly to that point?
Thank you, Cindy. That's definitely something we can do today. What I might suggest, and see if this works for you, we do have a section here in the presentation that Ron's going to walk through the public comments and sort of where we are preliminarily with our responses. Are you okay with holding that question
Yes.
as we get to that point?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the relationship that you laid out here is great, and obviously we have a number of our stakeholders that are charging that we're not complying with this relationship between the management plan, the implementation plan, and the operation plan, that our operational plans are not going to lead towards the achievement of our implementation plan or the goals of the management plan. But we can hold on to that conversation until you get to it in your presentation. Thanks.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Any other sort of
And
clarifying
Brenda,
questions here?
didn't you have another question, Brenda?
Just very quickly to clarify, so since we don't know what the trend is for the complex forest percentage, it seems like we don't know whether or not an annual operation plan or an implementation plan is contributing toward meeting that goal or not contributing toward meeting that goal. Is that right?
Well, I think that that the time for us to revisit that is approaching as we look at the expiration of our current IPs. As you know, this is a multi-decadal process to get to the desired outcomes. I think that, but you know, I also want to honor where you're coming from and what I think that you're saying, which is without a clear demonstration of the trend and where we are in that trend, how do we know that we're meeting the forest management plan objectives? Is that a fair characterization?
Thanks for stating it much more succinctly than I did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brenda. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Ron to carry us through the rest of the presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Liz. Now I'm going to walk you through an overview of the State Forest annual operations planning process. Although it's an annual plan, it's developed over a multi-year time frame in a collaborative way. You know, we have to do threatened and endangered species surveying, which is a big part of the timeline, but we generally start 1 to 3 years before the actual annual operations plan year with considering candidates. We make sure that the annual plans are aligned with district implementation plans and our forest management plan, and that they result in a fiscal year plan for harvest operations, road projects, young stand silviculture activities, aquatic habitat enhancement, recreation projects, and also revenues to counties and the Common School Fund. You know, as Liz noted, the team that I'm leading is new. We just really implemented this team beginning in fiscal 20, and the team consists of centralized planners, field biologists, geotechnical specialists, GIS field coordinators, and young stand silviculture specialists. We work in close coordination with the district operation coordinators and also other resource support staff here in Salem, such as our staff wildlife biologist, district engineer, aquatic riparian specialist, and our asset manager. So we start, like I said, with an initial scoping process that takes, it starts again 1 to 3 years before the annual operations plan year. District staff and resource specialists identify a variety of timber sale candidates and look at trade-offs amongst these sales to move forward. And I think it's important to note here that in this process, many sales don't move forward for a variety of considerations, including their current stand structure, their stand age, proximity to occupied T&E sites, or other social political concerns, but each of them would be permissible to harvest under our policies and plans. So we go through a very deliberate process to screen out ones that are most aligned with putting together a balanced plan. And that certainly was the case with this fiscal 21 plan. Then scales are scheduled for threatened and endangered surveys were required. Forest projects for recreation, road projects, environmental enhancements, and young stand silviculture are considered. Then we shift to an internal review process. This occurs in the summer and fall prior to the annual operations plan year. Office and field reviews are done by district staff and resource specialists, some of which I've already mentioned, our geotech, primarily aquatic riparian specialists, wildlife biologists, and our division engineer. And preliminary pre-operations reports are prepared that incorporate input from district staff and resource specialists. Next, we shift to an external review. This occurs in the fall and winter prior to the annual operations plan year. Our plans are reviewed by resource specialists from multiple agencies who give feedback specific to their areas of expertise. We regularly share our plans with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and fisheries biologists. We have cultural resource and historic resource screening conducted by an archaeologist from Oregon Department of Transportation. We have recently had the Oregon Department of Recreation join us for consultation on scenic waterways. We share threatened and endangered species information with the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and we conduct government-to-government information sharing with our federally recognized tribes of Oregon. Then we shift to public engagement. Public engagement really is an ongoing process throughout the year. We have informal contacts that occur at the district level early on in the process, and we have a more formal structure. This year with the planning coordination team, knowing that our plans are going on for several years and our public comment period doesn't historically happen until just before we're finalizing those plans, and we looked at a way to get a little bit of information out there earlier this year, and as we go into the next year, we're going to look for some additional opportunities to share information earlier for public engagement. We did add 2 informational sessions this year. One was held in Salem and one was held in Astoria. They were in February, prior to the public comment period, to explain our planning process, the relationship between plans, and what we had, preliminary lineup for our fiscal 21 plans. We then go into a 45-day public comment period. We provided this year a web map tool for the public to view sale locations and with links to detailed pre-operations reports that show the specific sale locations, including buffers within those sales, and information on the sales and the pre-op reports to provide transparency in our work. We share our plans with our State Forest Advisory Committee for review and feedback. This is a committee that consists of between 14 and 15 members that represent the broad constituency of stakeholders interested in Oregon's forests. And then there's ongoing district engagement with local governments and neighbors to share information where appropriate. After the public engagement process, we then finalize our plans, and this is the process we're getting to right now, where district foresters and staff consider public comments and make final recommendations on the plans. And then the district foresters need to approve those plans prior to the beginning of the next fiscal year. Specialist consultation continues as needed during sale layout. Some of the comments, and I'll speak to this, we got were about not having everything specifically nailed down with every detail during the prior to the public comment period, but it is an ongoing process where we're continually utilizing our resource specialists to refine our details of our operational plans as we go forward. So with that, I'll take a pause see if there's any questions on our planning process before I move on to the comments.
Cindy has a question.
Yeah, just sort of a question. Obviously, despite the fact that the plan has established goals and objectives across a whole host of activities, it appears to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that much of both your presentation today and the planning process itself appears to be driven by the identification and the layout of timber sales, and there's not a complementary process that drives the identification and the layout of other actions and activities on the state forest, despite there being goals, targets, and indicators for a whole host of other things. Is that correct, that basically your operations planning process is driven by identification and layout of timber sales, and efforts to meet other goals in the management plan are sort of side ancillary activities that may or may not occur in association with those sales? Or do you in fact have a process for meeting those other goals?
Sure, I can share a little more information there. When I talked about the initial scoping process, I mentioned that forest projects for recreation roads, environmental enhancement, and young-stand silviculture were considered. That carries through the entire planning process. We have separate district level recreation plans. We have very specific tracking for our young-stand silviculture activities that we have based on initial planting needs through stocking surveys and density management or competing vegetation treatments. Those are all being considered by those specialty disciplines and then built into the plans as activities, and also budgeted for to align with our fiscal budget needs that are there. So I wouldn't say that they're not deliberately considered in a similar context to choosing forest operations. The specific timber sales we have do get a lot of attention and visibility, we'll get to the comments, and in those, they are comments related to some of the other things we do regarding recreation, regarding young stand management, etc. So they are very much a front and center part of our work.
Okay, so you don't really consider the planning process to make sort of relegate all other activities as sort of poor stepchildren, but you think that the process itself gives them equivalent kind of attention and focus and avenues for consideration.
Hey, Cindy, this is Liz. I'll just add on to, Ron did a great job of describing the process we use to implement what is an integrated forest management plan. And so what happens inevitably with conversations like this, and you can pick a topic, is it's kind of plucked out of the larger perspective. And it depends on what any person or entity or group might be concerned about, ends up being the focal point of that conversation. But this is an integrated forest management plan, and it recognizes that that this is a long-term endeavor, that we're managing actually in a process that's driven by creating a suite of habitat characteristics and structures across the landscape, and then managing within that context. So one could actually argue the opposite, which is the driver for our decisions is first, what is our landscape design, which is anchored to creating structure for a range of species by providing a range of habitat. And then you overlay what I would characterize as significant contributions and commitments to protection for threatened and endangered species in the form of owl circles and core areas and marbled murrelet areas and buffers on murrelet areas, riparian buffers that go up high into the network, including non-fish streams, and quite robust road management practices, decommissioning roads, providing fish passage. All of this is in a constant state of both planning and implementation. And in fact, any given annual operating plan that hits the streets for public comment has been under development for close to 3 years.
Brenda's got her hand up as well.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that excellent overview of the planning process. I appreciate that. I was curious, though, getting back to the complex stands, which seems to be my focus today. Are those, during the implementation planning process, those complex stands, I assume, are mapped, and all of the stands that will contribute to that 30 to 40% complex forest goal will be identified and then managed in a way that will achieve that goal. So I guess I'm just curious whether or not these current and future complex stands are mapped and managed that way.
That's correct, Brenda. So each implementation plan has a spatial map that shows where the desired future condition for older forest structure and layered stands is intended to be developed. And it's within that range that exists within the forest management plan, that 30 to 50% for the Northwest and Southwest forest management plans, defines the range. And then each implementation plan falls somewhere within that range. So the districts vary between mapping 30% on some districts to as high as 45% on one district. And that does delineate both spatially the aggregate of the landscape design, and within that landscape design, discretely which stands are intended to be developed into older forest structure and which are intended to be developed into layered stand structure. Therefore, the harvest type, be it partial cut or clear cut, would align overall with the landscape design, that we would only be clear cutting outside of that map landscape design unless there was an exceptional circumstance for forest health or other unique circumstance, and that thinnings would be designed to align for the specific stand characteristics as they exist and what its desired future condition are.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any hands up, so keep on going. Liz and Ron, it's back to you guys.
I'm gonna go back. Okay. Now I will shift to an overview of the public comments we received and our preliminary responses to those comments. Sorry about that. During the public comment period, we received 76 responses. The majority of those comments were received in response to an online survey that we offered. A small group were emails to our website, and we received a few letters from citizens and conservation organizations. The vast majority of those comments, 2/3, 50 of the comments, related to support of planned recreation projects, and others covered a range of themes. We appreciate everyone's participation in the AOP process. However, some of the comments don't relate to the planning decision under consideration. We sometimes get comments on annual operations plans that relate to higher level plans, such as our forest management plan or implementation plans, or rules such as the greatest permanent value rule or forest practices rules, where individual or organizational values sometimes differ from the goals and strategies in our current plans. We also receive comments that confuse state forests with federal forests. Although all of the comments we receive are informative to better understand what citizens are thinking about state forest management, we focus in on the comments that are relevant to the scope of annual operations planning. So the first theme I'm going to dive into is the comments we got on recreation. Again, the vast majority of the comments we received overall were relating to recreation, 2/3 of the comments. And the majority of these were voiced support for plans to develop trailheads at a downhill mountain biking activity being built on the Tillamook, on the Forest Grove district of the Tillamook State Forest, and in support of a trailhead for the Wilson River Trail in Tillamook State Forest. Others requested increases in services, including hiking trails, horseback riding, mountain biking, and off-highway vehicle opportunities. And we received a few comments related to maintaining public access and reducing the number of gates on state forests. Our preliminary responses to these comments are that we are including the proposed recreational projects that were broadly supported in our final plans relating to the trailheads at those two facilities on the Tillamook State Forest. We acknowledge the request for increased recreational services and appreciate the value Oregonians place on recreation on state forests. As part of our workforce futuring implementation, we recently brought on a new recreation education and interpretation manager. In the coming year, her and her staff will be refining business practices in this new organizational model and conducting strategic planning for recreation, education, and interpretation programs. This will better inform any future growth in the services that we provide. Relating to gates, we strive to maintain as much public access as practical. There are relatively few gates on state forests compared to private lands. The gates on state forests tend to be focused on areas that are associated with heavy trash dumping or vandalism, areas of high fire risk if we were needing to close those areas, should there be a forced closure imposed, and areas of concern identified by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for travel management areas primarily related to hunting seasons. The next category of comments we got was related to pesticide use. These comments were to reduce or eliminate the use of pesticides, reduce or eliminate aerial applications, and increase communication with the public about pesticide use. Our preliminary response to these comments are that we understand the concern voiced in the comments, and we strive to use the minimum amount of herbicide to achieve reforestation success as required by the Forest Practices Act. After harvesting, vegetation that competes with newly planted trees rapidly recolonizes. Using herbicides appropriately is an effective tool that enables newly planted seedlings to get established, so there will be future forests for all Oregonians as well as the wildlife that depend on them. When we use pesticides, it's done in accordance with the product label and applicable rules and laws. We don't treat all harvest units the same, and not all units get treated with aerial applications. We use ground-based applications where practical. However, shifting primarily to ground-based applications would significantly increase costs and present physical hazards to crews working on steep slopes. We encourage all concerned citizens to sign up in Ferns for notifications, as this is the best and easiest way to stay informed of pesticide use. The next category of comments we got related to climate change and carbon. And the concerns were that planned activities in our annual operations plans will reduce carbon sequestration and make landscapes more vulnerable to wildfires and climate change. Our preliminary response to these comments are that comments relating to climate change and carbon sequestration are generally out of scope with annual operations planning. These topics relate to higher level strategies in the forest management plan or implementation plans, and that there's ongoing work by the board and staff to define authorities and develop policies to mitigate climate change concerns. Current implementation plans focus on our forest management plans, and they result in a variety of forest operations that maintain healthy, vigorous forests, which provide options for the future. Next category of comments related to roads. Comments were that we're building too many roads, and they requested to close existing roads. Concerns over hydrologic connectivity of our transportation system to streams, and inadequate investment levels in road maintenance. Our annual operations plan focused on road construction really just necessary to access planned timber sales. We strive to minimize road construction wherever possible due to initial construction costs and ongoing maintenance costs, as well as taking forest land out of production. We do close roads where appropriate and also relocate roads to more suitable locations to support operations and minimize environmental impacts. We prioritize improvement projects that reduce hydrologic connectivity and culvert replacements that are barriers to fish migration on active or planned haul routes and sites of opportunity near active or planned haul routes. Road maintenance investments are made to support forest operations, protect existing road infrastructure and water quality, and provide for safety improvements. The next category of comments we got related to streams and steep slopes. Concerns were that planned timber sales were on steep slopes and that were adjacent to streams. And we also got comments that all of our geotechnical reviews were not finalized on these sales prior to the public comment period. Preliminary responses to those comments are that we have policies in place within our forest management plan that provide robust aquatic and riparian buffers that exceed forest practices rules and include additional protection measures for inner gorges, potential debris flow track reaches, and high energy seasonal streams. All timber sales have geotechnical review and screening, and on sales where there's concerns raised by our geotechnical specialists or further evaluation needed, we do on-site consultations with district staff to interpret the site-specific locations. Where there are indicators of slope instability, harvest buffers are established that are intended to protect slopes during operations and allow for natural processes, such as allowing wood recruitment through natural stand decadence and delivery into streams. We strive to complete geotechnical reviews prior to finalizing our annual operations plans. However, some field consultations can't be completed prior to finalizing the plans and are more effectively done during sale layout. All geotechnical concerns are addressed prior to finalizing a plan timber sale for auction. The next comment relates to targets and performance measures, and that our plans focus on revenue and lack targets for other forest values. Our annual operations plans are prepared in alignment with district implementation plans and forest management plans, as was already discussed with that hierarchy of how our plans fit together. And in addition to the implementation guidelines that are in those plans, the division provides supplemental annual guidance and process timelines for completing the AOPs on schedule. Revenue targets are included in annual operations plan guidance, along with guidance for many other forest values. Revenue targets are important since nearly all of our funding comes from 36.25% of the timber revenues, and these targets help inform division budgets and strategic investment levels. The annual guidance also state that not every sale has to produce a positive return to the Forest Development Fund and promotes activities such as thinning younger stands. Harvest units are planned around protection areas for threatened and endangered species sites and in alignment with the MAP landscape designs for long-term environmental goals. And we also plan for young stand silviculture investments to achieve well-stocked, vigorous stands in cost-effective ways, as well as priority recreation, education, and interpretation projects. Targets for broader forest management implementations, such as long-term forest structure, are reported outside of the AOP process in the key performance measures with the legislature that we already briefly discussed. Last category of comments we had related to timber harvests, and that we have concern about clear cutting layered stands and older stands. requests to increase harvests and not harvesting enough. So as you can see, we get a range of perspectives related to timber harvesting. All the harvesting that we do are aligned with the MAP landscape designs and our complex forest structures that are allocated in the implementation plans. We do harvest some layered stands that are outside of the MAP landscape designs. And as Liz indicated early on in those planning relationships, that only harvesting of older forest structure stands where they're mapped in the landscape designs is actually precluded in policy, but harvesting layered stands outside the MAP landscape design is permissible under our policies. We also received comments that were voices of support for harvesting to generate revenue to rural communities and provide timber-related jobs. We also received some comments about harvest sustainability. Harvests in the annual operations plans are done like we've talked about, consistently with the implementation plans and those landscape designs, but it's really important to take a multi-decadal view when you look at the implementation of the forest management plan. We talked briefly earlier on about how long it would take to achieve that long-term desired future condition. And we've been implementing these plans for roughly 2 decades now. Northwest, Southwest forest management plans were approved in 2001. In the first decade of those plans, we actually thinned quite a bit more than we clear cut. 60% of all of the harvests that we did in the first decade were partial cuts, and only about 40% were modified clear cuts. The percentage of harvest types have shifted in this last decade. We have been doing more modified clear cutting than in the first decade. But again, you have to take that multi-decadal view of implementing the plans we have, and that in future decades, we'll shift back to a higher percentage of partial cutting than just modified clear cutting. So you have to consider that long-term view when you think about harvest sustainability. We have not completed responses to all of the individual comments that we had here, and what I've shared with you today is a characterization of the comment themes that we got and our preliminary responses to those themes. We do anticipate moving forward with the majority of our planned operations, with some adjustments being made in Astoria, where they're considering adding some additional younger thinning, approximately 575 acres, and making some adjustments to their lineup of modified clear-cut sales. So with that, I'll pause and take any questions you have on the comment themes and our preliminary responses to those comments.
Okay, Brenda, and then Cindy.
Yeah, thanks, Ron, for that. That was a great overview. I appreciate that. Just an observation, and that is, you just pointed out that you all have been implementing the plan for 2 decades. After 2 decades, we still don't know what the trend is in complex forests over the ownership. But yet complex forests outside of the designated areas are still being cut. And to me, I think it just seems to me that the precautionary principle, if applied here, would suggest that we try to maintain the complex forest until we get a handle on how we're doing in terms of trying to attain that goal that might be 60 or 100 years out. So I just remain concerned about this lack of knowledge about the rate at which we are or aren't moving toward achieving that goal.
Thank you, Brenda. And it sounds like Ron wants to respond as well.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. And I would say that we do, I think, have a reasonable handle on the trajectory. There's a lot of context to consider when you think about that 20 years too. When the original forest management plans were approved back in 2001, they had a desired future condition structure range of 40 to 60%. And we started out with implementation plans that had mapped 50% as complex structure. Did a lot of activity. We had a lot of discussions and additional analysis in the mid-2000s. Our harvest and habitat modeling effort resulted to implementation plans being modified approximately in the 2007 timeframe, where we had them mapped primarily at 50% down to 40%. And then that continued on with a policy discussion that ultimately led to a revision of the forest management plan in 2010, lowering the range of complex structure identified in those plans from 30 to 50%, and then redoing implementation plans and remapping landscape designs to what they are now in that 30 to 45% range on districts. So there's been a lot of change based on policy direction over that 2 decades. So we are currently, again, mapping and managing around the map landscape design. And the trajectory that we've seen, I think, in the change in structure is, again, as Liz mentioned, primarily related to our growth model and those predictions that are developed from that.
Appreciate that, but I also heard from Liz, and it's my understanding that despite the growth model changes, we don't know what proportion of the landscape is in complex forests and how much that has changed over the 2 decades despite all the policy changes. And so, I mean, that just does leave me concerned.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Brendan, and it's clearly reflected in the comments that we received, and particularly the letter that Cindy, that you referenced. So it is something we'll be handling and working with the folks, with the people that have submitted public comment to work through some solutions.
Cindy and then Sharon.
Thanks, you guys. I really appreciate your presentation. I think it's been really useful and pretty clear. I've got sort of 2 prongs to my question. The first one, I think, is a fairly straightforward and simple question, and that is, were the harvest calculations remodeled after the I think it was 2015-16 TURG inventory?
No,
no,
not for the implementation plans. They were done at the beginning of the implementation plan period. So they were not remodeled as a result of the change in the growth model that we use.
Okay, so then a follow-up to my first question. Do you have any plans in future to sort of remodel your harvest calculations, since the TURG inventory really substantially changed our understanding of what was available out on the landscape?
Well, first of all, I'll say that's definitely an integral part of our implementation plans is calculating sustained yield. This position we find ourselves in right now, so I guess the short answer is our focus right now is on the HCP and FMP and quite a bit of modeling that we're doing for that. And that information will provide some insights of how we think habitat would develop across the landscape and over time under a draft revised forest management plan as compared to the current forest management plan and as compared to an HCP. So it's not in those categories of structure. So I don't want to be misleading at all. It's not in the categories of the structure as characterized in the current plan, but it will project in a modeled world what we think might happen to habitat over time. So that's what's coming in the fall. And it is not, I also do not want to misrepresent that as a sustained harvest calculation, which I think might be what you're thinking about, as well as how does that result in the range of complex structures across the landscape.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and sorry, I'll say one more thing. Sorry, Cindy. And the reason
that's fine. Go ahead.
The reason for that long-winded answer is to say our resources are really all geared at that HCP FMP work at this time. And it would take a significant shift in resources to any questions that are surfacing here today.
Yeah. No, I greatly appreciate that. I think the whole board is strongly behind putting the emphasis on the HCP FMP process to the future. But at the same time, we are developing annual operating plans every year and have been since, I can't remember if it was 2015 or 2016, but 4 or 5 years ago, we found out that we had that the inventory picture of what was actually available on the landscape was significantly different than what we had assumed. Right. At some point, whether we change our plan or not, it does seem like we need to redo or remodel our harvest calculations to reflect what our inventory tells us is actually available on the landscape. Notwithstanding our desire to implement our work effort on the HCP FMP at the moment. So that just kind of put it in your hat for future consideration. The other question that I have kind of echoes some of what Brenda, I think, was trying to get at earlier. And that is, I think it was 2007 that the board established a number of performance measures. And that's like that 30 to 50% complex. And I think there was also a hydrologic connectivity of roads of less than 15%. And so, and that, excuse me, those targets, the less than 15% hydrologic connectivity and the 30 to 50% complex forests were targets to be achieved within 20 years, which is by 2027. So we're more than halfway through this multi-decadal process. And I was wondering if you could give us kind of a feel, either in specific numbers or in inferences, if that's all we have, as to whether we are making progress over that multi-decadal effort to reach those targets. Our annual operation plans and decadal implementation plans actually made progress toward the strategic goals of the FMP.
Yeah, thank you. Right, and Ron covered that a little bit in the one slide that had where we received the comments around performance measures and targets. So one point of clarification, there is a performance measure that characterizes the desire to have 17 to 20% complex structure within 20 years in our Forest Grove, Astoria, and Tillamook districts. So it's a narrower geographic scope. And in fact, all the performance measures only apply to those 3 districts. And there's a whole host of reasons for that, which I won't go into right now. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. I also think the target there for the, we would need to double check some of those targets, but I'm tracking with you, Cindy. So
yeah.
On the performance measures piece, there are challenges that we have not continued to track those. And one could argue that had we been able to and continue to do that we would be able to speak to the questions that you and Brenda are raising. So at this point, other than the description that is characterized in the implementation plans, and what we are seeing with the stand level inventory, that's what we know about where we are and where we think at 10 years ago, where we thought we would be heading. So that's where we are at this point.
Okay, so then just an observation. It appears as I'm about to leave the board here, that we've got some sort of structural issues that we need to be really cognizant of as we go forward, whether we're continuing to live under the existing FMP or we develop and approve a new HCP FMP combo, or we don't do the HCP and we do a new FMP, whatever direction the board ends up taking in the future after I'm gone. The fundamental structure and relationship between the plan, the implementation plan, and the annual operation plan assumes that we are, with our annual operation plans, actually making year-by-year progress towards the goals set in the management plan, and yet we don't seem to have been able over the last 20 years to actually track that. And I think that disconnect in information makes it pretty impossible for the board to know whether or not the guidance that the board is establishing either in board policies or in its approval of an FMP is being implemented on the ground, whatever that guidance happens to be. And I know, in fact, you know, we're already talking about it when earlier today we were discussing some of the implications of reduction in budget because of the COVID impacts on state financing. But what it ends up resulting in, if we eliminate the funding for the monitoring but proceed forward with the management actions, is that we're running blind. We don't know whether or not we are achieving the things we want to achieve. And so I would suggest both to Liz, your staff, and to the board members that are going to carry on after I depart, to give some real serious thought to whether or not that is an acceptable way of conducting business. You know, stabs in the dark are unlikely to allow us to achieve the goals that we set out for ourselves. And at a fundamental level, I think future implementation needs to honor the assumed connections between the management plans, the implementation plans, and the annual operation plans truly do exist. But without monitoring and tracking, there's no way any of us or our public stakeholders can know if we truly are making progress towards our goals or just wandering in the dark.
Okay, we've got 2 more folks, and we're running, as of this moment, or over a half hour late right now. So I'm hoping that with these 2 additional questions, we'll be able to move on. Jim and then Nils.
Okay, mine is a comment more than a question. And, you know, I'm really thinking about why we're here today, you know, with this on the agenda, and am concerned. I think, you know, I guess I'd like to talk about kind of what we're not talking about, and this, if we have this issue of a lack of trust from stakeholders, particularly in the conservation community, at this point of leadership at ODF. And I think that mostly from what I have seen comes out of a lack of information that is understandable. We've been talking a lot about complex structure, but we haven't been talking about this other theme that we've had, which is the finances. And that's you know, the accusation is made that we're just trying to cut more trees here because of the economic need to do so. And I'm frustrated by that dynamic where we do not have that trust in the integrity of the leadership. And I certainly want to see that change. And I don't share that that sort of more cynical point of view, but I do share in the frustration of not having enough information, whether it is about the finances. This is not a new issue, and really being able to answer that, as well as the other issues that we've been talking about. And it's just like Cindy's been talking about of going blind, and it's the same criticism that's been made about the FMP process. So I think the only way that I know that the department can deal with that is, you know, a real focus on getting out and always maintaining a good process for getting out as much information about the financial picture, both to the public, to the stakeholders, and to the board, as well as all the other kinds of information necessary for us to be good decision makers. I think, you know, there's been this tremendous progress where we have stakeholders working together and putting together the MOU, but I still see something that can be very damaging for our future if we're not working from a better place of trust with our core stakeholders. Thanks.
Nils?
Yeah, and I'll just be brief. Thanks, Tom. And just to lend my voice that I think this is important. And Liz and I have had several phone calls about this, and including one, a joint call between Liz and I and Brenda. And it is very important that we figure out a better way to report about trends and progress or challenges and adjustments against the management plan, and that the current board understands both the sort of the current operating direction that the plan is providing the department, and that the department can, at the appropriate level and frequency, provide information back to the board to provide that clarity and maintain confidence between the board and the department, and then with the public. So I just lend my voice to say I think it's really important we figure this out.
Okay, thanks everybody. We're going I've had a little virtual consultation with Peter, and to catch us back up, I think we will defer item 9, the financial dashboard projected design review and update, to the next board meeting, and go directly to item 10, unless folks are concerned about that. I'm seeing heads that are indicating that people are fine with that. So that being the case, we'll go to item 10, the Human Resources Dashboard. Tricia Kershaw will lead this.
Thank you, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, once again, Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration, not Tricia Kershaw, but I will be kicking us off before Tricia gets started with the HR dashboard. So like the chair said, we did have a little change of plan as far as what we're going to talk about today. We have in front of you several informational updates and a few of the service area delivery areas of administration. A couple of these have never been in front of the board before, so we hope you find it informative and useful. That's why we thought it was important for you to hear those. We will catch you up with the financial dashboard. That actually does give us time in working with MGO. Our consultants were a big part of that as we were working through that effort. And due to the COVID situation, there's been a little slippage on that, so that does give us some time to re-engage with them. So when we kick off to agenda item 10 with HR, Tricia Kershaw, our HR manager, will be discussing our agency's position overview, demographics, and recruitments and safety. So it's something you have heard before, but we have implemented a new human capital management system across the state. So you're going to see a little bit of the information that gets us. So it's a little different spin than what you've seen before. I did want to highlight a couple of the new topics real quick. You'll be hearing from our facilities program manager, Chris Stewart, and I've been happy to hear that our building infrastructure and deferred maintenance has come up several times in past board discussions. So I thought this was a good time to start that discussion on this very important yet often disregarded topic. It's funny, if you go out to some of our district offices, you'll see we're continually upgrading engines to newer and bigger versions, but they don't even fit in the old 100-year-old shops that we have in some of these districts. So I think it's a timely conversation we have. So Chris will walk through our portfolio and talk about facility condition indexes, and then go into a strategic plan on a new pilot program to deal with some of our deferred maintenance backlog. And then finally, Joy Krozik, our public affairs manager, will wrap up with the public affairs program and their efforts, and go into a little bit of dive into public information requests. But before we do that, I wanted to set the stage a little on the context of all these administrative topics. So a little collective background. What you're going to hear from admin in all these presentations, and it actually came up with our last topic, is about data and information on various aspects of the agency, some of which we've never heard before, like I said. For example, Chris can tell you what offices are going to need HVAC replacements within the next 5 years. You know, that's that kind of information is powerful in the context if you think about budget developments. And that's a level of detail we've just never had before, and it's driven by the data we've been recently collecting. So concept I bring up at Forestry a lot is that we're data rich and information poor. There's many drivers to that, whether we even need that information. And I think historically that need hasn't been there, but as we move toward more integrated and real-time operations across all our channels, it's more imperative that that information is working for us, empowering areas of focus and highlighting areas of concern. So you'll hear a lot about data, a lot about information, things we're pulling together to give us great management making material. So a big obstacle, and you'll hear this, it's on the, oh, we don't have our slide. Sorry, I just realized we don't have our presentation up. You have the clicker, Tricia? Well, I guess we're kind of to the back. Well, we'll skip that for now. What's that? It's way back, so don't worry about that. So a big obstacle is our siloed data and sitting in disparate systems. This certainly isn't unique to forestry, as the state has many different systems ranging from 30-year-old payroll systems to, like I said, cutting-edge human capital management systems that have just been implemented last year. But forestry is very good at siloing data. On many fronts, that's driven by our operational need for new technologies, but then lacking the information systems maturity level to quickly leverage these emerging technologies in a manner that is benefiting the agency as a whole. So one strategy to increase maturity levels in an organization is prioritization of efforts based on business goals and not perpetuating the problem with the introduction of standalone efforts. And that's why admin is in front of you today, to ask those kind of questions. What is the information that helps the leadership of the organization, the board, the state forester managers, make informed decisions based on trustworthy information? And that just came up this last topic. So as you listen to this following presentation or these following presentations, keep those questions in mind. What do you want to see? How do you want to see it, and how often? We will be presenting to you, but we're also here for your input. So please provide any questions you have along the way. In addition, also be thinking of opportunities to learn more about the work we do, areas you'd like to see highlighted in other forums, and how this information supplements your understanding of the organization. With that, I'll let Tricia take it off on the HR dashboard.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. My name is Tricia Kershaw. I'm the HR manager. I've been with the Department of Forestry just under a year, and this is my first opportunity to be able to present to the board today. So thank you for having me. I'll try and remember to click through these. So just a high level of some of the things that we're going to cover today is a position snapshot of the agency total head count, some succession planning, some diversity data, recruitment statistics, and safety. The information that I'm providing you today is from January 2019 to December 2019, with the exception of safety, which will be reported on a fiscal year. The reason for that is we rolled out and transitioned to Workday in 2019. And so the data and the statistics that we have is for the 2019 year. So at the end of 2019, the total headcount for ODF was 644 employees. This consisted of 527 permanent positions, 60 seasonal positions, 32 temporary, and 25 limited duration. You'll see during the fire season, we increased to a total headcount of 1,116, with a significant increase in our seasonal and temporary employees, with an increase to 487 seasonal employees and 72 temporary employees. The total headcount for 2019 might be a little bit low on the general average due to vacancies that we had, and mostly in state forests due to the workforce featuring. Well, I hope you can see those numbers. So here's our retirements. For the end of 2019, this is the total agency count, and we had our workforce, 14.7% of our workforce is eligible to retire at the end of 2019. The graph that you're looking here is the percentages of employees who are eligible to retire based on the total headcount for each individual area. This total includes 58 employees who have 30 years or more of state service, and 8 of which are in management positions, which include area directors, district forest managers, and PEMD and higher. You'll notice on the graph that their highest percentage is 18% for the Northwest Oregon area, and they have the highest retirement, eligible retirement rate with a total count of 2 district foresters. That includes 2 district foresters and also an area director. Those are really small. Sorry that those ended up coming out really small. So as you are aware, we went through some challenges this past year and we were in cost containment. So some of our succession planning had been put on hold. We made the decision to postpone our agency leadership program until we were in a better place, and also postpone any external leadership opportunities and development trainings as well. With the implementation of Workday, there are some features in Workday that we have been utilizing and continue to utilize. As far as succession planning, there's an opportunity graph that allows employees to look at their position and their qualifications and where they're at and what the natural progression has been in other careers. It also will show them the list of employees who have actually gone through that transition and that in their careers, and allows them to reach out to them to also talk to them about how their careers evolved. It also identifies the skills that they need in order to progress to the next step in their career, and also identifies some of the gaps that they may have. With that, they can develop utilize a development plan and work with their manager collaboratively to identify what those skills gaps might be in order to prepare them for a future in advancement in their career. We plan on continuing to utilize the developmental and work out of class opportunities. For 2019, we had a total of 71 employees in work out of classes and lead work assignments. With the transition of the old system into the new system, it makes it a little bit difficult to get a good reflection on the success of succession planning, but based on the total number of internal promotions, which you'll see on the next slide, I think we're doing pretty good. So this is a snapshot of our total recruitments for 2019. This excludes any seasonal positions. And you'll see on there that most of our positions are filled internally and through promotions. There was only 5 external promotions, which means they were promoted from another agency into this agency. And the remainder of those, I think it says 49. Sorry, I can't really read it, but 49 that were promoted internally. And that's higher than our permanent employees, which is at 38. We also recently recruited and hired a recruitment analyst who is focused on evaluating our workforce metrics and developing recruitment strategies to accomplish the agency goals. We're reviewing the entire recruitment system or process, including our job announcements, our screening criteria, and how we screen our candidates, all of our evaluation tools, and also the job requirements for some positions. We're developing action plans so that we become more of a active recruiting more than passive recruiting, which includes an increased outreach, leveraging network groups, resources, and partnerships with other agencies and organizations. We implemented VidRecruiter to make interviewing more accessible to other candidates, especially candidates in other areas. This allows us to do 2 formats of recruiting, either live interviewing, or they can also record at their own time, and the panel members can watch it on their own schedule as well. We also launched a new recruitment video, which highlights the diversity of the jobs that ODF provides. And we did this to visually appeal to our candidates so that they can get a sense of what it's like to work at ODF and what jobs we have to offer. And it also emphasizes the inclusivity of the environment and also profiles men and women in the video. And then we're going to continue to focus on diversifying our panels, our interview panels as well. So those are just some of the things that we're doing in recruitment. For our diversity graphics or demographics, you'll see here that there is quite the disproportionate number in both gender and ethnicity. We have a total of 603 employees. 407 of them are males and 196 of them are females. And over 90% of our employee population is white. So what's interesting about this slide is when we look at the total candidates that are applying, even though the diversity of the ethnicity of our candidates is still low, they're actually more proportion for men and women. We actually had 44.9% women apply versus 55.1% of men who are applying. But what we're finding is that the higher ratio is more men than it is women. So. Great. So for safety, we're reporting this on a fiscal year. This is a 5-year snapshot. You'll see that for fiscal year 2019, we actually have had more hours than we did in fiscal year 2018. We had a total of 1,659,000 hours, 1,659,432 hours for fiscal year 2019. But you'll see that the number of our injuries was actually lower than it was in fiscal year 2018. And I'll show you that on the next slide. So here you'll see that for fiscal year 2019, there were 69 injuries. And again, with more exposure hours than we had in 2018, where we had 81 injuries. And then to break that down just a little bit further, the claim frequency in 2019 was actually 8.32 per 100 employees. That's also a lot less than 2018, where we averaged a 10.4. The main causes of the injuries for these is sprains and strains, slips, trips, and falls, and miscellaneous causes such as objects in the eye, inhalation of smoke, poison oak, or insect bites. So that concludes my end of report.
Jim Kelly.
Just had a quick question for HR at the Department of Forestry. You know, HR tends to be rather schizophrenic. Could you just comment? You know, there's usually 3 different areas in my view for HR. One would be recruitment and hiring. The other would be all the rules and regulations and enforcement. And then the other bucket I would see would be employee support and development and safety. Can you give me an idea in your department as a whole, how it would break down between those 3 buckets as to where you guys spend your energy and time?
That's a great question. Right now, I feel like we're spending a ton of energy in all 3 of those areas. We have a lot of work to do. Obviously, by our recruitment statistics, we have in diversity, we have a lot of efforts that are going towards that. You know, our policies are outdated. We've been putting a lot of work into those and reviewing those so that we're ensuring that we're, you know, coming up to date and in alignment with DAS and also the contract for the CBA. So, you know, I have a team of 13 now, which is a bigger team than what we've had in the past. And so we have the senior generalist working on the policy and revisions. And then I have 2 senior recruiters that are actually working on looking at and refining our recruitment processes.
Okay, thank you.
And Cindy and then Brenda.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It's nice to see this information. A couple of observations sort of for future presentations. In general, it would probably be really useful to have the information presented as trends over time. And secondly, it would be really useful to have the information presented in the context of some goals. So, you know, diversity goals, training development goals, you know, that sort of stuff, as opposed to just the raw numbers. And then on, you sort of got there through the course of 2 successive slides, but on the safety information, you might, you know, again, in order to allow clear transmission of information on trends over time, you might present safety as over time as injuries per 1,000 hours worked or something like that, so that you can see how we're doing. You know, are we better this year than last or not, in a really coherent, easy to comprehend fashion. But I like the presentation. The information was very useful and good to see. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Brenda?
Yeah, I also enjoyed this. Thank you very much for this information. I was curious, though, about retention. Especially, so the workforce is dominated by white men, which is, I guess, not unusual at all. But for the other underrepresented groups, how are we retaining them? To Jim's point, are they feeling supported, and are they being retained? And are we doing anything to understand when people leave, why they leave? I'm just trying to get a better handle on, you know, what sort of things are we doing to try to make sure that we do recruit diverse applicants and hire them, but also that we keep them and they're successful?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. And we've had lots of discussion about that too. You know, it's not just about diversity, it's about the inclusiveness once they're here. And so, you know, looking at the whole recruitment is from the whole life cycle, right? So it's from the beginning where you're reaching out to your candidates, to the life cycle of bringing them on and also retaining them. So, you know, I think that's an area where we can certainly improve on. We don't have a lot of diverse employees. So to say, are we retaining them? It's really hard to know that at this point, you know, but it is something that we've had discussions on, and we're actually partnering with other agencies and having discussions with them about, you know, where are we at right now and where do we need to go, and what have they done? So making sure that we're kind of taking, you know, the initiative to change that culture and to make sure that when people are here, they are feeling included. So.
Yeah, thanks. I think a very simple statistic that might help understand that is for those people who do leave the agency, how long have they worked there? And take a look at that by demographic group. And if it's shorter for some groups than it is for others, that might be a clue that something is going on.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move to agenda item 11, Facilities, Conditions, and Capital Management Program with Chris Stewart.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Chris Stewart, ODS Facilities Capital Management Program Manager. As a licensed professional engineer and with 20 years of state service, I have worked in multiple facilities related disciplines at agencies such as the Oregon Building Codes Division, the Department of Energy, and most recently 8.5 years with the Department of Forestry. I will be presenting to you a brief summary of the agency's facilities, including current facilities portfolio stats, the applied facilities condition metric, the current facilities condition metric stats, the investment strategy to facilitate effective long-range planning and overall good stewardship of our buildings and infrastructure, and applying best management practices as facilities managers. I will also be presenting the concept strategic plan, a facilities investment tool, and also providing a snapshot of the facilities program, its current capacity and needs. It's a total of 9 slides. I will try to pace myself. I also want to thank Bill or Tricia, whoever's driving the PowerPoint presentation, for actually driving it for me as I present this remotely. So let's go to slide number 1. Basic statistical information here. You'll see it's our facility portfolio stats. We have roughly 389 buildings on record with a total current replacement value of about $241 million. And if you look at the slide, you'll see that's broken down a little bit further. You'll see we have about 35 structures valued roughly at, greater than $1 million with a total value of $157 million. And then 354 structures that are valued at less than $1 million. And that totals to roughly $84 million. And all of that combined, that's the $240 million current replacement value of all of our facilities in the field and also here on campus. We have a mix of structures, some built in this millennia, some, of course, last century, and we have a few that were actually built in the first half of last century, most notably the State Forester's office building, which opened, opened up for business back in 1938. We have a wide variety or range of facilities with a different mix of occupancies. That includes administrative facilities, office buildings would be one, guard stations, shop buildings. We also have vehicle service facilities, fire cache facilities, tree coolers, kiosks, and also vault toilets, and of course, communication sites and lookout towers. Next slide, please. Thank you. So how do we grade the condition of our facilities? This is the key, because this is ultimately how we can actually manage our facilities and grade ourselves to see exactly how we're doing. So here you'll see an established facilities performance metric, and this is the key metric to help me as a facilities manager know exactly where we're going and whether we have enough funding, whether we are actually achieving our good stewardship goals, if you will, to make sure that our buildings are safe to occupy, that they meet programming needs, that are nimble to be able to change in the event we have to adjust or adapt. This performance metric is called the Facility Condition Needs Index. It's also called the Facility Condition Index, short, but simply just FCI is the industry standard. And what's important is each building has its own FCI, which is important, and it's all rolled up into an average, and we can look at that, or we can look at each individual building. Key here also is this metric is calculated using a couple of variables. It's basically the need divided by the value of the building. That's pretty straightforward. So if you look at if you look closer at the slide, you'll see at the numerator at the top of the equation, you'll see deferred maintenance needs and capital improvement. That rolled up, divided by the ultimate value of the building, the CRV, that gives us a percent, or a number, if you will. And you'll see a breakdown of that percent actually, where it ultimately lands, and also how it represents the condition of our building. So you can see we have 4 different categories. We have good, fair, poor, or very poor. So looking at good, 0 to 5% is the goal. So if the FCI lands somewhere in between there, we're doing our job. If it's somewhere between 5 and 10%, structures are subject to wear and soiling, but they're still serviceable and they're in pretty good functioning condition. Anything greater than 10%, they are considered poor. Those structures are subjected to hard and long-term wear and nearing the end of their useful service life, and become progressively more expensive to maintain. And then, of course, anything greater than 60%, very poor. And in this case, usually the recommendation is to actually replace the structure, because it just isn't worth the investment anymore. So basically, that's the key metric there, and that gives us the pathway, if you will, to measure where we are at. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to dive a little deeper here. So what you see here is that the actual percentages of where we are at. I've taken the grading scale, if you will, and you'll see it in that bar up there, the 0 to 5, 5 to 10, greater than 10%, and greater than 60%. So what you see here is where we are at. So currently, on average, we're sitting at roughly 11.67%. So you can see we're somewhat, in the fair category, and actually slightly above. And if we ultimately don't do anything and we're unfunded, if you will, then that would skyrocket to 18.82% in 10 years. What's projected for the next biennium is roughly 11.13% if we implement all the planned projects that we have for select facilities. Because this is a pilot project, we have only included the data from the districts that actually are participating in this. So in theory, if we were all included, at least if all the facilities were included, that number would actually be less. And then I'd like to also point out with the passing of Senate Bill 1067, we potentially could receive funding to actually tackle our deferred maintenance needs and actually drop that percentage much lower. For information, this bill was passed back in 2017, and it's the law that requires the governor to budget for a specific deferred maintenance and capital improvement amount that would then ultimately be rolled up into a capital improvement or capital construction ask. And it's roughly 2% of the current replacement value of our facilities. And if that were funded, we would actually drop our FCI to 9.13%. And that dollar amount equates to roughly $4.8 million. There's no guarantee, but the fact that we have the data and we can actually estimate what our need is, this is really good for the agency. But again, whether we get the funding or not, that remains to be seen. But again, it's important to emphasize that a downward trajectory is the key here, and that the goal for this agency ultimately is to land somewhere between 0 and 5%. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a 2018 projection. This really emphasizes, or it shows where we're at and what different funding approaches, where those would ultimately take us regarding the FCI. This 2018 projection graph is an example of various trends depending on funding. The primary objective of this graph is to show the intent of the FCI metric. Without this metric, we would not be able to effectively show such a graph and leverage the data to support a long-term strategic plan. In short, a rolled up FCI is the grade that reflects the agency's overall facilities management performance. To highlight, if you zoom in on there, you can follow the different funding scenarios with a starting point of roughly around 10%, and actually what would happen depending on what the funding actually is. So if unfunded, and again, I need to emphasize this is 2018 data. If you look at this, so if unfunded, we would skyrocket to 25.8%. If fully funded, in a perfect world, the trajectory would ultimately get us to 1.3%. So we would be well in that 0 to 5% range. The Senate Bill 1067 funding of roughly 2% of CRV would take us to 14.4%. And then, of course, if optimally funded, we would roughly be around 3%, which equates to about 4% of CRV. Next slide, please. Okay, so back in 2018, the facilities program evaluated the current condition of our statewide facilities portfolio to not only establish a condition benchmark and strategic objective, but to also establish an investment strategy to achieve this objective. This included the evaluation of the issue. So what were the challenges that we were having in the field? Establishing a solution, and we also looked into authority to help support the plan and also develop process sideboards and to market the benefits statewide. And finally, to establish next steps via a pilot project concept to actually implement this. And if you, I don't know if you can zoom in or not, or if you can, I hope you can see this, because I had a little issue with the quality of the text in previous versions. So the issue is the aging infrastructure, which is in need of capital renewal and replacement. Large statewide agency deferred maintenance backlog. All agencies struggle from this, but ODF has a very large challenges because our facilities are much older. A lack of comprehensive long-term strategic facilities investment vision, and lack of consistent funding stream to invest in ODS building and structures. So the solution is ultimately to implement a district-wide administrative rental rate that is deposited into a district-specific facilities operation capital investment account. And the acronym is FOCIA. to help facilitate the funding of the recurring maintenance needs, the reduction of the backlog of deferred maintenance, future capital improvement, renewal, and replacement projects, but also recurring facilities related operating expenses, paying the bills to keep the lights on. And leveraging the data collected during the statewide assessments of ODS buildings, building portfolio back in 2015, 16, and 17. Determine the facility's needs, the long-term and short-term needs to lower the facility condition index, which is ultimately the gray, like I mentioned before. And it provides a dynamic, basically the dynamic data on funding needs to include into rental rates over time, and also help us with our funding requests as we move forward over time. We do have the authority via multiple mandates. Primarily back in 1995, the legislature did enact via 276 .285, which permits agencies that own and operate real property to set up a separate dedicated account at the state treasury. And what's important to note, that's an interest-bearing account. So when paid into that and strategically manages the key, that money does carry over biennia, and it does collect interest, which it can help pay for filters. It can help pay for other projects. Anything helps. And of course, the benefits, it enhances facilities funding strategies in the long term. It helps facilitate a better projection of future budgetary needs. Enables the matching of all funding sources where applicable. The FOCIA fund balances carry over biennia and accrue interest. That's very important to note. A more consistent tracking of funds helps support agency district long-term strategic capital planning, and also supports a robust agency-wide strategic capital plan. And finally, we had once we achieved that, we started to embark on a journey by having a couple of pilot projects that were willing to actually implement this this concept. Next slide, please. Thank you. So basically, the strategic plan, the fundamental drivers of this plan: effective long-range capital planning for maximum use and value of our facilities via a 10-year planning vision. And it's in perpetuity, so every year we keep looking 10 years into the future. And we pull off projects that we completed, we keep adding more just to make sure that our facilities are well maintained. Being good stewards of our investments. This is where public investments are properly maintained to ensure occupant safety. Being nimble as programming needs change or evolve over time. And the reduction of long-term operating costs. Also designing for quality. Good building designs contribute to higher employee productivity and adaptability, and provide better public service. Excuse me. Right-sizing our portfolio. Sustainability and resiliency being very high priorities, especially now, and also meeting agencies' programming needs. Conveying our identity, ensuring that our buildings have an image of accessibility and responsiveness, again, adaptability. Emphasizing resiliency once more, ensuring that buildings are prepared to withstand catastrophic events, both natural and man-made. And applying best practices when maintaining and planning for new facilities. For example, utilizing master planning to help facilitate the long-term need when planning for larger capital improvement and capital construction projects. So just real quick, if you look at that slide, you will see it's a very, very simple concept. Obviously, we have the authority to work off of. We have the data that we've collected, and of course, the data is only a specific snapshot in time. We also have to keep building on that data and continuously manage our facilities and reassess our facilities and our needs. And then, of course, we have the performance metric, which is the key. That's the grade that we ultimately have to give our buildings dynamically, if you will. At a minimum, every year, we have to know whether we're actually moving in the right direction or not, and how we need to adjust to make sure that our buildings are safe to occupy and meet the programming needs. And of course, the 10-year vision, making sure that it's an ongoing process, that we implement best management practices such as master planning. We prioritize our projects too, whether it's district specific or even statewide. Project budgeting and investing, also in implementing governance to make sure that it's written in policy, and that everybody's on board with this and understands, and it's very clear how to implement this process. And then you'll also see the rental rate, and that's basically a couple of variables that we need to look at and apply to each building. And I'll get to that in a moment. But basically, this rental rate concept feeds into the FOKIA account. And then, of course, we had the pilot projects that we're currently using to refine the rental rate, because there are a lot of nuances in the field, different business models, different needs, different processes, and it's a learning process for me. But there are a lot of fine details to take into consideration when actually establishing a rent that makes sense. And also, how long are we looking into the future regarding this investment strategy? Are we looking 5 years to pay into an account? Are we looking at it on a yearly budgeting basis? Again, these are all being evaluated as we go through the pilot project phase. And then finally, policy and governance. We already have a policy in place that goes back to 2005 that is also being looked at and ultimately will be renewed to reflect this process. And yes, so that's that. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this basically is the funding strategy, the rental rate, kind of broken out in a little bit more detail for you. And it's pretty simple. We're looking at the operating expenses. We're looking at the annual maintenance expense. We're looking at the deferred maintenance reduction expense. We're looking at capital improvement needs, tenant improvement needs, and that includes changing offices, changing programming spaces within the buildings. And finally, replacement of our facilities, so the capital construction investment expense. And that's all rolled up into a rate that ultimately the districts can charge themselves and ultimately pay into an account that will then be able to absorb the costs of all of these expenses as we move forward. And again, the goal here is we have to find a way to get the condition of all of our buildings somewhere between the 0 and 5% range. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the pilot project's currently adopting this concept listed above and or listed on this slide, and more to join as capacity allows, and I'll cover a little bit more about capacity in a moment. I'd like to express my appreciation, though, to the field for embarking on what I believe is a significant paradigm shift in how we've managed our facilities in the past. And we have much more to learn and many nuances to take into consideration, such as different funding structures, programming needs, and of course, occupancies. But again, the key here is we need to facilitate a better projection of future budgetary needs. So if we know what those needs are, we can plan for them. If we don't, if we wait for something to break, that could have a very big strain on our budgets. And especially in this day and age, with resiliency being very important, with sustainability being very important. Cascadia subduction is a good example. We have a lot of facilities located in that area. You know, how are we going to be able to absorb those costs if that were to happen? It will happen. When it happens, of course, we do not know. But chance favors the prepared soul, I always say. And again, it also enables the matching of all funding sources, which is a huge benefit to most of the districts that actually are able to realize that. And then, of course, again, it's the interest that can be accrued, that this fund can accrue over time. And it also, it provides more consistent tracking of facility needs and funds. And again, it's supporting the long-term, long-range capital planning need that the agency actually needs to solidify. Next slide, please. Thank you. And basically, this is the last slide. And finally, I don't know what my time is, but I hope I still have some time left. So this slide represents my program's current capacity. You'll see that the white boxes currently represent the permanent FTE, with the majority of staff dedicated to the Salem campus O&M operations. So in short, the capacity is very lean to actually facilitate the majority of this long-term strategic planning. Also, in short, we need to be able to give or at least provide the field with the staffing that's necessary for project management for data management. We need to be able to provide that service to the field, and right now the capacity is very slim. And the additional positions are needed to facilitate the strategic planning cycle and to provide the field with the support in the long run. And this is in perpetuity in order for us to be successful, in order for us to actually successfully plan and provide a strategic plan that we can ultimately use then to tell the story downtown when we do request for funding for future capital construction projects, future projects that include the replacement of facilities. Because downtown likes to actually, they like to loan money to, they like to actually provide the funding to agencies that present a plan. They can say, yes, we are efficient with our facilities. We've maximized the use of our facilities. We need additional capacity via this structure or via this capital improvement project. And ultimately, this would help me actually achieve that objective in the long run. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Joe Justice has a question.
Yeah, I don't really have a question. I just want to point out I did sit on the Northeast Oregon Budget Committee prior to being appointed to this board, and that budget committee has, through landowner assessments, dealt with capital problems or deferred maintenance in Northeast Oregon. And so landowners are trying to tackle this, some real urgent needs in Northeast Oregon. I just want to point that out, make sure the board understands that. I don't know how common that is, Chris, but in NEO, we've set up that FOKIA account and through landowner assessments to deal with some critical infrastructure issues in basically our district.
Yeah, that's correct. They've been a great customer, actually. We've worked through multiple iterations of the spreadsheet to actually take into account all the needs that they have. I do appreciate the work that they've done.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah, very informative. We haven't gone through this, at least since I've been around, to my knowledge. It's very helpful. We just see the State Forester's Office show up on a wish list.
That's right, yes.
Randomly, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then we will move next to agenda item 12. Joy, we'll talk about public information request report. Joy, are you with us? Yes, I think I see.
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
We were just making sure to sanitize everything properly as we handed it off.
Good idea.
So, good afternoon, Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. I'm Joy Krosick, and I manage the department's public affairs program. During the October retreat, there was a request for us to report out on public information requests and the workloads associated with those. Hopefully my presentation today will provide you all with additional information on the public affairs program and the variety of ways that the department provides information to the public and engages with the public. So as public servants, everyone at ODF has a role in informing and engaging with the public, whether it's supporting recreational opportunities in state forests, educating landowners on Forest Practices Act, or helping communities build their defenses against wildfire. Agency leadership also has the additional communication responsibility of informing and engaging with our staff to ensure they have the information they need to do their jobs to the best of their ability. Regardless of whether the audience is internal or external, the goal of sharing information and engaging with an audience is to build and maintain their trust, which is why, as an organization, we strive for transparency, accuracy, and effectiveness in our communications and our interactions with the communities we serve. And while everyone at ODF is part of us achieving that goal of building and maintaining trust, Public Affairs has an integral role in those activities by supporting and assisting divisions and programs in expanding, enhancing, and sustaining their communications efforts. So who we are one of the support functions that fall under the administrative branch. And the short story is we provide internal and external communications support to all of the department's divisions, programs, and our field offices. In a little more meaningful detail, we do that through strategic communications planning. Those provide the framework against which divisions and programs can execute successful communications efforts. Also through production of internal and external products to help deliver key information, and through creating connections with the public, which involves a variety of activities like media relations, overseeing our web and social media presence, management of the department's public records program, and we provide assistance with ensuring that the department fulfills its statutory requirements under the state's public meetings law. We do that with, at full staffing, 8 FTE, almost. We have 4 public information officer positions. We have 1 webmaster, 2 publications techs, and 1 intern who typically heads up our state fair activities. Where we're actually at right now is we're staffed with 2 of our 4 public information officers, and 1 webmaster and 1 of our publications technicians. So the item that came up at the retreat was regarding public information requests. So there are a number of ways that the public requests information from us. There are the standard ways: phone calls, emails, show up in person with questions. There's a lot of engagement on social media, whether they send us messages directly or provide comments on the information we post. We also do a lot of work with the media who are operating on behalf of the public. So we do have a challenge in the data available on these activities. My next slide has some numbers, but those are specific to workloads that public affairs is directly involved in. It would be incredibly difficult to build a full comprehensive picture of what public engagement and public information provision looks like throughout the agency, because there are a lot of folks who do that as part of their day-to-day work every day. And without every employee keeping count of every one of their phone calls, emails, site visits, in-person interactions, we wouldn't be able to show that full scope. But we can give you a general idea from that's specific to the public affairs program. One of our most important functions is tracking and fulfilling the department's public records requests because it's a statutory requirement. And my last slide has a little more detail on our public records request program. So as I said, this is specific to public affairs program work. So in no way is reflective of the vast number of phone calls, emails, and other Q&A that our folks statewide participate in. Also important to note is that this is reactive work. This doesn't at all include the proactive public information and engagement work that we do throughout the agency and across all the divisions. So in 2019, on our main information line, We received about 300 phone calls a month. We have a centralized email inbox that where we fielded almost 700 emails in 2019. For social media, we responded in some way to 356 comments and also 71 direct messages, and fulfilled 77 public records requests over the year. As far as a workload perspective, we have, as far as for the general main information, phone calls and emails, that's about 20% of one FTE that we have dedicated to that. And then 20% of each of our public information officers' time is earmarked for responding to emails, to media, to phone calls, and to fulfilling public records requests. It's important to note that the actual workload associated with particularly the public information officer's body of work is likely far higher. It also fluctuates significantly year to year and even throughout the year. Ideally, when we're back at full staffing, we'll likely do some sort of work study to get a better idea of what the actual time commitment is for a lot of this work, so we can ensure that we're staffed appropriately to make sure that we're informing and engaging the public and being appropriately responsive. So specific to public records requests, and this is one that's much easier for us to track at the agency-wide level, because we manage the program and we manage the online system through which the public makes their requests and we track them. So for 2019, we had 77 requests received. Of those, I believe 76 were closed out by the end of the year. The breakdown is actually pretty even, with the exception of media having slightly more requests than others. So as far as workload for public records, it's very dependent upon a number of factors. Primarily, what's the scope of the request, what kind of records are involved, how old are the records, and how are they stored. So for example, a request for 2 years of board decision items and meeting minutes from 1960 is going to take a lot longer than fulfilling a request for those same records from, you know, the past 2 years, because we have to go back into archives, pull all of those, scan them, and then provide them. Another good example is there's usually an added complexity for any records request that involves emails because of the IT time required to search our email archives, and then the fact that someone has to sit down and read through every one of those emails to ensure that there isn't any information that's potentially exempt under public records law. While the subject line of an email may seem relatively benign, people like to include lots of stuff in emails and cover a lot of bases. So we want to make sure that there's not inadvertently a social security number or somebody discussing a health issue, because that wouldn't be fair to that individual's privacy. Also, while Public Affairs is responsible for managing public records program and for fulfilling those requests, the actual ownership of the records is in each division or program, which means that there's time spent finding records, compiling them, reviewing them outside of Public Affairs. So it's not just us that feels the workload impact.
I think we've all felt a little bit of that workload.
Yes, all of our board members had that recent experience. So it was a very helpful precursor to this presentation. So we have an electronic system that tracks our public records requests. We can pull reports on that information. It's only been in operation, full operation, about a year now. And we recently sat down and worked through the system and identified some areas that need improvement or enhancement. So we're working on getting those changes implemented so future presentations aren't full of my makeshift tables and pie charts. The final important component of the public records request program is that there are a few requests where fees are involved. The majority of requests, we don't assess any fees because the cost to process the payment based on the amount of work needed, the cost to process it would exceed the actual cost for the work. Last year, there were 11 requests where a fee estimate was provided. The estimated fees were $10,836. We also apply an initial waiver to every request, which is in accordance with DAS's policy. So with the standard waiver plus fees that were waived for public interest, we ended up waiving about half of what we had estimated. And ultimately, 5 of the requesters paid the fees totaling $1,287. That's what we ultimately received. The other 6 requesters who received estimates either didn't respond to the estimate, so we waited and then withdrew their request, or they provided enough of a clarification to the scope of their request where a fee was no longer necessary because they narrowed it down to the point where it was much more manageable and less time consuming to fulfill. And that is the end of my report. Questions from the board?
I don't see anybody have a question about this. I'm just kind of curious, in your experience, the number of public records requests we got, say, last year. Did that seem like a lot? Did that seem like, you know, run of the mill, or how would you characterize it? Seemed like a lot to me, but I'm just kind of curious because you're a professional.
That's good to hear. That's a great question, Tom. And ultimately, it's difficult. At my last agency, I did the majority of their public records work, and it would fluctuate anywhere between 60 requests in a year to, I was at Department of Revenue, and when the marijuana tax program first came up, it jumped to almost 300 requests. For forestry, it's tough to tell because we've only had the system in place for such a short time. I'm hoping that we'll be able to better identify trends now that we're tracking them more closely. And even looking at I believe it was 2019, the State Public Records Advocate released a report on number of requests across state agencies. And there are some who receive 5 or 6 a year, and others like OSP or DHS who receive thousands. So we're somewhere at the lower end of that.
Okay. Of course, revenue didn't have a board of revenue, right? So you didn't have to deal with people like us. So. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 13 for us. This is where we want to take a look back through the agenda and see whether there's any follow-up we want to make sure of, or any issues that are sort of left related to that. And I say, maybe beginning with agenda item 2. There's just so much in the budget stuff that is, up in the air right now. It's kind of hard. I mean, a lot of these things will need to be revisited depending on actions that the governor takes or doesn't take, or whether the legislature comes into session. And I mean, there's one thought that governor will do her 8.5% cut that will almost provoke the need for the legislature to come in and do fine tuning, but to start from there. But we really don't know, and we really don't, at least in my opinion, we don't have a lot of say around that. So it's, for me anyway, I would think that on item 2 and all of the comments that were made, which I think were really helpful, and Jim made a good point about whether this board will want to do something to try to help avoid a catastrophic situation. But I think we're just going to have to see and work initially within the executive branch, and my guess is that people are pretty well, the executive branch understands what a problem it can be to do this across the board cut, but it may be a strategy. So I don't know, Peter, whether you have anything you want to add or others do with respect to that issue.
Yeah, Tom, it was more logistics. The next board meeting's July 22nd.
Yeah.
And so depending on, and right now the talk is at earliest a special session would be the third week in June would be the earliest possible. And I think one of the issues is the last few times the legislature did convene, it ended dysfunctionally. And so
the rule used to be you never went into a special session unless you had your votes counted. You could try to get in and get out, and that no longer seems to be the case.
I think that's all the work that's been going on, is the uncertainty around whether they can reach agreement on what the topics are, what it's limited to, and will they get both parties to agree to come in and do work. And so I only bring it up is that they are trying to target before the end. They're at least trying to get another emergency board, because there are several agencies that only have 1-year budgets and will cease to exist on July 1. Dogami is one of those, and I forgot the other one. So they may have at least an emergency board. But if they were to go into a special session between the end of this board meeting and before the next board meeting, we wouldn't have an ability, without calling an emergency board, to submit a letter. And so the real question for the board is, if they decide to rebalance the budget, do you want to submit a letter about the protection budgets? And if so, we could prepare something along the conversations that you had and the conditions that it is. But it would have to be, we'd have to have a board decision that, yes, you want to do that, or else I don't think we could act to get the board letter in time to submit it.
Okay.
So Jim, yes. It was sort of your idea. Do you want to?
Yeah, Jim's got his hand up. Listen, for this part of it, it's fine with me. If you got something you want to say, you can just unmute yourself and we'll be slightly more relaxed about this.
Okay, am I clear that what you're suggesting is that right now we have a motion to go ahead and have a letter drafted that's then circulated for approval and potentially sent out? Is that what you're saying, Peter?
Or yeah, if you, I mean, you could do it in very general and say what you want the content to be. I would worry about sequential circulation of anything in public meeting laws. So I think we need to, if you're going to have us do it, you need to say the 3 key points is we approved adequate level of protection. Any significant reduction will reduce the adequate level of, you know, those sort of key messages that were spoken today. And then.
And at this point, Peter, who would you send that letter to?
And that was one of the questions, is that we would wait until it would most likely be to the legislature, checking with Jason on that.
Yeah, so.
The other way to do it is to say, if we hear things out, we could poll the board about having a 1-hour meeting to discuss sending a letter.
Well, or could, I mean, if to follow on Jim's point, I mean, one thing we could do is say that, I mean, is actually do this right now and say, you know, the board authorizes a letter to be sent on its behalf on this topic should it be warranted by, you know, the calling of a special session, not waiting for the special session, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Peter,
then it would just be a matter of, you know, we wouldn't have to, you know, have the language here right now. It would be to authorize a letter sent on behalf of the board.
Peter, am I right to assume that if there is a special session and this topic came up, that you would probably be involved as the state forester?
Yes, if requested. Yeah. And
yeah. And in that situation, you would actually be more nimble in responding to the direct substance of the issue as it arose. But we were trying to pre-guess and prejudge what we might.
Well, Jim could speak for himself, but I thought what he was trying to say, if we could preempt this becoming a problem by getting some information in their hands prior to the session.
Yeah, I'm interested in the preemption, and I think there's a gravity of the board speaking. No disrespect, Peter.
None taken.
In addition to you, and you know, going back, I mean, I think the points that I made earlier on the record that there's some strong arguments.
Yeah, you outlined the arguments, yeah.
I did. I probably don't need to do that again. So with that, yeah, I really do think we should authorize a letter being drafted. And
I agree.
And if we need to meet again, I sense that there's agreement that we would all be work quickly to put a quick meeting together if necessary.
Yeah, I think you could get a quick meeting together, or we could just agree right now that a letter from the board is something this board wants to do, and that would basically be along the lines of what you discussed or you suggested earlier, Jim.
Okay.
I mean, we've done this sort of thing without the board specifically authorizing it too. I mean, I don't know if we need more than this conversation.
Could I just get a thumbs up if every board member feels that way?
So I think a letter is a good idea, but I think that the letter, well, I think that the board and the agency needs to understand what the strategy is if the budget is cut, right? We can say that it's unacceptable, but that doesn't mean it's not going to occur.
No, it doesn't mean that. But
so I think we just need to be really aware that, yeah, we can provide this letter, but in our back pocket or perhaps in the letter, there needs to be a strategy that says this is how things are going to proceed should the budget be cut by X%.
Right, and in that case, Brenda, I mean, I think we're in there with the executive branch of government. So to be successful, we need to be working with the governor's office and with others on it. So, but the letter is simply something that we'd be trying to lay out the case early to try to avoid, to try to sensitize people to the issue, I guess, more than anything.
I agree with Tom. I think we would need to be working with the executive department because the consequences of what we do then, if we don't certify, probably would mean a lot in terms of that catastrophic insurance policy going forward. So yeah, it would be pretty important.
Brenda, though, you're right. We are planning and have a plan for an 8.5% reduction, and it's not good, but it's the best plan we have. And depending on whatever reduction we got, the plan would look similar, but we would always recheck and adjust if we got an actual cut. Essentially really sharpen the pencil, but we do have a plan in place for what would happen.
So a letter can be done if that appears to be a good idea. And it would be the next item, the agency development request. You're just going to see before July really what the new context is for that. So I don't think there's more there. The climate change legal issues, seems like that's just needs to be cleaned up and ready to go within 2 weeks to DOJ with the request that we get this done as quickly as we can get it done decently. Temporary rule is on its way, so with the Cindy amendment.
Tom, I've got an issue.
Yeah.
I thought that Clackamas County Commissioner Sullivan had a point. I think it's very appropriate for the Forest Trust Lands to have their time on our agenda, but it's really inexcusable if they're not meeting. Everybody's meeting.
Well, we're not there yet. I was just going kind of through this order you get to 6. I don't think there's anything. I guess that is the next item. So yeah, so they have not been meeting, right? Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, is that
is correct.
So that's my point. They're not meeting, and if he's not showing the respect to the rest of his committee, I don't want to create a real mess here, but it's just inappropriate that we show the respect to listen to them if he's not there with representing the actual committee and he's just doing it on his own. And I understand this is touchy, but it's not right. And I think maybe
it's been a persistent complaint that we have heard multiple times over the course of the past 8 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and that issue or that concern has led to a more formal process by which they typically approve what's going to come to the board. I guess I'm saying in this case, I don't know, and that would have been probably a good question, whether this was representing the entire Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee or whether it was on behalf of Tillamook County.
Well, maybe an informal way of either Peter or you, Tom, actually calling him and saying we would be a whole lot more comfortable with before you do your next presentation to the board that you guys have a meeting beforehand, and just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, and they haven't been coming to our meetings lately because they haven't been having meetings. So this is sort of the first we had in this particular way. Yeah, I didn't see the written testimony to know, which normally would have indicated on whose behalf it was. So,
and maybe that's something that would be good to request, is that at the beginning of the testimony provide some indication of, you know, how many of the trust counties points are made on behalf of.
well, and again, typically they do that, and they have done that at least more. I shouldn't say, I don't know what's typical, but they have had I've gone to those meetings, and they do have a discussion about what they're going to agree on and what they're going to say, and if there's a minority opinion. And what we've been doing, that's why we basically have had the practice of saying any county commissioner is welcome to come and present along with that, so that if there are different views, we make sure that we hear them. But I think in this case, we don't know, and we should know on whose behalf it was. So
yes,
I guess, you know, Hillary, was there?
There was submitted testimony. It is on Council of Forest Trust Land Counties letterhead.
Okay.
It does not, it says, for the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner David Yamamoto, Chair of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee.
Yeah. So it was on behalf of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee.
But there was no explicit information indicating how many of the counties in that group approved the testimony. And, you know, it might be good to make that sort of a formal part of the testimony, that, so I'm chair of the committee and these comments were approved by, you know, X number of the counties.
Okay.
I would, just for some information, I would be cautious on that. There's nothing wrong with that, but if you remember, Cindy's right. This has been ongoing for quite some time, and it's he said, she said type thing.
Right.
I think I would look into that and see if there was invitations sent or not, or any kind of communication back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, was this letter circulated in a position reflecting a majority of the counties or not?
Yeah.
Well, I think we can ascertain that before our record is complete here. We can determine
but
that.
Particularly given that it is a formal advisory committee, I think it's important that we understand how many of the counties that are on the advisory committee actually concur with the testimony provided.
Right. Okay, well, I think we can determine that prior to our record closing up for this meeting, is what I was just saying. We can just ask that question. State Forest Annual Operations Plan Process Overview. I don't think there was specific follow-up that was requested at the meeting today.
No, and Tom, just one quick question. I was checking on something with FTLAC. They're statutorily defined, and
Yes.
they're not statutorily, they're as an advisory to the board, but they're independent in a sense. And I think we could respectfully request information from them, but.
Well, I think the request would be just to clarify whether this testimony was on behalf of FTLAC, and you know that there was agreement on the testimony or not. That's really the question.
And if there's a minority report, how many are in the minority?
Well, they don't do minority reports. The minority reports come directly to us, just by other commissioners testifying here.
I agree. I think we need to be a little bit careful here and not be too heavy-handed. But at the same time, you know, I think we'd be fine to say that we really do expect.
Just a clarifying question, Peter.
Great.
Making sure that everyone's viewpoints in their organization are being expressed and then represented, or not everybody's, but the majority in the comments that we receive.
So then the State Forest Annual Operation Plan Process Overview.
Yeah, I think, Tom, I don't think it was a formal request, but I thought Nils captured the essence of the issue at the very end of that discussion. And it did, Nils, I'll let you put it in your own words, but it did allude to the fact that they need to do a better job providing information that will allow them to understand how they're doing, and we can understand how they're doing.
Do you want me to elaborate, Tom? I mean, I do think, and Liz and I had a lot of conversations about it, and I think there's, you know, there's a long history to this, with a lot of different requests on the department related to this forest planning exercise that have been going on for a long time. And because the new forest planning exercise, I think, has taken much longer than was originally anticipated, you know, I do think there, you know, we didn't get in a regular routine or a whatever, you know, frequency is appropriate to just get updates on how we are doing through the AOP and IP process in meeting the goals and key performance measures in the forest plan. And so coming up with a plan to report on that in a clear way, clear and consistent way, I do think is important.
Okay.
Tom, if I may say something.
Sure.
I'm a short timer on this board as well. And I can remember working on some type of new plan, I believe, for the 8 years that I've been on this board. And there was one time that we were very close to coming up with a new plan. And my advice then and my advice now is when you're developing a plan, whatever it is, whatever you're working on, the department needs some kind of flexibility in that plan. We can't put language in there that pins them down so tight that they need a direction everywhere they move to. That's what stopped the last plan, and I'm in fear that'll stop the plan moving forward, whatever it may be. We have to have the trust, and we have to have the trust in the people that's going to be over that plan to give them some flexibility to be able to move in, you know, or adjust whatever they need to adjust to. Now, as far as some of the concerns, as far as that's involved in the plan, sure, but I think we all get wrapped up, and I'm not talking the board, I'm talking all parties involved, get wrapped in language trying to pin things down so tight that they can't move, they can't make a decision whether they need to or not. The other thing that I'd like to say is we have to be very careful on what we ask for information, right? I mean, the last several times we all thought we asked, but we didn't. And, you know, they're doing what we asked them to do. So I think we need to be more careful and more clear on the information that we ask them to do and the projects that we ask them to do.
Well, and I agree, and that's one of the reasons we try to go through these, but I don't know if Liz is still in the room, right?
She is, but I would like to make one comment. Jim made a comment about eating crow, about the level of collaboration on item, that the forest industry and private industry are collaborating. I wish that eating crow extended to the state forest.
Yeah, I was going to say me too, but well, I could say more, but I'm not going to because.
Yeah, I might get in trouble, but oh well.
If I could, I'd just like to respond to Mike's comment. Mike, I agree with you. They do need flexibility, but that was built into the original plan through the adaptive management process. But the information, the monitoring information, wasn't there to help inform how to make the changes. So it comes back to just having the information available to help understand, what to do, how to make changes, how to move forward, how to be adaptable. And I think that's, to me, that's the shortcoming. It's not that we're pinning them down to anything. I think it's that we just want the information and they need the information to make better decisions.
So Liz is here. And so have you heard this conversation, Liz?
I did.
Okay.
I have been listening. So a couple just comments and then maybe a proposal. It has been a long time. It's been 8 years of working on a revision to the forest management plan. And Mike's exactly right. We were close. We were very close. And in that process, you may recall there was a point at which we went through deep budget cuts. We hit the recession and we came to the board and said something has to give. And at this point, we suggest that we pause on performance measure reporting, in part because of our financial and resource constraints, and also because we're almost done with the plan. And that new plan will probably it'll make sense to have new metrics. And so, of course, that was best intentions, and that was probably in 2014, because I went back and looked at some old board work plans. So that's just a little context for how come we're where we are. And and mostly to say that when you're in the middle of a big planning process, it can make it difficult to make some of these other decisions. So that's just a little thing I wanted to get on the table. But I think there are 2 points that were very well, that were well articulated today. One is harvesting layered stands and a desire to see us address that, and the notion that this is an adaptive plan, so let's look at that. And I think we can do that through our implementation plans. And so that would be my proposal on that concern. The second one here is the performance measure piece, is what I would say that we're talking about here. And I think there's a spectrum of how that could be handled. And what I would offer is that you endorse the notion that we keep our focus clearly on the work at hand to get us to the October board meeting, where you're going to make a decision on if you want us to move forward with the HCP or not. And then at that point, you can direct us if you want us to, at whatever pace, whatever it is, come back and talk to you about what it would mean to start up a performance measure reporting process again. So that would be my recommendation, that we work through our IPs on the questions around harvesting layered stands. I think to Brenda's point around we should be able to adapt. The plan right now says we can harvest layered stands, but given what we know now, let's think about that. IPs are a good place to do that. And then the second piece being this proposal on performance measure reporting.
Okay. Does that sound?
Sounds good to me. I think everybody on the board agrees that the HCP is a high priority. So we want to see that go forward.
Absolutely. Yeah. At least I think that's.
Okay, great. Thank you all very much.
Okay. I think on the other items that we heard this afternoon, I guess my main point about those is whatever technology was used for the graphic presentations doesn't zoom well for those. All the other ones today were you know, you could, at least I had no problem following along, but and then I noticed other board members kind of like this, trying to read the fine print on those slides. So I just say if future meetings are going to be using this format, it would be good to ensure that the slides translate through this technology. Everybody else have that same issue?
Yeah, so I do. I mean, the one thing Hillary did give us copies of them.
Right.
And so I pulled up the copy that Hillary.
That would have been good if I'd thought about that, but at the time I was looking at what was straight in front of me. So yeah.
So two comments on that. One is I thought the dashboards and the dashboards that are being developed and the information that was provided was great.
Yeah.
It was really informative, and it really gave me a good sense of really what's going on in these different areas. Yeah, the presentation fonts could have been a little bit larger, but you know, that's something that can get fixed.
Yeah, all I'm saying is for Zoom meetings, it'd be good to make sure that because
the other point comes back to what Nils pointed out, and that is that Hillary did provide us with that information. And I just want to give a shout out to Hillary for managing this Zoom meeting.
Well, I was going to say,
it has been amazing. So thank you, Hillary, for that.
Me and Jason did a great job for this. So with that, I think that we are ready to adjourn this meeting, and then you have a link to go into an executive session. I want to read this to make sure I do it correctly. The board will now have an executive session pursuant to ORS 192-6602I for the purpose of reviewing and evaluating the state forester's performance. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. We want to thank everybody for participating, for the presenters, and I think for our own folks who did a really good job making this work. Hillary, do we need the 15-minute transition to executive session, or since we're running slightly late, can we go to it immediately?
I could use a bio break.
Okay, so
What do you need?
we'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.